entering the unscientific. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201: A New Particle Track. As mentioned before, in microscopic physics, elementary particles can be divided into four categories: quarks, leptons, gauge bosons, and Higgs particles. Quarks cannot exist alone because of quark static closure. Therefore, in the macroscopic field, quarks mainly exist in pairs or triplets. For example, a positive quark and an antiquark constitute a meson. Or three quarks or three antiquarks constitute a baryon. Baryons and mesons are collectively called hadrons, such as the protons and neutrons we are familiar with. In addition, hyperons are also a type of baryon. Its special feature is that it contains at least one strange quark, and the interaction between baryons can be understood by studying hyperons. There are many types of hyperons discovered so far. For example, Greek letter sigma hyperons, Greek letter xi hyperons, Greek letter omega hyperons, etc. That's right. I believe some students have already remembered it. In the manual for conquering the different world, the particle beam used by the rabbits to blast open the secret realm of the King Chang Mountain Heavenly Palace is the Greek letter omega hyperon. The Greek letter lambda hyperon observed by academician Zhao Zhenguo and his team not long ago also belongs to the above category. Seeing this, many people may be confused. Although these contents seem easy to understand, what is the specific significance of the Greek letter lambda hyperon? The theoretical significance of the Greek letter lambda hyperon is actually very large. For example, it may assist in the discovery of the legendary fifth force. For example, it is helpful for the detection of dark matter and dark energy. It can even study neutron stars, etc. In reality, the most direct impact is the mobile phones you and I use. At present, all mobile phones will use the knowledge of quantum theory, because most of the core components of mobile phones use semiconductors, and the performance of semiconductor materials must be calculated and optimized according to quantum mechanics. For example, there is a gap in the p-n junction. According to popular understanding, the potential energy is greater than the kinetic energy of the electron. Under normal understanding, it is impossible for the electron to pass through this gap. However, in the scope of quantum mechanics, electrons are allowed to have a certain probability of transition. This phenomenon is called electron tunneling. The electron tunneling microscope uses this principle. The potential energy fluctuations on the surface of the material can be seen. Then the surface structure of the material is inferred, and finally semiconductor research and development is carried out. For example, Samsung has already sold a mobile phone Galaxy A Quantum equipped with a photonic quantum chip, which costs only more than $500, but it has never exploded. Photonic quantum chips are used to generate quantum random numbers to ensure that the encryption algorithm is absolutely physically secure, which can be regarded as a trend in the future. Therefore, the research on microscopic particles is actually closely related to a reality. It is just that because the final product is a complete state, many of the technologies inside have certain information barriers. Compared with other hyperons, Greek letter lambda hyperons are even more special. It is a very special type of hyperon. Its single particle potential well depth in nuclear matter is the deepest among all known particles. To put it simply, it can be regarded as a very critical foundation in controlled nuclear fusion. Therefore, all countries currently attach great importance to it, and the annual related funds of several major countries start from 100 to 200 million. The site is returning to the original place. Suyun has heard about the observation of academician Zhao and his team this time. The maximum polarization of a decay case has exceeded 26%, which is the first in the world. It is also a big news. But you have to know. Before academician Zhao and his team first broke through, the maximum polarization degree in the world reached 25%. Therefore, their first breakthrough is more conceptual than practical, and they can only lead by half a body. But the formula in Suyun's hand now seems to point to another orbit. Don't forget. The similar binding energy numbers of the two are actually the result of Suyun changing yxn+1 to yxn+2. In other words, on the yxn+1 orbit, theoretically, there is another Greek letter lambda hyperon of different magnitude. Thinking of this, Suyun's curiosity became stronger. Then he switched to the Aurora system again and entered the number of 4685 Greek letter lambda hyperon. After a while, a bunch of decay case samples appeared in front of him. Particle information is not like other research, and it does not need to consider confidentiality too much. Because there is a big difference between the research of front-end particles and modern technology, it is difficult to directly expand the discovery of a certain particle into a certain technology, and there is not much confidentiality value. So after discovering new particles or related information, the discoverer will basically make all the information public. Academician Zhao Zhangguo uploaded a total of 37 decay samples, divided into 6 files. Many decay parameters are marked in them, plus some other data information that seems like astronomical numbers to few students, but is actually very important. The way to observe Greek letter lambda hyperons is particle collisions. When it comes to particle collisions, the first reaction in many people's minds is billion level and high precision and other particularly impressive words. But if you ask what the particle collider is used for, many people may not be able to say it. In fact, the principle of this thing is very simple. You want to study an orange, but you have a finger as thick as a building. You can feel it, but you can't see it. You want to crush it, but you find that it is always cunningly hiding in the gap between your fingers. It is so small that you can't touch it, let alone how to peel it. Until one day you suddenly have an inspiration and use a pile of oranges to hide another pile of oranges. So, bang! They broke. You feel the core, the juice, the peel, and so on. You know that an orange is like this, with a core, juice, and peel. This is actually the essence of a collider. In the microscopic realm, the juice of the orange becomes a variety of charged or uncharged particles. If you want to separate them, you have to expend a certain amount of energy, the force of 2 large bags of oranges colliding. So how much energy is needed to separate the components of matter at different scales? The forces between molecules are the smallest, averaging less than 0.1 eV. eV is electron volt, which refers to the energy change caused by the charge of an electron passing through a voltage of 1 volt. This is a very small unit, and the effect on the human body may be equivalent to being pricked by a needle. Chemical bonds are higher, between 0.1 to 10 eV. Inner electrons are about a few to tens of keV. Nucleons are above MeV. The deepest so far is quarks. The energy level between quarks is tens of GeV. According to Brother Donkey's worksheet, this energy level is about the same as Pikachu's power generation from the time when Wu Zetian ascended the throne to the present. And what did Zhao Zhangguo and his team observe? Let's take orange juice as an example. After 2 oranges collide, the splash area and image of the orange juice cannot be predicted, it is completely random. Some orange juice splashes in better locations, some are worse, and some are even impossible to observe. Therefore, it is actually very difficult to observe a new particle. You have to look for it one by one with a magnifying glass, and it depends on luck. But if you know its trajectory in advance, it will be another matter. For example, we know that a drop of orange juice will splash on the ground 37 degrees southeast of the collision site, 7 meters away. There was originally a lot of sewage sludge on this ground, and the orange juice after splashing will be mixed together and cannot be observed. But we already know its trajectory in advance, so we can put a clean sampling plate there in advance. Then leave the scene with both hands, find a chair to sit on, and wait quietly for it to come to the door. Now that we have the information about the Greek letter lambda hyperon and the formula model, the process of deriving the fouling point is very simple. As we all know, the general solution of n in decay is not complicated. For example, there is a decay chain ABCD, and the decay constants of various nuclides correspond to Greek letter lambda, Greek letter lambda, Greek letter lambda, Greek letter lambda, respectively. Assuming that there is only a at the initial time t, then it is obvious that n equals n0, exp. Then Su Yun wrote down another equation, dn dt equals n. This is the differential equation for the change of the number of B nuclei. Solving it, we can get n equals n0, exp, comma, Greek letter lambda. Then Su Yun wrote and read, the differential equation for the change of the C nucleus is, dn dt equals n, that is, dn dt plus n equals n, substituted into n above, and it becomes n equals n0, exp, comma, Greek letter lambda, Greek letter lambda, Greek letter lambda, Greek letter lambda, plus exp, comma, Greek letter lambda, Greek letter lambda, Greek letter lambda, Greek letter lambda, plus exp, comma, Greek letter lambda, Greek letter lambda, Greek letter lambda, Greek letter lambda. After writing this, he paused and did a simple calculation. After making sure there were no problems, he continued writing, you can define a parameter h so that h equals Greek letter lambda, 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 h equals Greek letter lambda, 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 h equals Greek letter lambda, 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 Greek letter lambda. Then n can be simplified as n equals n0, hexpt, plus hexpt, plus hexpt. After writing this, Suyun looked at the screen again and substituted the parameters of the Greek letter lambda hyperon, n equals n0, hexpt, plus hexpt, plus hexpt. The numerator of h is I equals 1 and 1, that is, the numerator is Greek letter lambda, Greek letter lambda, Greek letter lambda, Greek letter lambda. The decay period of the Greek letter lambda hyperon is 17, so the denominator of h is the product of the difference between the decay constant of the previous Greek letter lambda hyperon and the decay constant Greek letter lambda of the Greek letter lambda hyperon. Half an hour later, a set of values was displayed on the Aurora software AA01000. 1904.8374, 2818.7308, 3740.8182, 7496.5853, 8449.329. Suyun did not look at the previous numbers, and quickly pulled the mouse down. Soon, he locked on the 18th line. 181652989. With a set of numbers, the next problem was very simple. Suyun input this number into the Aurora model, and the formula was f t equals n t n 0 equals e t Greek letter pi. Here, equals is a definition symbol, which means that the thing on the right is defined as the thing on the left. Suyun now gave this f t a physical meaning, the probability that a certain atom is still alive, not decayed, at time tn equals n0, hexpt, plus hexpt, plus hexpt. This formula describes how many atoms are left at time t. What Suyun did was to divide the number of remaining atoms by the total number of atoms at the beginning. This quantity is naturally the probability of finding the one Suyun wants in the remaining atoms. It is very simple and easy to understand. The Aurora system is connected to the secondary server of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, using part of the computing power of the Chinese Academy of Sciences supercomputer night language. Therefore, only more than 10 minutes passed. A result was displayed on the screen in front of him, t equals 0, f equals 1. Seeing this, Suyun's pupils shrank slightly. This result means that at the beginning, there was a particle on the orbit yxn plus 1, yxn, hf. It was just that its lifespan ended or its transition was disabled during the collision, so it was not captured in the end. Thinking of this, Suyun was silent for a moment and walked out of the library. He took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. After a moment, the phone was connected, and a handsome voice came from the other end. Hello, Zio-Su. Yes, it's me. Teacher, are you free now? Just got out of the lab. What's up? Suyun organized his words and said, Teacher, didn't I study a topic on Greek letter sigma hyperons before? Do you remember? Greek letter sigma hyperons are one of the more mainstream hyperons at present, with a lifespan of 0.15 nanoseconds and a slightly heavier mass than hyperons. Suyun's master's thesis is the influence of energy levels produced by strong interactions of Greek letter sigma hyperons, which involve some theoretical categories of quantum chromodynamics. Therefore, soon, Academician Pan's reply came from the other end of the phone. Yes, oh, I saw the record of you turning on the Aurora system. Is there any research result? Aurora involves the computing power of the server, and each student's share is limited. Academician Pan, as Suyun's mentor, would naturally receive relevant notifications, and Suyun did not intend to hide it from him. It's like this, Teacher, when I was studying the Greek letter sigma hyperon, I suddenly discovered a rather special phase orbit, which is somewhat different from the Greek letter sigma hyperon in eigenstate. Later, I used the Aurora system to simulate it and found that it was somewhat similar to the 4685 Greek letter lambda hyperon observed by academician Zhao not long ago, so I optimized the simulation of this orbital formula, replaced the Greek letter sigma hyperon with the decay parameters of the Greek letter lambda hyperon, and finally found that, on the other side of the phone, Academician Pan was originally tilting his head, holding the phone between his shoulder and ear, and disassembling a takeaway sorry with his hands. However, when he heard Soo-yoon's first sentence, he vaguely realized something and stopped what he was doing. When Soo-yoon finished his last sentence, his expression had become much more serious, and he completely followed Soo-yoon's train of thought. Zio-soo, what is the final F? T equals 0, F equals 1. In other words, there should be a new particle on that track. After saying that, Soo-yoon paused and added, a new particle that can be captured and observed. Chapter 202 The Big One is Coming. As the top one in the field of quantum encryption in China, academician Pan also has high attainments in particles. After all, the two are similar in some aspects. In addition, he is quite familiar with Soo-yoon's ability and personality, and knows that his student will not easily brag. For example, he never pays back the updates he owes, and never delays them. Therefore, after receiving Soo-yoon's report, he immediately informed Zhao Hangul, who is on the campus of USTC, of the situation. Half an hour later, Soo-yoon came to the outside of the National Synchrotron Radiation Laboratory of USTC and entered the base through the access card. The USTC Tongfang Laboratory is actually very ordinary in appearance, somewhat like a capped gymnasium, the kind with very old decoration. At the main entrance of the laboratory is a parking lot. There is a small fountain pool in the center of the parking lot. It often sprays water in the early morning instead of during the day, but this is just an appearance. The real core of the Tongfang Laboratory is not on the ground, but underground. The upper part is actually called the Light Source Storage Ring Hall. In the center of the hall, there is a large device similar to a wellhead, which goes straight into the ground. Deep underground in the laboratory, there are circles of special coil equipment, and the price of 1 meter starts at 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. At the same time, unlike the first-generation light source used by the Yanjing Electron-Positron Collider, Tongfang uses the second-generation light source, which is also the only second-generation light source collision equipment in China. In his previous life, when Soo-yoon was studying, he was frightened by a senior who said that a bag of instant noodles would be inedible if left in there for 2 days. Later, he learned that it was the old birds who teased the newcomers. They liked to take away the instant noodles of the newcomers in the name of nothing. However, although Soo-yoon was frightened for a long time, he really didn't have any complaints about it. First of all, it was mainly a good-natured joke from the seniors. In fact, they often brought some delicious food to share with everyone. In that environment, everyone had a close relationship. Secondly, the things that Soo-yoon took away were all old-style pickled cabbage noodles. I don't know what the senior feels now. Anyway, after the 315 gala, Soo-yoon directly forwarded the relevant video in private chat. The site returned to reality. Academician Pan and Soo-yoon agreed to meet in a meeting room next to the Light Source Storage Ring Hall, in a special meeting room for associate professors and above. When Soo-yoon arrived outside the meeting room, the door of the meeting room was opening inwards, and the situation inside could be seen clearly. Academician Pan was sitting on a chair opposite another man with a round face and a hairline, who was obviously a strong man, and they were chatting and laughing with their legs crossed. Soo-yoon happened into the room and knocked on the door gently. Teacher, Academician Pan looked up at him and nodded. Oh, Zio-soo is here, come in quickly, remember to close the door. Soo-yoon responded with a yes, closed the door after entering the room, and walked quickly to the two of them. Hello, teacher. Hello Academician Zhao. The Academician Zhao that Soo-yoon mentioned was naturally Zhao Hangul, one of the academicians of the School of Physics of USTC. He is 66 years old this year, older than Academician Pan, and is also an old man of USTC. Although Zhao Hangul's reputation at home and abroad is not as loud as Academician Pan, he is also an extremely capable scientist. He was elected as an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences in 2013, one of the selected candidates of the 100 Talents program, and is currently the General Director of the Particle Physics and Technology Research Center of USTC. He also served as the head of USTC in the Atlas International Collaboration Group of the LHC main detector. Now many students are worried about the flying pion beam, which is observed by him. After meeting Soo-yoon, Zhao Hangul pressed the cigarette butt into the ashtray and said a very Chinese greeting. Zio-soo, have you eaten? Soo-yoon smiled at him. I have eaten. Zhao Hangul nodded and motioned Soo-yoon to sit down. Then he paused and asked directly, Zio-soo, Zio Pan just found me and said that you accidentally discovered a particle track. Su Yun pondered for a moment, took out a notebook from his backpack, and logged into the Aurora system. Then he pushed a notebook in front of Zhao's Hangul and said, "Academician Zhao, I have transferred all the data to the Aurora system." From this line, Zhao's Hangul took the notebook steadily and read it carefully. As a result, after watching for a while, he looked up in surprise. S-wave separation 32.7? So light, as we all know. The lower the S-wave separation, the longer the S-wave phase shift, that is, the lower the scattering amplitude. What does this mean? It's like bungee jumping. Because of the conversion of gravitational potential energy into kinetic energy, the amplitudes produced by a normal person in an air after falling are different. The lighter the person, the smaller the fluctuation or amplitude. Greek letter lambda hyperon is the smallest hyperon, and the 4685 Greek letter lambda hyperon observed by Zhao's Hangul and his team is the lightest of all Greek letter lambda hyperons. That is, its S-wave separation is the smallest. But even for a superlight particle like the 4685 Greek letter lambda hyperon, its S-wave separation is still as high as 34.2. But the S-wave separation of this particle derived by Su Yun is only 32.7. In other words, the mass of the new particle derived by Su Yun is lighter than the existing 4685. This is very interesting. Then academician Zhao continued to watch. A few seconds later, his eyebrows were raised again. In the macroscopic field, the orbit of particles involves a very deep angular momentum problem, so the orbit of each particle is generally far apart. To use a realistic analogy, A and B are two magnets that can attract each other. If they want to slide on the ice, the distance between them must not be too close. For example, 3 to 5 meters apart. But the particle deduced by Su Yun is not like that. Its orbit and the orbit of 4685 Greek letter lambda hyperon are equivalent to only 5 or 6 centimeters in reality, but the two do not interfere with each other. This is a very, very rare situation. Thinking of this, Zhao's Hangul immediately sat up, took out a pen and a piece of paper from his body, and calculated seriously. Rustle, the sound of the pen tip sliding in the quiet conference room, is like a natural white noise, which makes people feel inexplicably calm. Su Yun and academician Pan just sat quietly by the side, waiting for Zhao's Hangul's calculation results. As the saying goes, there is a sequence in learning, and there is a specialization in skills. As one of the leaders in the field of particles in China, Zhao's Hangul has a much higher level of attainment in related fields than Su Yun and even academician Pan. Just like the pulse. Ordinary people may only feel the vibration of the pulse, but the old Chinese medicine doctor can use it to judge your physical condition, when to start the meal, etc. 20 minutes later, Zhao's Hangul exhaled a long breath, slowly put down the pen, picked up the water cup and took a sip. At this time, Su Yun noticed that his fingers seemed to be trembling slightly. A few seconds later, Zhao's Hangul put down the cup, turned to look at academician Pan, and said with emotion, "Xiao Pan, after Xiao Lu, you have brought another good student." Academician Pan glanced at Su Yun and said with understanding, "Academician Zhao, is Xiao Su's deduction correct?" "I'm afraid it's more than just correct." Zhao's Hangul took off his glasses, rubbed his nose with his index finger and thumb, and then said, "According to the results calculated by Xiao Su, there is a special particle in that orbit, and the relationship with 4685 is likely to conform to meson exchange theory." Meson exchange theory. Hearing this word, academician Pan was slightly stunned, and then his pupils shrank suddenly. Meson exchange theory. This is a theory that has been proposed for a long time, but there are still few results in front-end research. The interpretation of meson exchange theory is actually very simple. Single Greek letter pi meson exchange produces long-range attraction between nucleons. Double Greek letter pi meson exchange produces saturated medium-range attraction. And Greek letter rho and Greek letter omega meson exchange produces short-range repulsion. The spin of the Greek letter pi meson is 0. It is called a scalar meson. The spin of Greek letter rho and Greek letter omega mesons is 1. They are called vector mesons. Their rest mass is not 0, which ensures the short-range nature of the nuclear force. The non-scalar nature of the vector meson ensures the spin correlation of the nuclear force. It involves the relativistic single Bose exchange potential, the non-covariant perturbation theory of nuclear force meson exchange, and the energy-independent N meson exchange potential and Paris potential, etc. It's very simple, right? However, Although it is easy to understand in concept, it has not achieved any key results in practice. At present, the most capable of proving the meson exchange theory is the K-meson, plus a d0 particle of a bottom quark. This is the case with mesons. Not to mention the hyperons, which are also hadrons. As for what is the use of this theory? The conceptual value is naturally the first to promote the study of nuclear force. The nuclear force here does not refer to the traditional nuclear power, but to the force of the atomic nucleus, which belongs to the type of strong interaction. Students who have not been mad at their physics teachers should remember it. The four basic forces are gravity, electromagnetic force, and strong and weak forces. The real meaning of the latter two is strong nuclear force and weak nuclear force. More importantly, all forces discovered so far are different forms of these four forces, without exception. Therefore, the unification of the four forces is one of the most important things in physics, and it is the eighth unification in physics. Playing a little game, can anyone write the first 7 times in full? If they can, I will add another chapter this month. If someone can unify gravity with the other 3 forces, his status will not be inferior to Einstein. The exchange theory of mesons-hyperons involves the extension of strong and weak forces, and 2 or 3 steps behind it is the space-time model. Gravity is the distortion of space-time, so this is a difficult road to the grand unification, but it can be taken in theory. So its theoretical value is self-evident. As for the practical aspect, there are 2 main points. The first point is the meson exchange theory, or the study of Greek letter lambda hyperons, which can help us study neutron stars. The hard drive used to collect the data of the spectral profile of the first black hole photo in human history used related technology. In addition, Greek letter lambda hyperons can also play an extremely important role in optimizing the Milky Way model. This is a semi-cold and semi-hot knowledge, that is, we can currently observe many extragalactic galaxies, but the shape of the Milky Way is optimized through simulation. Because we are in the Milky Way, we cannot observe the shape of the Milky Way from the outside. It was not until 1918 that humans determined that the center of the Milky Way was in the direction of Sagittarius. It was not until more than 10 years ago that our solar system was located on the second cantilever of the Milky Way. At the same time, the optimization of the Milky Way model is carried out every year. For example, we still don't know how many black holes there are in the Milky Way. The number of stellar black holes in the Milky Way derived from the initial mass function, that is, IMF, is about 100 million, but only more than 50 are known. And Greek letter lambda hyperons are extremely enriched particles in neutron stars. If we can achieve research results on them, our understanding of the universe may be deeper. Of course, the practical value that is closer to ordinary people in reality may be the second aspect, the optimization of electronic equipment. The decay encryption of Greek letter lambda hyperons is also one of the current directions of chip research, and its core is the maximum polarization. Once the Greek letter lambda hyperon can be broken through, mobile phones, supercomputers and even energy can be greatly developed. As for the current research progress of the Greek letter lambda hyperon, considering that some students have failed the course and are about to cry, here is an explanation from someone who is not very rigorous in academics but is actually not wrong. The maximum polarization degree can be regarded as the degree of exploration. The 26% achieved by Zhao Zhangguo's team before means that the resolution of the Greek letter lambda hyperon has reached 1/4. This number is obviously insufficient in research, just like you have downloaded 1/4 of a movie, and the foreplay may not be finished. But if a new particle that conforms to the exchange theory can be discovered, then everything will be completely different. Thinking of this, academician Zhao suddenly became restless. He looked at Su Yun with an anxious and sincere expression. Zhao Su, can you authorize our team to conduct research on this data? You should know that our team is at least among the top 3 in the field of hyperons in China, and there is no need to introduce our capabilities. If we can make a breakthrough in the field of Greek letter lambda hyperons, then some technical blockades will become a complete joke. This is not empty talk. LHC's Run II discovered the God particle, but it involves the weak electromagnetic unified field theory rather than the grand unified theory. If we can catch up with Europe and the United States in hyperon theory, then we may even have a good chance to compete for the right to define the field. At this point, the muscles on Zhao Zhangguo's face were trembling. That's the right to define in this era. The right to define a field is the hegemony of the field. In a sense, it is national destiny. Looking at Zhao Zhangguo, whose neck was flushed with excitement, Su Yun suddenly felt a sense of emotion in his heart. In today's internet age, mentioning the word academician, many people tend to think of words like parallel imports and interest transfer. To be honest, as the highest level title in China, the academician is destined to be unrelated to politics and business. Just like there must be a black character in Hollywood movies, it is an unavoidable link. But this does not mean that the title of academician is watery, and these individual cases should not be used as a weapon to attack the scientific research industry in China. For example, the academician of liquor criticized by many people. In fact, she is just an additional candidate proposed by the GZ province, and is not on the final list of additional candidates. There is also Yan Ning, who has been mentioned by many people. Her situation is more complicated. A big reason why she cannot be elected as an academician is that her teacher is she. This is a pure problem of the circle. Did Lao Niu overturn Hook's table back then? Similar to Koshi, he directly pitted Abel and Galwa to death at a young age. This situation exists everywhere, and some countries are even worse than China. For example, Kolmogorov, Vladimir Arnold, and even Kenji Fukaya next door are also victims. For example, many people like to talk about academician Li Ning's corruption, saying that so-and-so has falsified papers, etc. But the problem is that there are many such cases abroad, such as Piero Anversa, former professor at Harvard Medical School and director of the Center for Regenerative Medicine Research, who had 31 papers retracted for academic fraud. There are also brothers Michel and André Nussensweig who were born in a famous immunology family. Their father's paper in 1980 laid the foundation for the scientific revolution in malaria molecular biology and vaccinology, and their mother published more than 230 scientific papers in her lifetime and won numerous international awards. One of the brothers is a professor of immunology at Rockefeller University and a double academician of Eagle AANS. The other is a cancer researcher at the Eagle National Institutes of Health. Relying on the halo left by his parents, he submitted dozens of CNS main journals. What was the result? The brothers were later exposed for falsifying papers, and some of the results were simply photoshopped by someone, which is much more outrageous than those in China. Another example is the Nobel Prize in 2018, which was awarded to two engineers who first discovered it. A bunch of Princeton physicists were waiting for it, but it was not awarded. In the end, the two engineers did not even enter the academic world. What can you say about this? Another example is that there were 1,564 C papers withdrawn worldwide, and 536 domestic papers ranked first. Many people said that your country is seriously fraudulent, but what is the truth? The fact is that among these 536 papers, 174 were withdrawn because the translation did not match the pictures. And many were republished after proofreading. In addition, there are 41 papers from the 7 Sons of National Defense. For details, you can search for the sanctions against Harbin Institute of Technology across the sea. I will not go into details this time. In short, it has nothing to do with fraud. After deducting these, the number of domestic withdrawals is just over 300. The number of Eagle withdrawals is 255, and the number of journals published in China is 3.4 times that of Eagle. It goes without saying where the real fraud disaster area is. Unfortunately, due to the lack of public opinion, few people know the truth, or no one really wants to know how many bowls of noodles you have eaten. It is undeniable. At present, there are indeed many problems in the domestic scientific research evaluation system, and many academicians are not all upright and have academic achievements. For example, Su Yun himself knows some people who are corrupt or even engaged in sex transactions. However, it is completely unreasonable to criticize the scientific research evaluation system with individual cases. This approach is also unfair to many academicians who are devoted to scientific research. In fact, when Xi Jinping, an academician of tobacco, became an academician, hundreds of academicians jointly requested a review of his qualifications within a week. It's a pity that the matter involved too many things, and in the end some forces intervened and failed. Now there are more than 800 academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and nearly 900 academicians of the Academy of Engineering, adding up to 1,700. There are probably only 50 or 60 fake academicians rumored on the internet without any evidence. Many of them were anonymously slandered, but even if they are all problematic, what proportion of these people are in the overall population? The remaining 1,600 plus academicians like Zhao Zhangguo, whose names many people can't even pronounce, but who have actually made great contributions, were all killed like this? How lamentable. Thinking of this, Soo-yoon couldn't help but take a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Then he looked at academician Pan, who nodded to him knowingly. After getting his teacher's permission, he immediately said to Zhao Zhengguo, "Professor Zhao, just copy the data directly. We are all from the University of Science and Technology. Who else can I support if not you?" Zhao Zhengguo was stunned at first, and then patted Soo-yoon's shoulder heavily. "Good boy, you are worthy of being Pan's student, then I won't be polite." Soo-yoon rubbed his arm with his teeth bared. Academician Zao's strength really lived up to his hairstyle. Since the particle collision project needs to be approved by the higher authorities, it involves many links. Therefore, the experiment cannot be started immediately. For example, the collision level of the Tongfang laboratory of HKUST ranks 3rd in China. Although the energy level of the second-generation light source is lower, the cost of scientific research is still very high. The collision of Greek letter lambda hyperons like this usually takes more than a month to prepare, and the relevant funds are about 5 million Chinese yuan, which can produce about 3 collisions. Don't think it's expensive, because the binding energy of Greek letter lambda hyperons is not high. For example, the LHC in Europe, which costs $8 billion, costs more than $2 million to start up once. It is now early December. If everything goes well, the project will probably start in mid-January next year. Half an hour later, the data handover between the two sides was completed. Seeing that Zhao Zhengguo was about to report on the project and Pan Shui seemed to have a task to do, Soo-yoon stood up and said goodbye. As a result, as soon as he left the Tongfang laboratory, the mobile phone in his pocket rang. "If I can make it before dark, I will dig out your eyes." Soo-yoon took out his mobile phone and took a look. The person who came was Gu Guangqing. He quickly walked to a shady place and answered the phone. "Hello, Aaron." After a moment, Gu Guangqing's hurried voice came from the other end of the phone. "Dr. Sue, something happened. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 203, Inheriting the Fine Tradition of the Ban. "What did you say?" In the dean's office, looking at Soo-yoon and Gu Guangqing who came together, Tian Langwei's brows were twisted into a ball, and his tone was full of confusion and anger. "Why is this happening? Not long ago, he had just reviewed a project report in the hospital when he received a message from Soo-yoon. Nutrien refused to provide Huadin Bioscience with a production line of FOERDA, T632 sequence. As mentioned before, the production process of one roach killer is divided into 2 parts. One is the cyclization structurization production process, and the other is the filing production process. The former has high technical content, while the latter has low technical content. For the latter, Soo-yoon and others chose the TC708 from Motu Chemical for filling production. The cost of the whole set of equipment is very low, and the total price of the 14 sets of modules is only more than 200,000 Chinese yuan, and there is a 3-year technical extended warranty. The cyclization structuring process involves the production of 10-epoxy 3,6-heterin carbonyline, which includes nickel acetate sodium borohydride catalytic hydrogenation, sharpless asymmetric epoxidation, alkyl epoxide rearrangement and other reactions, so the equipment requirements are very high. In the current international chemical industry, only the FOERDA, T632 sequence equipment of Nutrien Company in Maple Leaf Country meets the requirements of Soo-yoon and others. Although Nutrien had a certain degree of premium in terms of selling price at the time, the 30% premium was just stuck at an awkward point. In addition, no domestic company currently has the production capacity and experience of related equipment. Therefore, Soo-yoon and others could only record this account in a small notebook and then purchase the other party's equipment. However, what Soo-yoon and others did not expect was that after deciding to expand the production line, Gu Guangqing sent an intention email to the other party as usual, preparing to discuss the increase in production capacity. But unexpectedly, just 2 hours later, the manager received a reply in his mailbox. Nutrien refused to provide production equipment, including but not limited to all equipment between FOERDA, T632 and FOERDA, T646. Below the email was a big official seal and the signature of the board of directors. This email was undoubtedly a disastrous news for Huadong Biosciences, which had just got on track. It meant one thing: if Su Yun and others could not find a replacement equipment manufacturer, the daily average production capacity of one roach killer would always stagnate at the current level. The current daily volume is 20,000 units per day, and the cost is calculated at 10 yuan, which is 6 million yuan a month. This is obviously a situation that no one can accept. Therefore, after receiving the news, Gu Guiqing immediately contacted Su Yun, took him to Tian Liangwei's office, and informed Tian Liangwei of the situation. Tian Liangwei was a big man who had seen the ups and downs of life. After the initial surprise, his expression quickly returned to normal, and he asked seriously, "Manager Gu, why did the other party send this email? Have you learned the reason? Let's not talk about whether this practice violates trade laws, at least there are some problems in logic, right? How can they leave the business unattended? Could it be that they are going to take the opportunity to raise prices? So they deliberately put psychological pressure on us." Gu Guiqing shook his head and took out a document from his body. "Academician Don, please take a look at this." Tian Liangwei took the document, adjusted his glasses, and read it carefully. After a moment, he looked up in surprise, his eyes slightly widened. "Wassenaar arrangement?" Gu Guiqing nodded, exhaled a long breath, and affirmed, "Yes, the FOERDA T632 equipment was included in the Wassenaar arrangement listed on the day before yesterday." Tian Liangwei slammed the document on the table heavily. "This group of bastards, students who like to read industrial articles should all know one thing. Whenever the history of Chinese industry is mentioned, people often add the adjective glory mixed with blood and tears in front of it. Among them, the fundamental reason for the development of Chinese industry mixed with blood and tears is naturally foreign hostility. The direct barrier that caused this past is the many embargo regulations. For example, the famous Batumi. The official name of Batumi is the Coordinating Committee for Export Controls, which was secretly established in November 1949 at the suggestion of the other side of the sea. Because its headquarters is located in Paris, it is usually called the Paris Coordinating Committee. Batumi is a product of the Cold War. It is an unofficial international organization gathered by developed industrial countries in Europe and the United States in the field of international trade after World War II. Its purpose is very simple: to restrict member countries from exporting strategic materials and high technology to socialist countries. Included in the embargo list are 3 categories of tens of thousands of products, including military weapons and equipment, cutting-edge technology products and rare materials. Due to the restrictions of Batumi, many of our equipment can only be developed from scratch and break the monopoly step by step. Among them, there are many companies that have successfully broken through, and most of them have now become dumplings in the Republic's industry. But more of them are piles of corpses under the flag of glory. In 1994, Batcom was dissolved. But not long after, the West came up with a new agreement, the Wassenaar Arrangement. The Wassenaar Arrangement is also known as the Wassenaar Arrangement Mechanism, and its full name is the Wassenaar Arrangement on Export Controls on Conventional Arms and Dual-Use Goods and Technologies. Eagle, Neon, and John Bull are all signatories, with a total of more than 40. And China ranks first in the verification target of the Wassenaar Arrangement. Although the Wassenaar Arrangement stipulates that member states decide whether to issue export licenses for sensitive products and technologies on their own and inform other member states of relevant information on a voluntary basis. But in fact, the arrangement is completely controlled by the Eagle. For example, in 2004, the Czech government approved the Czech Arms Export Company to sell 10 Vero radar systems with a total value of $55.7 million to the Rabbit, but under pressure from the other side of the sea, the Czech Republic finally cancelled the contract. In 2006, China signed a cooperation agreement with Italy's Alenia Space to launch an Italian satellite. But also due to the intervention of the other side, the Italian side finally cancelled the cooperation agreement at the cost of economic and reputation losses. Another example is now. At present, the top 15 semiconductor equipment suppliers in the world are all restricted by the Wassenaar Arrangement, so we can't buy the most advanced chip manufacturing equipment. Therefore, domestic companies can only cooperate with a Belgian microelectronics research center, that is, IMEC. To save the country in a roundabout way, IMEC first buys equipment from ASML Applied Materials, and after 5 years of use, it meets the requirements of the Wassenaar Arrangement and then resells it to domestic companies. For semiconductors, 5 years is enough for the market to be updated 3 times. This is the fundamental reason why our domestic chips are backward. You can't buy new equipment at all. As for the Wassenaar arrangement, it is a one-on-one sanction. For example, Huawei, which everyone knows, is like this, which is a comprehensive technical blockade. Now that FOERDA, T632 has entered the embargo list, it is reasonable for Nutrien to refuse to sell. However, after finding out the reason for Nutrien's refusal, Tian Langhui's brows were still furrowed, and he was still confused. It's strange, why did FOERDA, T632 enter the Wassenaar arrangement so quickly? Our product has just been sold. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss, big fanfare? Gukwa King sighed with a wry smile and explained, Academician Dawn, this is the biggest mistake we have collectively made. We ignored the special properties of one mantis extermination. A question mark popped up in Tian Langhui's head. Special properties? Gukwa King nodded slowly, and said with emotion. Our product can be regarded as the only product in the field of biochemical engineering since the founding of the People's Republic of China that has the possibility of monopoly. To use a sci-fi term, it is a dimensionality reduction attack, and monopoly represents the right to speak. Do you think those people can give us this kind of growth space? After he paused, looking at Tian Langhui who seemed to be thinking about something, he continued to add, we first purchased equipment more than 10 days ago. At that time, our competitors did not understand our production process and were not sure which company we would cooperate with. It was impossible for them to put all chemical companies on the embargo list, which allowed us to successfully purchase 3 FOERDA, T632 devices, and once we signed the acquisition contract, and the papers and patents were published simultaneously, those people naturally knew that our partner was Nutrien. After speaking, he pointed to the document and continued, the current Secretary General of the Vienna liaison point of the Wassenaar arrangement is Mitsuo Itabashi, a Japanese. It is not difficult to push the equipment into the list. They were prepared for the embargo from the beginning, so it has nothing to do with the timing of product release. They have been eyeing us for a long time. If hackers can't break in, then use practical means to limit our development. Tian Langhui looked at the documents in front of him and fell silent. Indeed. Just as Gukwa King said, Huadong Bioscience's opponents did not start targeting them after the product was released. In fact, since the live broadcast of the disinfection of the University of Science and Technology, and even since the accident in Building 14, those opponents have been eyeing Huadong Bioscience. If Chang Licheng had not been alert at the time, Wang Xiaomin might have already cheated the sample away. Foreign enemy. The word enemy can explain everything, not fair competition, but a battlefield. Thinking of this, Su Yun on the side also sighed faintly. Actually, Huadong Bioscience has made sufficient preparations in all aspects. Whether it is public opinion, public relations or network security, there are almost no loopholes. But who would have thought that the other party would not talk about martial ethics and shamelessly make trouble with the equipment? This is like two restaurants competing. A restaurant with good craftsmanship is ready for the other party to come to the door to quarrel, spread rumors among the neighbors, and even splash black dog blood outside the door at night. As a result, the other party directly used their connections to stop the vegetable farmers from sending you vegetables. Who would have thought of this? This has gone beyond the scope of commercial competition or black people. It is purely shameless. On the other hand, the direct reason for those people to do this is naturally that they don't want Huadong Biotech to seize the market and form a monopoly. But the deeper reason, for example, why the Wassenaar arrangement can take effect, is because they don't want to see any Chinese companies stand up. They are like supervisors standing at the edge of a deep pit. Every time a palm struggles up from the bottom of the pit, they will grin and stretch out their feet and trample it heavily. Until the palm can no longer support it and completely loosens, as the climbers below fall into the deep pit, they will spit fiercely at the bottom of the pit and repatrol their territory. There is a saying that goes well. For the local area, there are only 2 countries in the world, China and foreign countries. This is not without reason. Thinking of this, Tian Langhui couldn't help but look up at Su Yun and asked, Xiao Su, what are you going to do next? Su Yun was silent for a moment. His face looked a little solemn. Teacher, first of all, we have to be sure of one thing. Nutrien's situation is obviously not an isolated case. I confirmed with Aaron on the way here. There are currently only 7 foreign companies that have the production technology for the cyclization restructuring process. Without exception, They are all member countries of the Wassenaar Arrangement. If nothing unexpected happens, these 7 companies will not provide us with relevant production equipment, so our only choice at present is find domestic products. Domestic. Hearing this word, Tian Liangwei was stunned at first, and then frowned. Xiao Su, the cyclization restructuring process involves transition metal catalysis and cyclic skeleton spiracyclization reactions. This technology has only been popularized in 2017. Laboratory preparation is definitely no problem. There are many laboratories in China that can do it. But it may be difficult to find a suitable manufacturer in China to add this link to the production equipment. As the executive director of Huadong Biosciences, Tian Hagen also contributed some efforts in the company's preparatory stage. Therefore, he is very clear. Among the current domestic chemical manufacturers, there are almost few companies that have the ability to add the cyclization structuration link to the production line. Otherwise, they would not have chosen Nutrien in the first place. Indeed, if you let companies like Huaxin Petrochemical invest heavily in research and development, it is not impossible to break through the technical barriers. But this kind of customized research and development requires a lot of money, and the time is not something Su Yun and others can wait for. According to the plan of Su Yun and Gu Guangqing, if a suitable company cannot be found, then expensive experimental equipment can only be used temporarily instead of production containers to forcibly expand production. But in this way, the production cost of one roach killer will be raised to an extremely terrifying number, and it is not known whether the profit of a finished product can be $1. Therefore, looking at Yan Liangwei with an embarrassed face, Su Yun and Gu Guangqing looked at each other and tried to persuade, "Teacher, please think about it carefully. Is there any domestic enterprise that can achieve this? If it is not possible, it is okay to charge a little premium. After all, it is the money earned by our local enterprises." Tian Liangwei's brows were still tightly twisted together, and he looked a little tangled. After half a minute, he picked up the mouse and clicked on a website. The name of this website is Surin, which is an academic BBS under the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Users can search for some content on it, such as patents or journal progress, etc., as well as some more advanced scientific research progress. Just enter the relevant information on Surin. Some content between the third review and third proofreading and publication will be displayed first to avoid collisions. In short, website users do not have to wait until the final public stage to learn about relevant information earlier than ordinary people. Then Yan Liangwei entered a string of 11-digit codes. 984,867. The first 98 is the industrial production serial number, which means that the search content is in the industrial field rather than laboratory results. 4 is the chemical code. 8 represents non-large containers. 67 cough. If you talk about it later, you will have to report your ID card at the police station. After a while, 2 pages of search results appeared in front of Yan Liangwei, with 10 on each page. These are all contents related to the search number, but most of them are marked as abroad. Then Yan Liangwei began to read them slowly. He had seen this search result more than a week ago and had a general understanding of the overall situation. Theoretically, in such a short period of time, there will not be any major breakthroughs in this unpopular technology, so he was relatively relaxed this time. But soon, when scanning a certain column of content, Tian Liangwei's expression suddenly froze. He let out a light exclamation, leaned forward slightly, and quickly clicked on the secondary connection. After a few seconds, he suddenly raised his HUD from the screen and said to Su Yun, "Xiao Su, good news, a state-owned enterprise broke through the production conversion of sharpless asymmetric epoxidation last week." Hearing this, Gu Guangqing was a little confused because of the mismatch between their majors, but Su Yun's pupils shrank sharply. In the cyclization structuring process, there are 2 main processes that are most difficult to industrialize. One is transition metal catalysis. The other is sharpless asymmetric epoxidation. These 2 processes are technical barriers that are relatively easy in standard laboratories but very difficult to industrialize. After all, the popularity of cyclization technology itself is not very high, not to mention this kind of derivative technology. Being able to break through any one of them means that there is a probability of mastering the entire set of technologies in a short time. After coming to his senses, Su Yun hurriedly looked at Yan Liangwei and asked, "Teacher, which factory is the other party, China National Materials Technology? Or Lute Holdings?" Tian Liangwei shook his head slightly and said, Neither, Su Yun was stunned for a moment, then who is it? Tian Liangwei turned the screen towards him and said, Hanho Machinery Group, the person who submitted the technology as their factory director, named Lin Hanho. Note, this embargo plot is based on real events, and the prototype is Shenji, one of the 18 arhats of that year. He has linked up with Qida, and you should be able to see Su Yun in his book soon. Chapter 204 Cooperation between two Chinese companies. Hanho Group, Lin's Hanho. Hearing this name from Tian Liangwei's mouth, Su Yun was slightly stunned. Although he was considered a person in the scientific research circle in both lives, his work unit in the previous life was after all Changfei, a place with frequent exchanges with the industrial circle. Therefore, he had heard of some people or things in the industrial circle. That Lin Zhanho was once his soldier. During his enlistment, he learned a lot of industrial knowledge from an old professor. He retired and returned home around 1979. After Lin Zhanho returned to his hometown, he took over his parents' position and entered the Hanho Machinery Factory. He started as a porter and finally turned this factory that was about to go bankrupt into a giant group. Later, a writer named Qi Cheng also wrote a book for him, called Industrial Overlord. It is said to be as good as the manual for conquering the different world. However, due to various reasons in the previous life, Su Yun had not met Lin Zhanho until he crossed over. While he respected this pioneer of Chinese industry, he was naturally a little curious. However, the focus at the moment was not Lin Zhanho, so he temporarily put the thought aside. He organized his words and asked Tian Liangwei, Teacher, how did Hanho Group suddenly break through the sharpless asymmetric oxidation? Let me see. Tian Liangwei adjusted his glasses, looked at the relevant information details carefully for a while, and then explained, Oh, I see. Hanho Group originally had a project to increase the yield of water-soluble epoxy alcohols, involving nitrogen-titanium tricyclic compounds, with an amount of nearly 300 million. Therefore, under the instruction of Director Lin, the R&D department expanded the sharpless asymmetric epoxidation technology in terms of industrial containers. After the technological breakthrough, Director Lin submitted the technology to the Ministry of Science and Technology and entered it into the archives. Of course, his original intention was not to apply for a patent, but to make a technical backup, so that any domestic enterprise in the future can directly apply for it. The system of the Ministry of Machinery is synchronized with Shuren. So after a few exchanges, the relevant reports were displayed on the Shuren website. I can only say that we are lucky. I hadn't seen this technology last time. As he spoke, Tian Liangwei glanced at the screen again and muttered, This achievement was submitted on November 21st and approved on the 27th. Why is it the 21st again? Seeing Tian Liangwei, who was a little surprised, Su Yun also leaned over to look at the screen and asked, Teacher, is there anything special about this time? Not special at all. Tian Liangwei shook his head slowly, pointed at the screen and said casually, But what's interesting is that in November, that is, around the 20th of last month, many projects in our country have achieved results. These projects are large and small, such as a diastereous selective synthesis of Greek letter beta amino acids at Nankai University and a study of a new type of MLO mutant of wheat at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Oh, by the way, Lao Zhao's Greek letter lambda superson was also first cracked at that time. This kind of situation where results are gathered together is still somewhat rare, as if everyone has agreed to announce it together. Don't you think it's strange? Su Yun was stunned when he heard this. Tell the truth. As far as Tian Liangwei himself is concerned, his words are mostly just a sharing of a novel event, and there is no other deeper meaning. After all, there are many accidents in scientific research, and there have been nodes in history where scientific research results have appeared in large numbers. For example, in June 2016, my country had a precedent of a large-scale blowout of scientific research results within this month. The first public announcement at that time was the news that China had completed the development of the prototype of the all-solid-state terahertz imaging radar system for the first time. Then the next morning, the Chinese Academy of Sciences held a press conference and announced that it had drawn the world's first human-brain connection map. 3 hours later, the Ministry of Science and Technology announced that we had created the world's first truly stable and reversible single-molecule electronic switch. 2 days later, Jiangtong University entered the venue and announced that Professor Jia Jinfeng led a team to capture major Ana fermions, a particle that the physics community has speculated for 80 years. At noon the next day, USTC also joined in the fun. USTC announced that it had successfully developed a silicon-based guided mode quantum integrated optical chip, which was eventually included in the Nature magazine. The above results were made public within 4 days before and after, and the scene at that time was much more lively than it is now. As for the number of blowouts in history, there are even more, and the photos of the 5th Solvay conference are enough to explain everything. Therefore, despite what Yan Liangwei said, he still regarded it as a coincidence. But Su-Yun was different. When he heard what Yan Liangwei said, a word suddenly flashed through his mind: national destiny. National destiny? This thing was one of the rewards of the Northern Song Dynasty copy, and the sequence was the 4th light ball. At the same time, it was also the only reward that Su-Yun did not understand except for the mysterious formula. But on the other hand, judging from the literal meaning, this word seems to be vaguely related to fortune, and it looks like a buff-like gain, which is also a common attribute in the game. However, there was no evidence or examples to support it before, so Su-Yun could not be sure whether his guess was true. But now it seems that the so-called national destiny reward does seem to be some kind of gain. At the same time, if the object is really at the level of country, it must be that the object is not limited to front-end research, and some ordinary people will also benefit from it, right? If so, then I will make a lot of money this time. Who doesn't want to see their motherland becoming stronger and stronger? But on the other hand, judging from the current situation, the so-called national fortune reward is precious, but the increase brought by the +1 is estimated to be relatively limited. If nothing unexpected happens, its actual effect should be to make some things that are just about to be done successfully, but it will not produce some results out of thin air. Just like the spring breeze. When the breeze blows, light branches may rise and fall slightly and flutter gently in the direction. But if the target is the ear, then the effect is completely zero. Therefore, if you want it to become a national fortune that can truly change the direction of the country, this +1 alone is obviously not enough. Maybe +7 +8 is about right. Now its symbolic meaning may be a little greater, that is, it is good, but it can't bring about a qualitative change. Therefore, soon, Su-Yun took a deep breath, pulled his thoughts back to reality, and focused on Hanho Group. Teacher, is there a way we can contact Hanho Group? Wait a minute. Tian Liangwei rummaged in the drawer for a few times, and soon found a few postcards. Then he opened the postcard, shook it in his hand, and said, I met Director Lin once when we were selecting national model workers a few years ago. We have often exchanged postcards and small gifts over the years. How about this? I'll call him and ask if there is a chance for us to cooperate once. To be honest, although Director Lin is almost 70 years old now, when it comes to fighting with foreign companies, he can give you a set of military boxing in a minute. Then Yan Liangwei asked Su-Yun and Gukwen King to sit down first and dialed a private phone. After a moment, a strong voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Lao Yan. Yes, it's me, Lao Lin. What are you doing now? Nothing. There's nothing important at the factory today. I ran out to fish for half a day and was about to go home. Fishing is a very relaxing job. Why does it sound a little noisy where you are? I'm buying fish and seasonings for grilled fish at the vegetable market. Lao Yan, let me tell you, I caught a grass carp weighing more than 3 kilograms today. Hey, don't rush to grab it, I saw that grass carp first. Tian Liangwei. More than a minute later, the noisy background sound on the other end of the phone finally quieted down, and the other party said, ahem. There was a small accident just now. By the way, old Yan, how have you been recently? Tian Liangwei glanced at Su-Yun lightly and said deliberately, to be honest, not very well. Hearing this, the voice on the other end of the phone suddenly rose a few notches. What's the matter? What happened at home? Not at home, but somewhere else. Tian Liangwei sighed and described the difficulties encountered by Hood and biotechnology to Lin's Hanhua. It's almost like this. The equipment was banned and the output could not be increased. The situation suddenly froze. It just so happened that I saw the technical filings submitted by your company on Surin, so I thought about asking if we can try to produce a set of cyclization structuring equipment. Fuck the devils. After listening to Tian Liangwei's introduction of the cause and effect, Lin's Hanho couldn't help but blurt out a swear word. It's been so many years, and these devils are still haunting us. Lin's Hanho was engaged in equipment export in his early years, so he had a lot of dealings with Japanese people. Because of this, he has also seen many Japanese methods. The most common one is to sell equipment at a low price and provide subsequent accessories at a high price, and the price is even dozens of times higher. For example, when Lin Zhenhe was still a technician, the second fertilizer plant of Jiangnan province once imported a set of large fertilizer equipment, including two 210,000 large-calorie ice machines. As a result, during the installation process, the main shaft of one of the ice machines was broken due to operational errors and was directly scrapped. The Jiangnan Light Chemical Department confirmed that the main responsibility was on the Chinese side at the time, so it did not ask for compensation from Japan. Instead, after dealing with the corresponding responsible persons, it proposed to the other party the intention to import another main shaft. This matter is depressing, but it is actually quite normal. It's like you bought a small electric donkey, and when you parked it in the parking space, it fell and the steel balls fell out, and you can only go to the merchant for after-sales repair. And since it is an after-sales repair, the price should be cheaper, not to mention that your own equipment was bought not long ago. As a result, the other party replied, "It is no problem to provide the spindle, but the price is $30,000. You know. At that time, the price of an ice machine was only more than $100,000, and the spindle could be sold for $300. Later, Lin Zhenhe and others, with the idea of not fighting for bread but for reputation, all technical backbones went out and made a spindle with all their strength. When the neon representative heard that we had made a spindle, he was immediately unhappy, saying that your spindle was badly broken and could not be used. Seeing this, an 8th-level worker stood up and proposed a plan: let's bet our lives. The so-called bet on life means that the wheel axles of the Chinese side and the neon side are installed in an ice machine respectively. The 8th-level worker stands next to the Chinese spindle, and the neon representative is now next to the neon spindle. Then slowly increase the speed to see which one breaks first. The initial speed of the ice machine is 1,000 revolutions per minute, and later it was increased to 150 billion 20 million 2,500. When Huawei mentioned 3,000 revolutions per minute, the neon representative was scared. Finally, they bowed their heads and admitted that there was nothing wrong with our main axis. A few years later, Lin Zhenhe encountered Japanese companies in the bidding for a large equipment in northeast China. The other party's means were even more despicable, which once put Henho Group into a similar predicament as Huad in biosciences. Otherwise, why do we say that China's industrial history is a history of blood and tears? It is precisely because any fragment can cure your low blood pressure. There is a saying on the internet that actually makes sense: Zaya Oxiba is hostile to us, mainly because we are their suzerain in history, and they don't want this mark. They want to wash away that humiliating history, so starting in 1970, Chinese characters were removed from textbooks. In 2005, they tried to cover up the truth by changing Hanchang to Seoul. This is an open desensitization policy, which is directly written in the textbooks of the Koreans. Shameless is quite shameless, but the hostility is mainly at the cultural level. But Japan is different. They are the real enemy who has left trauma to China, and have been harassing and even disgusting us through various means. For example, it was Japan that made rare earths as cheap as dirt. It was Japan that stole the high-end rice paper manufacturing process, cloisonné production process, and mulberry silkworm disease resistance technology. Currently, China's export rate of traditional Chinese medicine accounts for less than 3% of the world, while Japan accounts for as high as 90%. It was also Japan that discredited traditional Chinese medicine behind the scenes. Therefore, after listening to Tian Liangwei's description, even though Lin Zhenhe has a high temperament and self-restrained, he couldn't help but lose his composure. Then he took a deep breath, calmed himself, and said to Tian Liangwei, "Old Tian, what is the required effective volume of the homogenization system of your equipment?" Tian Liangwei thought for a moment and quickly replied, 10L, 10L volume. Industrial application of directional cyclization of CH3 through transition metal catalysis. Lin Zhenhe briefly calculated the difficulties of industrialization in his mind, and then said, "How about this, old Jan, please take the time to fax me the relevant data. I will organize a group of backbones to go through the entire process in the laboratory first, and then study how to convert it into an industrial production line. In addition, if it is convenient, you'd better send some people over. After all, our factory has never produced imidacloprid, and it is better to have dedicated guidance and many links. Anyway, you and I are old acquaintances. I dare not guarantee that this will definitely succeed, but as long as our Hanho factory produces the equipment, Lin's Hanhua, will supply it to you at a certain cost price, okay. Then we're settled. Tian Liangwei slammed the table, then covered the microphone of his mobile phone with one hand and winked at Su Yun. Su Yun immediately nodded at him in understanding. Tian Liangwei then let go of his hand and continued, how about this, Lao Lin? I'll just let my student Su Yun go to your place. He is the chairman of Huadong Biotechnology, a 24-year-old doctoral student. He is the one who invented the 5th generation of imidacloprid. No one is more familiar with the characteristics of this thing than him. Lin's Hanho had no objection to this. No problem, just tell me the number of people and flight number before you come, and I will arrange someone to pick you up at the airport. Also, don't book a hotel. Our group has a guest house, built according to 4-star standards. The decoration may not be so luxurious, but the sound insulation effect is very good, and you can definitely have a good sleep. After hanging up the phone, Tian Liangwei looked at Su Yun and said, Xiao Su, Lao Lin has settled the matter. You should hurry up and arrange some people and set off as soon as possible. Su Yun nodded, pondered for a moment, and said, okay, I'll go and prepare it now. Not tomorrow, but tonight. The production equipment of cyclization structurization is different from ordinary large containers. The effective volume of its homogenization system is only 10 L. The key to the craft is not welding or casting, but the industrialization expansion of small molecule technology. If you can't make a breakthrough in technology, you can't produce it, but as long as there is a breakthrough in technology, the mass production time of the equipment can be shortened to a very short time. The production time of some other large pressure vessels may take several months or even 1 or 2 years. But once the cyclization structurization equipment has a breakthrough in technology, it can successfully produce a set in a few days. Therefore, during this period, every minute and every second is precious. After leaving the dean's office, Su Yun quickly contacted his assistant Tang Li and quickly organized a 7-member visiting team. The leader of the visiting team is naturally Su Yun. The rest of the staff is composed of Tang Li and laboratory tool people such as Ren Yuokin and Zhou Piao. As for Gu Guangqing, who had been to Yangchang with Su Yun before, he stayed at the company headquarters this time and was responsible for the scheduling of some other things. It is also worth mentioning that among this group of people, there is a special person. He is Lao Su. Su Yun brought him with him for 2 main purposes. One is to let him see the world. Today, Lao Su has mastered the use of chat and payment software, and the health code is also well made in 2022. If you master these 3 skills, you can basically keep up with the pace of modern life. The second point is that the headquarters of Hanho Group has now moved to Zhejiang, and the headquarters is less than 300 kilometers away from Zhenjiang. And there is a mountain in Zhenjiang called Wuzhou Mountain. There is a small attraction on this mountain. It is called Susong Tomb. Chapter 205 Lin Hanhua's decision. Ladies and gentlemen, this plane has completely stopped. Please leave the cabin through the front boarding gate. Please go to the baggage claim area to pick up your checked luggage. Passengers who need to transfer to other flights at this station, please go to the transfer counter in the waiting room. Thank you for choosing China Eastern Airlines. See you next time. As the airport broadcast sounded, hula la, Su Yun and his group of 7 people dragged their suitcases out of the terminal, and the bottom wheels of the suitcases dragged a series of low sliding sounds on the ground. Su Yun glanced at Tang Li, who was looking for someone to pick him up, and lowered his voice to Lao Su. Lao Su, are you used to sitting on a plane? Lao Su calmly pulled the suitcase to the outside, making himself closer to Su Yun, and replied, I'm quite used to it when I'm in the sky, but my ears can't stand taking off and landing. Su Yun couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Although in the Northern Song Dynasty copy, Lao Su had taken a plane driven by Wang Bing, he could be considered a person who had been to the sky. But at that time, Su Yun designed a very popular Bo 2, which was not only slow, but also had a high altitude of 800 meters. That kind of primitive low-altitude flight is completely different from modern commercial aviation. Therefore, Su Yun not only bought a ticket for Lao Su this time, but also specially selected a window seat for him. After the plane rose to high altitude, even though Lao Su was a prime minister in his previous life and lived 2 lives, he still inevitably made some mistakes. He stared out the window from beginning to end like a curious baby, and occasionally made some exclamations. Fortunately, Lao Su's character is a poor student who came out of an orphanage. He received poverty subsidies during college and did not have much savings. Now that he has just graduated from college, it is normal that he has never been on a plane. After all, It is not uncommon to take a plane these days, and it is not uncommon not to have taken a plane. Therefore, everyone still understood Lao Su's gaffe and laughed it off. Su-yoon then paused and continued in a low voice, "When you arrive at a guest house, you should first adapt to the room. I have introduced the items such as the power card to you. Everything else is no different from your own home. If there is anything you are not used to, remember to find me in time. Is it okay?" Lao Su nodded, subconsciously wanting to stroke his beard, but found that his chin was hairless. He calmly adjusted his collar and replied, "No problem. Now this period is approaching the end of the year, and there are many salesmen of Hanho Group going out to collect debts, but there are not many guests who need to be received. In addition, Su-yoon and others are a visiting team introduced by Yan Liangwei, and they are considered to represent the University of Science and Technology. Therefore, Lin Hanho waved his hand generously and arranged a separate guest room for each member of the team. In this way, Lao Su is much more comfortable. Su-yoon originally planned to ask Hanho to give him 2 rows of standard rooms. And just as Su-yoon and Lao Su were muttering, Tang Li in front suddenly discovered something. She turned her head and pointed in a certain direction and said, "Dr. Su, look, the person who will pick us up is over there." Su-yoon quickly stopped talking to Lao Su and looked in that direction. Sure enough, more than 30 meters to their right, a man was holding up a pickup sign with the words Huad and Bioscience Visiting Group written on it. Seeing this, Su-yoon immediately called out to the people behind him and said, "Everyone, the person who will pick us up is in front, let's go over quickly." Then the group of people came to each other with their suitcases. Tang Li opened the contact interface of WeChat and showed it to the other party. "Hello, is this Mr. Zhao? I am Xiao Tang who contacted you on WeChat." Yes, I am Zhao Haiyang." The man quickly put down the pickup sign, answered Tang Li's question with a smile, and then quickly glanced at the few people. Since he had seen the photos sent by Tang Li earlier, he quickly locked onto Su-yoon among the people and took the initiative to extend his hand and said, "This is Dr. Su, right? I've heard a lot about you. I'm Zhao Haiyang, the manager of a service company under Hanho Group. I'm responsible for your reception. You can come to me if you encounter any problems during your stay in Hanho." Su-yoon extended his hand and shook his hand. "Manager Zhao is too polite. The flight was more than 10 minutes late. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Zhao Haiyang waved his hand indifferently, took Su-yoon's luggage and said with a smile, "It's a small matter. I'm in this business. It's my duty to receive guests. It's impossible for others to come all the way to Hanho to discuss business, and then they can't see a sign after leaving the airport. That's not the way we Chinese treat guests." Then everyone exchanged a few more pleasantries and left the terminal under the guidance of Zhao Haiyang. They came to the parking lot and got on to Mercedes-Benz V260L. In fact, with the financial resources of Hanho Industrial Group, let alone Mercedes-Benz V260L, Toyota Alphard and even Lexus LM are not unaffordable. However, the latter two are Japanese models, and Lin Hanho has been fighting with Japanese people all his life, so naturally he would not choose Japanese cars. Later in the car, Zhao Haiyang introduced the situation of Hanho factory to everyone. For example, Yongchang is the second largest city in Zhejiang province, with the international port of Yongchang Port, and the water transportation conditions are extremely convenient. It is for this reason that Lin Hanho moved the headquarters of Hanho Heavy Industry to Yongchang and developed it into a well-known domestic heavy industry leader. Today, the number of employees of Hanho Group is close to 15,000, which is about 1/3 of Bayo Steel Group and is basically the same as Wanhua Chemical. For example, people of Lin Hanho's generation got married very early, and now his grandson has also married the granddaughter of a female welder named Shin Jae-il. More than an hour later, 2 commercial vehicles arrived outside a super-large industrial park. After passing the routine security checkpoints, the 2 cars continued to drive straight and finally stopped around a building complex with a strong scientific research atmosphere. Dr. Su, after getting off the car, Zhao Haiyang pointed to the surrounding buildings and introduced him. "This is our Hanho Heavy Industries R&D Center. A little further back is the group's office area. Director Lin should be up." "Director Lin," Zhao Haiyang was talking, and suddenly the whole person was stuck. I saw his eyes fixed on a certain direction, and the second half of the words were left in his throat. Su-yoon blinked, and then realized something. He turned his head and looked in that direction. At this moment, a few dozen meters away from the crowd, an old man was walking slowly towards here with several assistants. The old man looked about 70 years old, with gray hair but a full face, bright eyes, and vigorous spirit. The color of his exposed skin was darker than that of ordinary people. At first glance, he was an experienced fisherman. Su-Yun had seen this person's photo in Tian Liang Wei's mobile phone album. This upright old man was Lin Zhenhe. After coming to his senses, Su-Yun quickly glanced at everyone and walked towards them quickly. When he arrived in front of Lin Zhenhe, Su-Yun stopped and bowed to him with great respect. "Hello, Mr. Lin." Lin Zhenhe patted him on the shoulder, then looked Su-Yun up and down. "Young man, you are the student of Lao Yan, right?" Su-Yun smiled and nodded. "I am Su-Yun. I was accepted as your disciple by Mr. Meng, and now I am about to graduate. By the way, Mr. Lin, why did you come out in person? Didn't we agree to meet in your office?" Lin Zhenhe waved his hand casually, and suddenly he had more spirit. "I heard Lao Yan say on the phone that your company is now facing an encirclement and suppression by the Japanese and foreign devils, and the battle is quite large. Anyone who dares to fight the Japanese with bayonets, an old bone, have to come out to greet him no matter what." After speaking, he glanced at Lao Su and others behind Su-Yun and asked, "Xiao Su, do you want to go to the guest house to rest for a while first?" Su-Yun was slightly stunned, but soon understood what Lin Zhenhe meant, and immediately said, No, Mr. Lin, time is running out now. If it's convenient, let's go to the laboratory now." Lin Zhenhe laughed and patted Su-Yun's shoulder again, and at the same time signaled the staff around him to take the luggage. Then he turned around and pointed in a certain direction, saying, "Okay, let's go to the laboratory first." Then, under the leadership of Zhao Haiyang, the group walked straight for hundreds of meters, passed through several buildings, and finally arrived at the door of a one-story building. "Everyone, this is our comprehensive research center." Zhao Haiyang pointed to the entrance of the building, straightened his body slightly, and introduced with pride, "This is also the #1 research center of our group. The 5-blade electric fan that laid the foundation for the development of Hanho Group was born here. Now that decades have passed, the equipment of the research center has been updated and iterated, and people have been replaced one after another, but the spirit of the ancestors has been passed down. The first set of 2 million tons of ethylene equipment and the first 1,000,000-ton hydraulic press in the country. The practical design drawings are also from here." Su-Yun and others heard this, and a trace of respect immediately appeared on their faces. This practice of retaining laboratory numbers is very common in China. For example, the famous Sinopec. Its first laboratory that developed the oil pump has also been retained, and it is still maintaining a high output. There is also this Hongjing Medical Laboratory in the central area of Ust. It was the first medical laboratory established after Ust moved south. Today, it still exudes amazing vitality and published an article in The Lancet last year. Then Zhao Haiyang opened the electronic door and let everyone in. Although the #1 research center has only one floor, it covers an area of 10,000 square meters, which is almost 100 x 100 specifications. After putting on the lab coat, Lin Zhenhe replaced Zhao Haiyang's duties and led everyone into a deeper laboratory. At this time, there were 7 or 8 researchers busy in the laboratory. Seeing Lin Zhenhe and his group appear, one of the men turned around and told the others a few words. Then he walked quickly to the crowd and greeted Lin Zhenhe. "Hello, Mr. Lin." Lin Zhenhe nodded to him, turned to introduce to Su-Yun. "Xiao Su, let me introduce. This is the person in charge of our factory's current chemical project, Chief Engineer Yu Yuaniong. The sharpless asymmetric epoxidation technology that old Yan saw on the Shuren website was a breakthrough made by Xiao Yu's team during the research process." Upon hearing this, Su-Yun quickly extended his hand. "Hello, Researcher Yu, I'm Su-Yun. Please take care of me." Yu Yuaniong's skin color is a little dark, but his personality is very outgoing. He also shook hands with Su-Yun very cheerfully. "Dr. Su, I've heard of you for a long time." Su-Yun laughed dryly and shook his hand. A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. He couldn't figure out whether he was being polite or telling the truth. Although Yu Yuaniong was a science student, he had a lot of experience. He immediately saw Su-Yun's confusion and quickly added, "You know Professor Morton Grobe, right? He was my advisor when I was studying abroad. He mentioned you on the phone not long ago." Su-Yun was slightly stunned. "Mr. Morton." After coming to his senses, the smile on his face immediately became more sincere. Morton Grobe. This was the reviewer Tian Liang Wei had chosen for him. He helped him a lot in the proof phase, and he helped to revise many semantics. Although they had no chance to meet offline, Su-Yun had always had a very good impression of Morton Groby. Therefore, when he heard Yu Yuanyang say this, he instantly felt that he was a little closer to him. Looking at the two people who hooked up in a short while, Lin Zhenhe coughed lightly and asked, "Xiao Yu, how is the equipment research going?" Yu Yuanyang's expression straightened up when he heard this, and a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. He said, "Director Lin, we have studied the data sent by the University of Science and Technology. I have to say that Nutrien is indeed a capable company. We have broken through several initial barriers, but we have encountered problems and some links. For example, IR spectrum and MIS spectrum. The laboratory level is needless to say, anyone can achieve perfect results, but in terms of industrial capacity, the maximum peak value of Nutrien equipment can reach 3.384, while the maximum value we simulated is only 2.992. Hearing this, Su-Yun on the side also nodded seriously. Tell the truth. Whether it is Nutrien or KO. These foreign companies are disgusting, but they must be taken seriously in terms of technical strength. Business methods and technical level are two concepts. We cannot say that the opponent is not like a human being and completely deny everything about them. Facing the gap and then filing the gap, this is what we should do. The mental victory method of winning at every turn is actually meaningless if used too much, and sometimes it may even have a backlash effect." Then Lin Zhenhe thought about it and said to Yu Yuanyang, "Xiao Yu, is it possible to break through these technical barriers you mentioned in a short period of time?" Yu Yuanyang was silent for a moment and said, "It's difficult. The current progress is stuck on the two problems of transition metal catalysis and directional cyclization. The former is relatively simple. The application difficulty of this technology mainly lies in the technical level, that is, after the breakthrough, it can be directly applied without the assistance of other special equipment, but directional cyclization is more difficult. It belongs to the situation where the equipment requirements are greater than the technical difficulty. If you want to use it in production equipment, you need to use some special guiding equipment, but the accuracy of this equipment is a level that we can hardly achieve at present." Lin Zhenhe looked at him thoughtfully. Hardware equipment is his absolute professional field. What is the accuracy requirement? Yu Yuanyang sighed slightly. 0.002, at least, 0.002. Lin Zhenhe's breathing paused for half a beat, but soon returned to normal. Equipment accuracy. This is a word that is often mentioned in the industrial field, but it is also the most touching. Nowadays, the development of ordinary CNC machine tools in China is already okay, and it can be said that they are not controlled by others. Although life is not particularly prosperous, it is at least comfortable and it is not difficult to eat. However, in high-precision and multi-axis linkage high-end CNC machine tools, the gap between China and the world's first class is a bit large. For example, none of the top 20 machine tool brands in the world are from China. The gap in local machine tools is a comprehensive backwardness from CNC systems to basic materials. Moreover, there is no shortcut to this backwardness, and there is no such thing as overtaking on a curve. Only long-term investment of a large amount of funds and a large number of talents can make progress. The reason for this gap is naturally those bands. The details are enough to write this book to 2 million words, so I won't go into details here. Of course, the gap here mainly refers to the civilian field, not including the military industry. Because the military industry is an investment at all costs, it is possible to bet on low probabilities. I want a 1 mm error, then I can make 10 or 100. As long as there is one error, the rest can be thrown away. But it is not the case for civilian use. In the civilian field, if you make 100 pieces, 99 of them must reach this error, otherwise you will sell them at 100 times the price. Yu Yuanyang and his team are facing this situation now. The precision of the equipment is not enough, and ordinary machine tools cannot do it. The only way is to make a set of molds for castings. But this set of molds cannot be made casually, and you have to gamble on your luck at all costs. Unless you are possessed by the Emperor of Europe and hit the target at once, it is impossible to get a set of modules without tens of millions. Obviously, this is a somewhat headache-inducing deadlock. See this situation. Lin Zhenhe pondered for a moment and said, "Everyone, as the saying goes, we have to take one step at a time. So I think we should put aside the issue of accuracy for now and try to design an industrialized solution for transition metals. What do you think, Su-Yoon and others looked at each other and nodded in unison. No problem. Just as everyone was preparing to cooperate, Lin's Han-ho turned sideways. While slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, he also made a decision in his heart. Chapter 206. Old Su shows his power for the first time. After deciding to overcome the barrier of transition metal catalysis first, Su-Yoon and others quickly changed into a set of standard lab coats. Students who passed high school chemistry should know that according to the periodic table of elements, people often look for catalysts in the area of transition metals. For example, the catalyst for synthesizing ammonia is an iron catalyst. Vanadium pentoxide is a catalyst for synthesizing sulfuric acid and nitric acid. Raney nickel is often used for the addition of olefins and hydrogen, etc. Why do these transition elements and compounds often play the role of matchmaker? Here I will explain a concept to you in human language: feedback Greek letter pi bond. When a transition metal atom, that is, a coordination bond is formed between the central atom and the ligand, the coordination atom will provide a lone pair of electrons to fill in the empty orbital provided by the central atom. Thus, a Greek letter sigma bond in the form of a coordination bond is formed. Sometimes, some electrons of the central atom may also fill in the empty orbital of the ligand molecule. This is a feedback Greek letter pi bond. In this process, the interbinding orbitals Greek letter pi 2 pi and Greek letter pi 2 pz of the ligand molecule are empty. When it acts as a ligand, it can provide lone pairs of electrons to coordinate out, or it can provide empty Greek letter pi antibinding orbitals to coordinate electrons in. As long as the central atom and the ligand have lone pairs of electrons and empty orbitals, the prerequisite for a back and forth reaction is met. In addition, the symmetry of the two is suitable, and a feedback Greek letter pi bond is formed. Seeing this, smart students should understand. That's right. If the ligand molecule forms a feedback Greek letter pi bond with a certain transition metal atom, then its originally empty Greek letter pi antibinding orbital is filled with electrons. The bond order is negatively correlated with the number of electrons in the antibinding orbital. The more electrons are filled in the antibinding orbital, the smaller the bond order, and the weaker the bond. The originally very strong N has become weaker after being tossed around by the feedback bond, which means that its chemical activity has been greatly enhanced. In other words, it is easier to make the ligand molecule react again. This is the principle of transition element catalysis. It is very simple and easy to understand. The transition metal used by Su-Yoon and his team in the laboratory is ruthenium, a metal with very stable properties and strong corrosion resistance. This thing has a very special situation. Its content in the Earth's crust is only 1/1000th, making it one of the rarest metals. But its price is very cheap, and it is the cheapest metal among the platinum group metals. However, it is cheap because of its hexagonal crystal structure. It can only be used in the laboratory in the production process of imidacloprid, and cannot be successfully used in industrial production. So in the candidate scheme given, we appended 3 metals, lanthanum, scandium, and gallium, and handed them over to Neutrine for adaptation, in the laboratory. Su-Yoon was introducing the relevant situation to Yuan Iwang. In the end, Neutrine's reply was lanthanum metal, which is also the transition metal catalyst with the highest comprehensive energy efficiency. The actual operation effect after receiving the goods is also completely in line with expectations, of course, because of this. Their equipment quotation is also much higher than expected. Opposite him, Yuan Iwang nodded in understanding. Among the 3 metals of lanthanum, scandium, and gallium, the most expensive is scandium. According to the current price, 1 kilogram of scandium with a grade of 99.9% costs about 32,000 yuan. Gallium is the second most expensive. 1 kilogram costs 2,805 yuan. Lanthanum is the cheapest. 1 ton costs only more than 27,000 yuan, which is much cheaper than the above 2. At the same time, gallium is also the best choice for catalytic effect. However, in stark contrast to the price and effect, the difficulty of mass production of the 3 metals in industrial production lines increases in turn. The equipment requirements are naturally the same. Thinking of this, Yuan Iwang picked up a report from the table beside him and turned to a page. He then introduced to everyone, Dr. Su, to be honest, we are currently stuck at the molecular sieve stage of the catalyst. Our team has tried many methods, but unfortunately they all failed in the end. Don't mention lanthanum, we haven't even made a breakthrough in scandium, because no matter what kind of metal it is, the coordinated framework heteroatoms must be highly isolated in the molecular sieve. For example, the neighbors in TOC are mainly COC. On the other hand, T mainly exists in a four-coordinated manner. We must complete the atomic defect reaction inside the container, but this is thermodynamically unfavorable. After hearing this, Lin's Hanho on the side suddenly interrupted him and asked, Xiaoyu, how did Neutrine complete this step? Can we learn from their ideas? Yu Yuanyang shook his head and pointed to the computer on the other end and said, Neutrine uses a chemical grafting patent. The whole process is connected by seams and cannot be changed at any point. If it is completely copied, not to mention the difficulty of the process, the patent protection will not be passed. They can include FOERDA, T632 and the Wassenaar arrangement, but Dr. Su and his team cannot copy the patent, otherwise it is like handing the knife to someone else. Lin's Hanho opened his mouth and seemed to want to say something. But in the end, he did not say anything and turned into a sigh. Just as Yu Yuanyang said, Hudan Bioscience is not a small private workshop. Every step of Su Yun and his team will be watched with a magnifying glass, looking for your weakness all the time. Once the production capacity of one roach killer is improved, by then, someone will surely instigate Neutrine to file a patent review and ask for verification of whether there is any patent infringement involved. Is it shameless? Of course it is shameless. The equipment is banned on one side, and it is forbidden to copy on the other side. It is simply double standards to the extreme. Is it legal? The answer is also yes. Even if Hudan Bioscience has the support of the University of Science and Technology or even the Academy of Sciences, it will not help. Once this happens, they will inevitably face extremely severe punishment and crazy attacks in public opinion. Therefore, Neutrine and those behind it will not be afraid of Hudan Bioscience copying this set of chemical grafting links. Maybe they are even looking forward to you doing so. Then Su Yun thought about it and proposed the new idea. Director Yu, what do you think of using ion beam implantation? Yu Yuanyang blinked. Ion beam implantation. Students who were ions in their previous life should all know it. The so-called ion beam implantation method. It refers to the method of accelerating metal ions generated by ionization in an electric field to form a high-speed ion beam and hit the designated substrate. Since the speed of the ion beam is very high, it can be injected into the surface layer and lattice of the substrate, thus achieving a regular effect. However, it is different from the chemical grafting method. Ion beam implantation is mostly used in the fields of physics and material science, especially in the surface modification and doping of semiconductors. It is rarely used in the preparation of catalysts. Seeing that Yu Yuanyang was a little confused, Su Yun patiently explained, think about it, the metal ions in the ion beam are all positively charged, and they will repel each other and separate, so the metal ions injected into the substrate will basically maintain a highly isolated state. Let's add a chemical intermediate, such as catechol, so that a Y-shaped molecular sieve will come out. Right. The more Yu Yuanyang listened, the wider his eyes widened, and his mouth opened involuntarily, with a stunned expression. A few seconds passed. He suddenly clenched his right fist and knocked heavily on the palm of his left hand. Yes, we can completely use the method of introducing isotopic metal ions to force out the cations in the antibonding orbital. Oh, look at my head, why can't I think of this level? Su Yun heard this and smiled without saying anything. Ion beam implantation method. This was the last paper he published before leaving the scientific research field in his previous life. It involved a defect site reaction transition effect of vanadium metal and molecular sieves. The DOI is, cough cough, I can't say it, I will lose my online name if I say it. In short, this last paper before retiring is like your first love, you may never forget it in this life. Therefore, after learning that Yu Yuanyang and others were stuck on molecular sieves, Su Yun immediately thought of this idea. With Su Yun's suggestion, the next thing is very simple. In addition to the final product, the detection method of transition metal catalysis can also use ultraviolet Raman spectroscopy technology for judgment. Especially in the field of molecular sieves, the accuracy of Raman spectrum peaks is even higher. So it's very fast. Yu Yuanyang prepared for the Raman spectrum detection. Half an hour later, Yu Yuanyang's team was ready and officially started the detection. 10 minutes after the detection began, the transition metal heteroatoms began to enter the molecular sieve framework. At the same time, the charge transfer transition absorption between that of the framework oxygen atoms and that of the framework transition metal atoms immediately appeared in the UV visible absorption spectrum. More than 20 minutes later, A report appeared on the equipment table in front of Yu Yuan. The absorption peak is in the ultraviolet region of 200 to 350 nm, and the center of the charge transfer transition absorption band is at 220 nm. Yu Yuan extracted several pieces of information and started calculations at the same time with Su Yun. 5 minutes later, Su Yun and Yu Yuan raised their heads one after another. Lin Zhenhe on the side noticed. At this moment, the expressions of both of them were a little solemn, not as happy as expected. Then the two looked at each other. And Su Yun said, "Director Yu, how many orders of magnitude did you calculate the Raman signal to be amplified?" Yu Yuan frowned and reported a number, 5 orders of magnitude. "How about you?" Su Yun raised the calculation paper in his hand to him. 5 too. 5 is not okay. Yu Yuan's brows suddenly frowned even deeper, and he looked at the report again, and said in confusion, "Strange, the center of the charge transfer transition absorption band is around 220 nm, and the nearest ultraviolet laser to this absorption band is 244 nm. The data must be correct. According to the resonance Raman principle, when the energy of the excitation light source is close to the electronic absorption band, resonance will inevitably occur between the electronic state and the vibrational state. The intensity of the Raman signal of the vibration mode related to this resonance conforms to the transition formula, so the order of magnitude of the 4 coordination should be 6 to 7. Su Yun also picked up the report, shook it like a doctor looking at a CT scan, and checked it carefully. A few minutes later, Su Yun's expression suddenly froze, and he pointed to a column and said to Yu Yuan, "Director Yu, look here, why is there such a strong Raman peak at the position of 530? After a moment, Yu Yuan and Su Yun thought of something at the same time, and said in unison, "Selective excitation, selective excitation." It refers to a situation where the response of the expression is lower than expected within a certain range. It may be man-made, or it may be spontaneously generated due to energy loss during the reaction process. It's like the gas stove in our lives. Sometimes you turn on a low heat because this dish must be stewed with a low heat. If necessary, you can always increase the heat. But sometimes you turn on a low heat because the pipeline is really running out of gas. What Su Yun and his team encountered was the latter situation, or an enhanced version of the latter. Your gas pipeline is out of gas, and the gas company also sent the gas that should have been sent to your home to your neighbor's home, causing overflow. Looking at the two people who frowned as if they saw the failed writers who subscribed to the backstage, Lin Zhenhe on the side couldn't help but say, "Zio Yu, Zio Su, my major is in industry, and I don't know much about the concept of selective excitation. Anyway, do we have a way to solve it?" Su Yun pondered for a moment and said, "I'm afraid it's difficult. We use scandium, which is the least difficult, and the ion beam chooses iron, which exhibits non-selective oxidation properties. Therefore, selective excitation occurs, mostly because some pulse characteristics appear in the interaction stage. For example, iron ions and chemical intermediates produce some band feedback, delaying the reaction that should have occurred in the 3rd minute to the 5th minute. Of course, this is just a metaphor. In short, this problem is difficult to solve in a short time. Our only choice at present is to bite the bullet and adopt this method for production. After all, although the band is different from the straight line, it can also produce some products, but in this way, our production cost and efficiency will be affected." Lin Zhenhe frowned. "I see." Then Su Yun pondered for a moment, and was about to say something nice to comfort Lin Zhenhe. But before he could say anything, Lao Su beside him suddenly gently pulled his sleeve. Su Yun then shut up and turned his head. He found that Lao Su had winked at him and said, "Talk to the side." Su Yun thought for a moment, pretended to be casual and patted Lao Su's shoulder, pointed to the water dispenser not far away and said, "Zio Su, come with me to pour a few glasses of water for everyone. We have been doing experiments for so long, and everyone will be exhausted if they don't drink water." Lao Su immediately understood. "Okay, senior." After walking to the water dispenser, Su Yun glanced around and asked Lao Su in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Lao Su first placed a disposable water cup on the water outlet, pressed the switch, and said to Su Yun, "Zio Su, I don't know much about the specific concepts you are talking about, but the so-called chemical intermediates made me think of something. I wonder if it will inspire you, so I'll talk about it for the time being, and you can listen at will. If it can help, that would be the best. If it's wrong, just ignore it." Su Yun put a plastic cup full of water aside and replied, "Mr. Su, Please feel free to talk. Lao Tzu nodded, pondered for a moment, and said, when you were assembling the telescope that day, you mentioned something that I have never forgotten. At that time, your general meaning was that the telescope needed a parabola as an intermediate carrier to reflect the image, but the industrial level of the Song dynasty was limited, and it was impossible to process a spherical mirror that met your requirements, so later you took a different approach and chose rotating mercury to achieve the parabola effect. In my opinion, since the so-called chemical intermediate is also used to play a relay effect, perhaps its principle has nothing in common with the mercury parabola. But the two may have some similarities in nature. In that case, I would like to ask a question. Can we draw inferences from the current situation and try to use liquid as this intermediate, and avoid the occurrence of selective excitation through the special properties of the liquid? Hearing this, Su Yun was stunned at first. Then his pupils shrank suddenly. What Lao Tzu said was a classic operation he compared in the Northern Song dynasty copy. At that time, there was a lack of knife-edge instruments and interferometers in the copy, so Su Yun could not grind a precise spherical lens. Therefore, he used rotating mercury to realize the parabola and achieved the same effect through a quasi-RC structure. Although this operation has nothing in common with catechol, as Lao Tzu said, the two are actually somewhat similar in nature. One reflects light, and the other reflects the wave band. Both play the role of a relay. Therefore, if this idea can be expanded, catechol can be replaced with some other special liquids. At the same time, through the centrifugal force of the liquid, the band of solid matter is fed back to the balance. It seems really feasible? Chapter 207. Only the boss is left. After getting inspiration from Lao Tzu, Su Yun did not dare to neglect it. He immediately chose to return to the scene and told Yu Yuanyang and others about this idea. What? Use liquid as an intermediate. After hearing this idea, Yu Yuanyang looked at Lao Tzu, who was looking at him with a look of I am a passerby, in surprise, and immediately fell into deep thought. The ion beam density we use is a low-energy ion beam of 110 keV, and 3 spectral bands should be generated in one cycle. If we set up a liquid device with a constant cycle, we can feed back the bands to balance them when the peaks appear. Hiss, it seems possible, considering that some students may not understand the nature of the intermediate in this reaction. Here's a very simple example to illustrate it. It is really very simple. Suppose there is a very long conveyor belt, and the height of the feed port connected is 4 centimeters, and 95% of the items on the conveyor belt are 3 centimeters. 3 centimeters against 4 centimeters. Those items can naturally pass through the feed port smoothly. But in addition to these 3 centimeter objects, a 5 centimeter giant will appear on the conveyor belt at regular intervals, for example, every 30 seconds. However, the feed port cannot be permanently raised due to various restrictions, so the material will get stuck. At this time, someone proposed a plan. Although we cannot permanently raise the feed port, we can set a program. Wouldn't it be nice if the feed port can be temporarily raised to 6 centimeters for a few seconds every time a 5 centimeter giant appears? Perhaps this approach requires a certain cost, but it is obviously much lower than permanently raising the feed port. At least it is within the acceptable range. Although the problems that Su Yun and others need to consider in today's practical operation are much more complicated than the above examples. But the two are actually interoperable in nature, and both use docking cycles to balance certain abnormal energies. Thinking of this, Yu Yuanyang suddenly became restless. He turned around and said to Su Yun, Dr. Su, what do you think should be used as the balancing liquid? Su Yun made an H-shaped gesture with his right hand, covering the front of his nose, and picked up the report from the table with his left hand again, and looked at it carefully. Chemical intermediates. As the word implies, it refers to some common relay substances in the chemical industry, which can be subdivided into 11 categories. In addition to additives, chemicals and daily chemicals, these 11 categories also include liquids such as reagents, coatings and dyes. However, Su Yun and Yu Yuanyang were obviously not discussing this type of conventional liquid, but some other special liquid materials with different concentrations. This material must first have the property of not participating in subsequent reactions, and at the same time have suitable properties, and cannot react with ion beams. In this way, a considerable part of salts are excluded. The second thing to consider is the intermolecular force of this material, that is, the coordination of the molecular spatial configuration in the hybrid orbital. Therefore, Su Yun thought about it and took a pen and paper. He wrote down a noun and handed it to Yu Yuanyang. Director Yu, What do you think of this? Yu Yuanyang took a look at the result, potassium ferrocyanide. Su Yu nodded and explained. The ligand of potassium ferrocyanide is Cn, and the coordination number is 6, if I remember correctly. Its charge to mass ratio at the 110 keV energy level should be around 11.5, and it seems to be about 11.54, which is very close to our requirements. At the same time, because its central atom is a trivalent iron ion, it will only react with ferrous ions, and there is an inherent chemical barrier with the iron-ion beam. Also, although potassium ferrocyanide is toxic, it is actually widely used in the industrial field. It should meet the requirements to be an intermediate in a closed device, just as Su Yun said. Potassium ferrocyanide is a red crystal, and its aqueous solution has a yellow-green fluorescence. It generates a dark blue precipitate when it encounters ferrous salts. At the same time, it is easy to reduce in the sun, and it can be completely decomposed by burning to produce highly toxic potassium cyanide and cyanide. Students who were poisoned by potassium cyanide in the previous life should all know about it. Potassium cyanide is an alkaline substance. Direct stimulation of the mucous membrane will cause irritation, leading to faster and deeper breathing, fatigue, and headaches. Then you will begin to have difficulty breathing and your blood pressure will rise. At the same time, because the tissues cannot use oxygen, the venous oxygen saturation increases, causing the skin and mucous membranes to turn cherry red. In the end, you will have convulsions and your muscles will begin to relax. As a result, symptoms such as cardiac arrest and multiple organ failure will occur, leading to rapid death. Therefore, in the civilian field, potassium ferrocyanide has always been a strictly controlled substance. However, in the industrial field, this thing is still very common. It is widely used in industries such as photographic paper, printing, pharmaceuticals, fertilizers, and steel. It is a substance that is very popular and not illegal. Think of this. The light in Yu Yuanyang's eyes became brighter, and he pondered, potassium ferrocyanide. Potassium ferrocyanide seems to have a chance. Then he thought for a moment, looked at the assistant beside him, and asked, Xiaojin, look in the database to see where the stretching vibration of the CN bond appears under the condition of 10 atmospheres of potassium ferrocyanide. The Xiaojin mentioned by Yu Yuanyang is a girl who is very rare in the chemical industry. She has short hair and looks quite capable. She pressed a few times on the keyboard, and soon raised her head and replied, I found it. The range is 2356 to 3091 cm-1. What about free radicals? Xiaojin tapped the keyboard a few more times. 45 degrees. 45 degrees. Yu Yuanyang repeated the number thoughtfully, and looked at the previous test results again. Although the detailed peak comparison still needs experimental calculation, judging from these data alone, potassium ferrocyanide seems to be a good choice. In fact, the intermediate that Yu Yuanyang first thought of was cobalt carbonate iron complex salt, which is a substance commonly used in lithium batteries. But cobalt carbonate iron complex salt is just as its name suggests, it is a compound with very complex composition. Although it can also achieve a good intermediate effect in a molten state, the difficulty and cost of preparing molten cobalt carbonate iron complex salt are undoubtedly much higher than that of potassium ferrocyanide aqueous solution. If this is laboratory preparation, it is easier to say. After all, the amount required in the laboratory is not much, and the mode is also different. Most laboratory production does not need to consider the cost too much. If the product can be obtained, it can be considered that the method is effective, and it can even be used to write a paper. But the industrial field is different. The industrial field must take into account various practical problems, to put it bluntly, the profit margin, and naturally the simpler and cheaper the better. This is why substances such as hydrochloric acid are divided into two methods, laboratory preparation and industrial preparation. Predictably, some people will say that the sentence structure is mixed. Thinking of this, Yu Yuanyang immediately made a decision. Attention, all departments, let's try potassium ferrocyanide first, and if it doesn't work, we'll consider other substances. Start preparing now. As a well-known heavy industry group in China, Hanho Factory naturally has a lot of potassium ferrocyanide in stock. Therefore, soon, a newly prepared high-concentration potassium ferrocyanide was placed on the test bench as a substitute for catechol. At the same time, considering that the key this time is to soften the feedback band and the key is to lock the peak. Therefore, Yu Yuanyang deliberately adopted a detection method combining Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy and Raman spectroscopy, which is very targeted. Half an hour later, Yu Yuanyang calculated the cycle of the rotating equipment, and the second round of experiments officially began. Ding shua shua shua. Another 15 minutes passed. The report results were officially released. Yu Yuanyang took the report and glanced at it quickly. Then his face lit up and he said to Su Yun, Dr. Su, the absorption peak shifted 40 nm to the right after the iron-ion injection, but the selectivity peaks at positions 530 and 1060 did not appear. There is no doubt that your idea is right. The special liquid completely balances the interference of the feedback band. Hearing this, Su Yun and Lin Zhenhe were immediately delighted. Just as Yu Yuanyang said. This report basically confirmed Su Yun's or Lao Su's ideas, which means that transition metal catalysis is no longer an insurmountable chasm. As early as when they came to the laboratory, Yu Yuanyang introduced that their team had broken through some previous technical obstacles and was stuck at the molecular sieve step. After the molecular sieve, the only problem left was the equipment problem of directional cyclization. Indeed, directed cyclization is the last barrier, and the difficulty may be higher than all the previous links combined. But at least for the whole situation, there is only one big problem left to be solved, which is definitely many times better than a bunch of problems left. It's like an online game. Before officially attacking the boss, most players will first clear out the small monsters and elite monsters, and then focus on the boss as a single target. Of course, before launching the final general attack, Yu Yuanyang and his team still have a problem to solve first, that is, how to adapt the transition metal to the lowest cost metal lanthanum. However, this problem belongs to the category of pure industrial optimization and is beyond the capabilities of Su Yun and others. In addition, the specific optimization will not produce results in a short time, and it will take at least 2 days. Therefore, after a simple handover, Su Yun and his team temporarily left the laboratory and were taken to the guest house of Hanhe Group by Zhao Haiyang. The guest house of Hanhe Group is a newly renovated 8-story building. The interior decoration is not luxurious, but it looks quite grand. The specifications of the single room in the guest house are a 1.8-meter bed, there is no bathtub in the bathroom, and there is only a desk in the room besides some basic facilities. The curtains in the room are electric, and there is also a Ziodo on the bedside table to provide voice assistance. At the same time, as Lin Zhenhe said before, the soundproofing of the room is extremely good. Su Yun played a recording of a snoring ear root that a friend gave him to ward off evil spirits in the next room, and found that the sound could not be transmitted at all. All in all, it is a standard 4-star standard. However, Su Yun did not choose to take a shower and go to bed to rest for a while. Instead, after putting away his luggage, he met Lao Su outside the door. Then he explained some things to Tang Li, and took the car prepared by Zhao Haiyang and drove to Yongchang railway station. The destination they must go to is very clear, first to Zhenjiang, then to Wuzhou Mountain. Finally, arrive at Su Song's tomb. Chapter 208. Among the various hills in Zhejiang urban area and suburbs, the meaning of the name of Wuzhou Mountain, located in the southwest of the suburbs, is the most controversial. Wuzhou Mountain is also called Wuzhou Mountain in the local county annals, so many people believe that its name comes from some ancient poems. Some people say that its name comes from Zhengbu's poem A High Hill Rises in the northwest of Haimen, and the 5 states can be seen from the top of the peaks. Others say that it comes from the record in Wengsuan, of the 9 states, Songgot 5. The people of the 5 states are eager to see the emperor's favor. There are also rumors that Wuzhou Mountain is a new dragon vein that appeared in Zhenjiang after Qin Shi Huang dug through Jinggayan Mountain. The one who got it can own half of the world, hence the name Wuzhou. There are many similar rumors, and it is difficult to distinguish true from false. The only thing that can be confirmed at present is that Wuzhou Mountain got its name after the Kaibao period of the Northern Song dynasty, that is, 968 to 975 AD. The 5 peaks of Wuzhou Mountain are somewhat similar to human palms, with the highest peak in the middle and lower at both ends. The mountain is steep towards the north and relatively gentle towards the south. However, even the highest peak, Zhongfeng, is only 306 meters above sea level, far from the scale of a famous mountain. Therefore, it has never been well known, and is relatively famous only in Zhenjiang. But as the saying goes, a small sparrow has all the organs. just an ordinary mountain with a height of more than 300 meters. There are many scenic spots such as Lawen Peak, Cheyenne Cave, Mukden, Zixi, Zhuoxi Spring, Ziding Spring, Lupeo Spring, Kayan Chijing Rigwen, Woyan Erding, etc., plus the two temples of Xianxi Temple and Yinsheng Temple. At this moment, on a small path in the mountains, there are two young men, one in front and one behind, stepping on the stone steps, moving up step by step. The two are Su Yun and Lao Su. In fact, the origin of the name Wuzhao Mountain is not so high. After walking for a while, old Su wiped the sweat from his forehead and pointed to the vaguely visible branch of the Zhenjiang River not far away and said, "In the Song dynasty, Zhenjiang was the starting point of the Southern Grand Canal and the hub of the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal, and it was an important waterway for water transport. When I was a patrol officer of the Southern Grand Canal, I once looked at the port from the top of this mountain and saw 5 huge boats sailing side by side in the river. Later, I heard that this mountain had no name, so I casually said, why not call it Wuzhao Mountain? The then magistrate Wang Wenyu recorded it in the county annals. Later, the Jin people destroyed our country's destiny. The mountains and rivers sank, and the Zhenjiang county annals of the Song dynasty disappeared. Therefore, later generations passed it on, and Wuzhao Mountain became Wuzhao Mountain, and added all kinds of imagination, which is quite interesting." Su Yun, who was standing by, handed him a bottle of mineral water, leaned against a stone, and said with a smile, "This is the power of imagination. If you add some imagination while eating melons, you won't even know where things will go in the end. For example, when I was writing novels, I didn't know when I got the nickname of Fishing Girl. In the end, even the editor thought I was a girl. The most outrageous thing was that on Women's Day, he asked me if I wanted to accept an interview on behalf of female authors, Lao Su. Then the two of them rested for a while and continued to climb up. As the only two temples in Wuzhao Mountain, Xianxi Temple and Yinsheng Temple have a long history of inheritance. Among them, Xianxi Temple was built in the 5 Dynasties period and was rebuilt 4 times during this period. Chen Sheng, the prime minister during the Xining period, was buried here. Yinsheng Temple is even older. It was first built in the 6th year of Tang Dazhong and was rebuilt 3 times. The most famous person buried around is Su Song. According to the original historical trajectory, you should have returned to Jinkao, which is now Zhenjiang, 1 month after the day I appeared. Outside Yinsheng Temple, Su Yun was holding a mobile phone and telling Lao Su about his affairs after his death. Then on June 18 of the following year, Yu died of illness in Runzhao, and the descendants of the Su family buried Yu in Wuzhao Mountain. Later, Volume 7 of the Jiating Chronicles recorded that the shrine of the former prime minister, Duke of Wei, Su Song, is in Yinsheng Baokan Temple. Oh, there are many people who have come to worship you in history. Song Si, Wen Xiangxiang. My goodness, Zhu Yuanzhang also burned incense for you. Zhu Yuanzhang. Lao Su was stunned when he heard this and asked, is it the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, the one whose face looks similar to the donkey in my house? Yes, this is indeed a bit of a coincidence. Lao Su nodded thoughtfully, and then said to Su Yun, Zio Su, where exactly is my grave? Su Yun glanced at the screen of his mobile phone, adjusted the direction, pointed to the northeast and said, it should be there. The excavation of Su Song's tomb can be traced back to 2007, and substantial progress occurred in 2018. At that time, the Cultural Relics Department of the Culture, Broadcasting, and News Bureau of Zhezhou City led an archaeological survey of the Bifu area of Wuzhao, Shandong, and finally discovered a 2,000 square meter cemetery. At that time, many ceramic relics and building components were unearthed in the cemetery, with a number of 30 or 40 pieces. The shapes include bowls, jars, etc., and the age is no later than the Southern Song dynasty. Archaeology unearthed 2 building components. One of them is the remnant of a mud-gray powdery ridge tile, and the other is a tile with animal face pattern, which has typical Northern Song characteristics. The Cultural Relics Department later conducted many detailed surveys, and finally held the archaeological exploration of the large tomb site of the Song dynasty in Bifu, Wuzhao, Shandong on April 15, 2019, and confirmed that the owner of the tomb was Lao Su. In early 2021, the state approved the Archaeological Excavation License Examination No. 2021-007, agreeing to conduct formal archaeological excavations on this tomb site. At the same time, a Su Song character museum was built around Su Song's tombstone near Yinsheng Temple. As we all know, Zhenjiang is a city with very rich tourism resources. There are 2 5A level scenic spots in the city, and 7 4A level scenic spots. The number of tourists has been maintained at a high level for a long time. Therefore, when Su Yun and his companions arrived here, they not only saw some scattered tourists, but also a building full of modern atmosphere suddenly appeared in front of them. "What did you say?" Su Yun looked at the ticket booth in front of him, and a series of question marks appeared on his forehead. "Do you have to buy a ticket to visit Susong Temple?" The ticket seller was a chubby little girl. Hearing this, she said in a tone with a little politeness but no emotion, "Yes, there are many cultural relics unearthed from the Song dynasty in Susong Temple. Behind it is a tea garden and Zuoxi Spring, Ziding Spring and Lupeo Spring, which can be regarded as a combination of attractions. This is the requirement of the Bureau of Culture, Radio, Film and Television and the Tourism Bureau. After all, it is also a cultural protection unit. Most places in the country are like this." Su Yun glanced at Lao Su quietly, and inexplicably a sense of déjà vu of the last emperor visiting the Forbidden City emerged in his heart. Then he took out his phone and scanned the QR code. "Okay, how much is it?" "Children under 1 pan and seniors over 70 years old are free of charge, and 1 pan is 10 yuan, which is exactly 1 pan as the full ticket." Su Yun paid 20 yuan without hesitation, took the ticket stub from the ticket seller, and walked into the scenic spot with Lao Su. Behind the ticket counter is a quiet wooden plank road. The winter sun is very comfortable and warm on the face. The two walked straight for more than 50 meters, and a brand new building appeared in front of them. The building covers an area of about 300 to 400 square meters, and there is a bronze statue in the front. The building has only one gate, and the 3 words Susong Tomb are written at the entrance. Su Yun took Lao Su to the bronze statue. He first looked at the bronze statue, and then at Lao Su. "Su Yun, how to say it? It's like making Tony Leung look like Yang Di." Then Lao Su looked at his portrait, suddenly thought of something, and walked to the bronze statue. "Zio Su, take a photo for us. Remember to take the 3 words Susong Temple at the back." Su Yun continued. After taking the photo, the two walked into the Susong Temple. The interior of the Susong Temple is somewhat retro, mainly in dark colors. As soon as you enter the house, you will feel a sense of heaviness brought by time. The walls of the temple are engraved with some introductions and portraits of Lao Su, and there is a small TV playing Lao Su's life. For example, the year of death, life achievements, historical evaluation, etc. There are some display cabinets under the wall, which are filled with objects that have not been moved to the museum. Old Su and Su Yun started to walk from the left side, visiting the relics dug out from Old Su's tomb. This should be the tea set in the front hall. "Look, this hydrangea pattern is specially used to receive guests." Tisk, do you see the lower part of this lamp holder? In the entire Su mansion, only Yuanian can use this lamp holder. Because his index finger was missing a part on the battlefield and he couldn't hold things steadily, I asked someone to make him a special lamp. This is. Su Yun also walked, listened and watched with interest. These objects that had been sealed for nearly 1,000 years did not feel strange to him at all. For example, he saw a bamboo basket. It was a tableware used by the Su mansion's green servants. Su Yun's first breakfast in the Su mansion was served with this thing. It has not been decayed for more than 900 years. I don't know if it is because of the special environment inside the tombstone, or if it was subjected to some means before it was buried. For example, he saw a stone mill, which was also an object in the old Su mansion. Of course, Su Yun was not very familiar with this thing. It was Brother Donkey who was familiar with it. While they were visiting, a young couple came nearby, sticky and emitting a sour smell of love. The girl leaned on the boy's arm and said as they walked, "Yuan, do you think this introduction is true or false? Is this person named Su Song really that great?" The boy was a gentle boy wearing glasses. After thinking for a few seconds, he said, "These are all achievements recorded in history. They should be true, right?" The girl asked again, "Then why haven't I heard of this person's name in textbooks?" The man opened his mouth, as if he wanted to explain, but finally gave up. "I don't know about this. There must be a reason. By the way, what do you want to eat tonight?" "Tonight? How about stinky mandarin fish, stinky tofu, stinky amaranth stems, and a bowl of snail noodles?" "Okay, I'll eat you after we finish eating." Not long after the couple left, Su Yun and Lao Su also finished a circle. Old Su adjusted his breathing, pointed outside the door, and said to Su Yun, Let's go and see my grave, Su Yu nodded. He took old Su out of the Susong temple. Friends who have been to Washao Mountain should know. The grave that old Su mentioned is actually a cemetery similar to a cenotaph. After all, the real tomb has not been fully opened yet, and old Su's coffin has not been unearthed yet. The tombstone of this cenotaph was built by Song Huzong after old Su's death. Later, the Cultural, Broadcasting, and News Bureau took the opportunity to build an empty tomb behind the tombstone for some of old Su's descendants to visit and worship. If you have to say the layout of the entire tomb, it is somewhat similar to Yu Fei's tomb in Westlake. The tomb is located on a platform about 30 meters above the ground, and there are several small steps on the platform. The height of the tombstone is about 1.5 meters, and behind it is a mound with a diameter of about 2 meters, surrounded by some trees. In front of the tombstone are some incense altars, which seem to be used for tourists or descendants to burn incense. Coming to his own grave, looking at the names of his descendants on the tombstone, a trace of emotion gradually emerged in Lao Su's eyes. After gradually adapting to the environment, he actually asked Su Yun to check the information of his descendants. I don't know if it is lucky or not. Among the 6 sons under his knees, Xiao Su number 1 and number 2 died before the outbreak of the Jikang change due to their old age. They died at the ages of 78 and 74. The remaining Xiao Su number 4 was scrapped prematurely due to CPU overload and died in a brothel at the age of 47. In addition, Lao Su's other 3 sons and descendants successfully lived to the Southern Song dynasty and gave birth to many clansmen. Lao Su's bloodline has been passed down to the present, with branches in Zhenjiang, Tongan and even southern Sichuan. To be honest, this is already a good ending, which can be called spreading branches and leaves. After a while, old Su reached out and touched the tombstone, his fingers sliding over the rough lines, and suddenly asked, Xiao Su, do you know what I was thinking about the night you appeared? Su Yun shook his head very simply, I don't know. Old Su turned around and looked at him, a trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes, and said, at that time, I was thinking that I didn't have much time left, and I was afraid that I would not live for a few years. I don't know how the world will evaluate me thousands of years later. Originally, I thought that even if the history books would not compare me with Zhang Heng and Guangxu Ban, at least I could have a reputation like Li Dao Idun, right? After saying that, he sighed and looked back. His eyes seemed to want to penetrate the many obstacles and lock on the figures of the dogman couple. As a result, thousands of years later, few people knew about me, and some even doubted the authenticity of what I did. Hearing this, Su Yun opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But old Su waved his hand before him and interrupted, no need to say things like only those who really know you understand how great you are. This is a distorted theory, just for comfort. Although the couple's appearance and temperament were not the best, their clothes were made of fine materials, and they did not show any signs of hard work. They were probably a couple with decent family conditions. What they can represent is the mainstream thinking of ordinary people. Who is Su Song? After saying this, old Su suddenly turned around and looked at Su Yun seriously, but fortunately, I've lived another life now, and everything is different. This represents another possibility, a possibility for me to prove myself. Xiao Su, I thanked you once before, but that was for the people of my great Song dynasty. Now I still want to thank you, but this time I'm thanking you for myself. Thank you for saving me from having to be like the dry skeleton underground, staring at the ground in the dark coffin, listening to the doubts of future generations but unable to explain. Then he paused, changed the subject, and said, I know that Boeing is no longer popular in this era, and your personality will certainly not accept it, but today when I was surfing the internet, I heard that a song called Listen to Me Say Thank You seemed to be very popular. So, stop, before Lao Su could finish. Su Yun grabbed him fiercely, and cold sweat ran down his face. If you don't want me to be buried here, then forget it. If you really want to help, you should study hard and try to join my team as soon as possible. This is more useful than any thank you. You don't know how magical this song is. Readers will really beat me into a fishing girl when I sing it. That's it. Su Yun persuaded Lao Su for several minutes before he gave up Lao Su's idea. While the two were talking, not far behind them, 7 or 8 middle-aged people suddenly appeared. These people were men and women, and they looked a little dusty. After everyone came closer, the fat man in the lead took the initiative to step forward, smiled and asked Su Yun and the others, 2 little brothers, excuse me, are you here to have fun or to worship? Su Yun glanced at the others who were taking things out, and did not answer him, but asked, "What's the matter? Is there anything I can do for you?" The fat man took out a business card from his pocket, handed it to Su Yun, and explained, "It's like this, we are the Su clan group in Zhenjiang, and I'm the chairman Su Hui. Today is December 10th, which happens to be the birthday of our Su ancestor Su Song. The main place for our clan to worship their ancestors is in Tonggan, Fujian province, but Zhenjiang is the tomb of Suzu after all, so we have organized some representatives to come and worship. If the two little brothers are tourists, please understand and move to another place to have a look first. If you are Su clan members from other places, you can also come together to worship Suzu. After all, we are all from the same clan." Su Yu nodded in understanding. Then he looked at old Su, and was about to speak and leave. But old Su took out his ID card from his pocket and handed it to Su Hui. "I am also a descendant of the Su family who came to worship the ancestors. This is my ID card." Su Hui took the ID card and looked at it for a few times, and his eyebrows raised. "Good guy, you are also called Su Song. In fact, in the clan management, unless it is a descendant who has been separated from the house, when naming a child, the clan members generally do not give the same name as the ancestor. However, with the popularization of various modern concepts, clan customs have gradually become more niche, and many people don't even know the names of their ancestors. Therefore, when naming, it is often the case that the same name as the ancestor appears. For example, the ancestor of Su Yun's branch of the Su family was called Su Wei, a name with no characteristics and some common names. As a result, in a worship ceremony a few years ago, Su Yun met 3 clan members named Su Wei at the ceremony. Therefore, after the initial surprise, Su Hui quickly accepted old Su's identity. After all, the Su family in Tonggan only has Su Song as the main branch, and the bloodline is very pure. In addition, the other party appeared in front of old Su's grave at this time, so his identity as a member of the Su family was obviously not a problem. Just like that. Half an hour later, looking at old Su burning paper with Su Hui in front of his own grave with relish, Su Yun couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This painting style is too outrageous. Chapter 209, A letter from the Newton. In recent years, due to various official regulations, ancestor worship and other activities have been restricted a lot, and they can no longer be as grand as in the early years. In addition, the Zhenjiang Su family is only a branch, so the whole worship process is more concise. There is no ritual, no stage. There are no thousands of people worshipping. There are only pieces of paper money that are put into iron cylinders and burned to ashes in the side of the accompanying official personnel. However, the informality of the process also means that there is relative freedom of speech and behavior, and everyone does not need to be so restrained. Therefore, in the process of burning money, Su Hui and Lao Su would chat from time to time. After all, the information that can be found on the internet is limited, and the survival of many descendants can only be recorded by their own clan. All 6 of Su Gong's sons were officials, so after Su Gong passed away, the 6 sons returned to their posts as officials after the mourning period, and their descendants spread out, perhaps because he had served as the clan chairman for a long time. Su Hui's tone was slightly ancient. The bloodline of Su Gong's second son remains in Zhenjiang now. Including the Su family members who are doing business and studying outside, there are more than 600 people in total. There was a Sujia village in Zhenjiang in the early years, but later they all moved into the city. "Look, it's right there," Su Hui said, and pointed to a certain direction at the foot of the mountain. Old Su's eyesight was not bad, and he could vaguely see that there seemed to be a factory there. Then Su Hui thought of something and continued, "In fact, according to the family tree records, there was also a Zijia village established together with Sujia village. The 2 villages are less than 500 meters apart, and they have a close relationship with each other. They often intermarry and are as close to each other as a family to the outside world." Old Su was stunned. "Zijia village?" "Yes," Su Hui nodded, with a trace of emotion in his eyes, and recalled, "It is said that the ancestor of Zijia village was Su Gong's personal servant. After Su Gong's death, he has been guarding the tomb in the cemetery. His name seems to be Z something." Just when Su Hui was a little stuck, a name suddenly popped out of old Su's mouth. "Z Yuanian? Oh yes, it's Z Yuanian." Su Hui clapped his hands immediately, and felt an inexplicable sense of relief as if a huge rock blocking the road had been moved away. He immediately said, "It is said that this person followed Su Gong for decades, and about 5 or 6 years after Su Gong's death, He also followed him, but his descendants stayed in Zhenjiang, and they have been together for hundreds of years. But later, the Japanese invaded Shanhaiguan, and the Chinese people suffered. The people of Zijia village fled south, and the two villages lost contact. In recent years, the Su Clan Council has also been looking for the descendants of Zijia village, but we are a spontaneous organization after all, with limited capabilities, so there has been no progress. Old Su heard this and slightly turned his body. Try not to let Su Huan notice the abnormality on his face. At the same time, he sighed deeply in his heart, and the figure of old manager Z emerged in his mind. The first year. He and old manager Z's acquaintance can be traced back to the second year of Zhai, which is 1055 AD. At that time, old manager Z had just retired from the Western Army, and old Su was promoted from the proofreading of the test pavilion to the Dali Temple. Old manager Z's father had worked under old Su's grandfather. With this relationship, old manager Z entered the Su mansion and became old Su's personal servant. This service lasted for a full 46 years. Old Su remembered it very clearly. Before he died, he had specifically asked old steward Z to take the savings he had accumulated over the years and return to his hometown to become a rich man, enjoy the company of his grandchildren, and enjoy the happiness of heaven and earth. Although I died a few years earlier in this world line, these decisions were made in my mind before I left for Jinkao, and it would not make any difference if I died a few years earlier or later. I must have said these words before I died in this world line. But it is obvious that old steward Z did not do as I asked. Indeed, as time passed, perhaps after several generations, the descendants of old steward Z forgot the relationship with their ancestors. They chose to live here more because they regarded this place as their hometown, and it had nothing to do with loyalty. But in any case, it was an established fact that Zijia village had accompanied Sujia village for hundreds of years, and old Su had to recognize this feeling. At the same time, perhaps because old Su easily said the name of old steward Z, Su Hua seemed to admire this younger generation of the same clan very much, and then he introduced the situation of several other Su clan members in detail. For example, the main branch left by the eldest son of the Su family currently has the largest number of people, spread all over the country, and mainly engaged in tea and watch business. For example, the descendants of the third son of the Su family are mostly engaged in catering abroad, mainly in Spain and Italy. On the other side, just as Lao Su and Su Hua were chatting, Su Yun's heart suddenly moved slightly, as if he had a feeling. Then he glanced at Lao Su and Su Hua who were talking, and then looked at the descendants of the Su family who were burning paper. Judging from the scene, it would take a long time to end this ancestor worship. So he casually found an excuse to urinate and trotted to the toilet in the scenic area. Open a single room and lock it. Then enter the halo. At this moment, the situation in the halo was vaguely strange. Students with good memory should remember. A long time ago, after meeting the relevant requirements, Su Yun consumed 300 knowledge points to materialize 3 doors. At the same time, he only needs to spend 100 knowledge points to open any of the doors and enter it to complete the task. However, there is a cooling period between the doors, and they cannot be opened without intervals. Everyone knows the story that followed. The first door leads to the 1665 copy. The points for opening this copy are given by the aura. Su Yun met Xioniu in that copy and completed the novice task. The second door is the 1100 copy. In the Northern Song dynasty, Su Yun did something big. The third door is unknown and has not yet reached the point where it can be opened. It is also worth mentioning that before the second door was opened, Su Yun obtained 107 knowledge points through the cockroach disinfecting live broadcast. At that time, the distribution of these 107 knowledge points was 7 points for the 1665 copy, reaching 10/100. The 1100 copy was allocated 100 points, thus opening the past of the Northern Song dynasty. Later, the Northern Song dynasty copy ended. The second door became a reward for the time and space album at the time of settlement, and floated above the aura. In other words, when Su Yun returned to reality last time, the situation in the space was like this. 1665 copy knowledge point 7. There was nothing at the second door. The third door was to be opened, with knowledge points 0/100. However, at this moment, there was still nothing at the second door, but the other 2 doors had undergone special changes. First, the third door. The number of knowledge points on the door was no longer 0, but 73. 73, Looking at the number on the third door, Su-yoon looked thoughtful. According to the original judgment, the knowledge points are related to the influence of events in the real world in addition to my own abilities. My abilities have improved a lot recently, and the response to one cockroach killer in reality is also very large, so it's reasonable to get 73 knowledge points. At that time, after the live broadcast of cockroach disinfecting, Su-yoon had carefully studied the characteristics of knowledge points and determined one thing: in addition to basic knowledge learning, the acquisition of knowledge points is also related to the social influence of the event. The more people the event affects, the more knowledge points there are. In the past few days, Su-yoon deduced the motion trajectory of the new type of Greek letter lambda hyperon, and also got some inspiration from the knowledge teaching with Lao Su, so his ability must have improved. In addition, Huadong Biosciences has just been established, and the sales process of Alangmi also had an attack and defense with external hackers and was on the hot search, so social events obviously meet the conditions. Therefore, the two are added together. It is reasonable to have 73 knowledge points. And this number represents another situation. The opening of the next copy should not be too long. I met Xiaoniu in the first copy and Lao Su in the second copy. I wonder who I will meet in the third door? Einstein? Dirac? Or Zhu Chuangzi? Then Su-yoon temporarily put this idea behind his mind, walked to the first door, and observed the changes of this door. The first door leads directly to Xiaoniu's 1665 copy, and the number of knowledge points displayed at this time is 10/100. At that time, Su-yoon also made two guesses about the situation: that this door only obtains 7 knowledge points, attributes and overflow. The former means that the knowledge points of the two doors have different attributes and cannot be compared with the same nature. Just like the currency system. The knowledge point opened for the second time in the 1665 copy belongs to 10 yuan, while the second door is 1 yuan. Due to the different conversion bases, the deviation values of the two are so outrageous. As for the guess of overflow, it refers to the priority issue and has nothing to do with the attributes. That is, the disinfection live broadcast gave a total of 107 points, which were first filled with a second door that had not been opened. The remaining 7 points overflowed and flowed back to the first door. At this moment, the points of the first door remained unchanged, but a letter appeared in its center. At the same time, unlike the knowledge points, Su-yoon judged from the naked eye that this letter seemed to be removable. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but stretch out his hand and tentatively reached out to the letter. A moment later, he felt the touch of craft paper in his hand. Sure enough, this is a real object. Then Su-yoon gently exerted force, and the letter was picked up by him. Looking at the letter in front of him, Su-yoon hesitated for a moment and chose to tear it open. There was only one piece of letter paper in the envelope, which was folded twice. It looked ordinary. Then Su-yoon took out the letter and spread it out. Soon, a line of words appeared in front of him, from Mr. Fiu. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210, Maverick's Request for Help. Fat Fish. The moment Su-yoon saw this title, his heart suddenly twitched. Although this word doesn't sound very nice and seems a bit silly. But looking at Su-yoon's social circle, there is only one person who can call him like this. That is Isaac Newton, Xiaoniu. But why did Xiaoniu's letter come into his hands? According to the previous prompt of the Halo, shouldn't the timeline in the copy be stagnant? Thinking of this, Su-yoon couldn't help but take a deep breath, cheer up, and continue reading. Mr. Fat Fish, 5 years have passed since you left without saying goodbye. Uncle William, Auntie, and Leilani still miss you very much. At that time, you only left a letter on the stall, informing that you met your family near Grantham Parish, and then left without even paying for the meal. But thanks to you, our ketchup sales are gratifying, and with the help of the parish, we quickly occupied a large market. According to the original agreement, after deducting your living expenses, the total amount is guineas. No, it's called pounds now, 67 pounds, considering that this letter may not be able to be sent to you smoothly. This part of the gold coins will be temporarily kept by me, and the custody fee is 0.8% per day. Seeing this, Su-yoon's eyes twitched and he slapped his forehead. Good guy. It's you, Mr. New. I have to pay the custody fee for my deposit? Besides, the interest of 0.8% per day can be considered usury in 2022. At least learn from those kind readers. You can delay the updates you owe without interest. But soon, Soo-yoon calmed down. He still didn't know how to send the letter, and no one knew whether he could receive the pounds next time. Besides, the sales of One Roach Killer were pretty good at present, and Soo-yoon was not so eager to pursue money. Therefore, compared with the pound's dividends, he actually cared more about the other information left by Xiaoniu in his heart. For example, the timeline of sending the letter. According to the information revealed in Xiaoniu's letter, the time point when he wrote the letter should be 5 years after he disappeared. This is obviously a bit abnormal. Because according to the prompt of the halo at the beginning, the time inside the 1665 copy should have been suspended, and it would not resume until his next return. But now it seems that Xiaoniu and the others can move again? Thinking of this, another possibility suddenly emerged in Soo-yoon's mind. Could it be that this is Xiaoniu in the deduction timeline? This speculation can explain the origin of the communication, but in this case, what will happen next time I enter the 1665 instance? If the two timelines affect each other, then the halo is undoubtedly hitting it in the face, and the halo should not make such a mistake. But if they are independent of each other, what is the meaning of this letter? Why did it appear at this time? Even it and Lao Su's act of burning money on his grave, are there some unknown key points? There is still too little information. Soo-yoon shook his head gently, looked at the letter in his hand again, and his eyes stayed on Leilani's name for a while. Then he thought of something, and his expression relaxed. When I first met Leilani, she should have been only 5 or 6 years old. Even if 5 years have passed, this girl is only 10 years old or 12 years old. Fortunately, nothing happened. Leilani. She was the naughty child who gave Soo-yoon a pile of cow dung when they met in the 1665 instance, and she was also the person who made Soo-yoon most upset in the deduction process besides Hook. According to the deduction results of the halo. After he left, the girl became more introverted. She dropped out of school at the age of 15 and went out to work. At the age of 19, she went to the Netherlands to find him, but unfortunately died in a shipwreck at sea. Even if Leilani is now calculated according to the maximum age, she is only 12 years old. She is still many years away from the age of 19 when the accident happened. She is still a lively girl. If Soo-yoon can contact Xiaoniu, there is a chance to avoid a tragedy. Thinking of this, Soo-yoon picked up the letter again and continued to read. The letter read, "After you left, the plague gradually subsided. 4 years ago, when the school reopened, I returned to Cambridge University. Now I am the new Lucas Professor of Trinity College, Cambridge University. With the dividends earned from Ketchup, I have completely broken away from the shackles of that woman and achieved financial independence. Over the years, relying on Han Li's expansion and Yang Wei's triangular model, I have re-established a new set of mathematical tools, and I have achieved considerable results in theory. The specific formula is as follows." Looking at the flamboyant handwriting on the envelope, Soo-yoon could roughly imagine the expression of Xiaoniu when he wrote this paragraph. If nothing unexpected happens. This paragraph should be Xiaoniu introducing his recent situation, and the mathematical tool he mentioned is naturally calculus. According to the deduction of the aura at the time, Xiaoniu derived the third-order formula at Han Li, Taylor's expansion in April 1666, laying a solid foundation for calculus. Xiaoniu wrote a letter between 1671 and 1672, and the calculus model must have been fully established. Then he looked at the part of the formula added by Xiaoniu. If fx0 exists, near x0 fx0 plus fx0 z0 plus fx0 since z equals xx0 we can get fx equals fx0 plus fx0 xx0 plus oxx0 fx equals fx0 plus fx0 xx0 plus oxx0. Approximately, we can get fx0 plus fx0 xx0 fx0 plus fx0 xx0. This is a very basic differential formula, not much different from the one established by Xiaoniu in history. But as he looked at it, Soo-yoon was suddenly stunned, and his expression gradually became solemn. However, in the process of derivation, I suddenly found a problem, that is, The concepts of infinitesimal, infinitely close to, and dx seem to be very vague. Sometimes it is 0 and sometimes it is not, which is confusing, so I spent another 2.5 years and finally derived a more rigorous mathematical concept, if and only if for any Greek letter epsilon, there exists a lim 0 such that as long as 0 and amp, limbs in amp, Greek letter delta, there is fx, L lim, then we say that the limit of fx, at point A is L, which is written as, lim say fx, equals L. In my opinion, this definition is truly completely static, without any traces of movement, and no longer has any unclear points. Fat fish, with your wisdom it should not be difficult to see that it doesn't care how you approach L. It doesn't matter whether you fly over or adjust it, as long as the final difference is smaller than Greek letter epsilon. I will admit that L is the limit of A. For example, let's consider the simplest fx, equals 1/x. When the value of x gets larger and larger, the value of this function will get smaller and smaller. f1 equals 1, f10 equals 0.1, f100 equals 0.01, f1000 equals 0.001 inches. It can be seen that when the value of x gets larger and larger, the value of fx will get closer and closer to 0. Therefore, the limit value of the function fx at infinity should be 0. Then take an arbitrarily small Greek letter epsilon, assuming that Greek letter epsilon equals 0.1 here, then we have to find a Greek letter delta to see if we can find a range such that fx minus 0 lim 0.1. Obviously, we only need x10. Taking Greek letter epsilon equals 0.01, we only need x and amp, 100. Given any Greek letter epsilon, we can obviously find a number that satisfies fx minus 0 lim when x is greater than this number, and that's okay. How about it? Isn't my idea genius? A few minutes later, Soo-yoon raised his head from the letter with admiration. Although the sentence is very cliché, but at this moment, he really wanted to gasp and exclaim that this kid is so terrifying. As we all know, the prototype of calculus can be traced back to a long time ago. Many ancient and modern sages at home and abroad have proposed related concepts. For example, Archimedes, Aristotle, Liu Wei, etc., based on the work of these predecessors. In the mid to late 17th century, Newton and Leibniz independently created systematic calculus. However, those who really know the inside story know that the calculus created by Newton and Leibniz is not perfect. As Ioniu said, it has a fatal flaw: the concept of limit is too vague. Therefore, many people have tried to fix this defect, such as Maclaurin trying to explain it from the perspective of instantaneous velocity, Taylor trying to explain it with a method of difference, and so on. But from the perspective of later generations, their approaches are obviously wrong. Therefore, at this stage, many people have criticized and questioned the theory of calculus. The most representative one is Bishop Berkeley, which is the second mathematical crisis we proposed a long time ago. And what should we do to resolve the crisis? The answer is very simple: only by making the concept of limit truly rigorous. Later, through the efforts of D'Alembert, Bolzano, Abel, Cauchy and others, they finally defined the definite integral as a sum limit. Finally, the great mathematician Weierstrass filled in the blank. It took the last brick to finally get the Greek letter epsilon Greek letter delta definition of function limit that is now commonly used and has strict logic. You know, Weierstrass completed this achievement at the end of the 20th century, 200 years after Ioniu and others created calculus. But in this letter, Ioniu actually single-handedly derived the concept of limit to its final form. Indeed, the Ioniu at that time had the help of Yang Wei's triangle and Taylor's formula, which was completely different from the real Ioniu in history. But the above two only play an auxiliary role, at most making your first few steps more comfortable. What really matters is Ioniu's personal ability. Looking at the letter in front of him, Soo-yoon suddenly had another thought in his heart: if Ioniu could come to the modern world like Lao Tzu, how great would his achievements be? But soon, Soo-yoon shook his head and gave up the idea. Lao Tzu's arrival in the modern era was largely accidental, and was closely related to the background of the times. It is extremely difficult to obtain the same rating in the 1665 copy. Although the picture of Lao Tzu and Ioniu flying together. No. It is a beautiful picture of both of them taking off in the modern era, but it is unlikely to be realized in the short term. Besides this, Halo could send this letter to him. Obviously it was impossible for Ioniu to report his performance. There must be some other purpose. Maybe it's a task, maybe it's something else. Thinking of this, Soo-yoon lowered his head and read the letter again. The above is my discovery in mathematics. If you have not studied fluxions, it may bring you some inspiration, but I am not writing to you this time to show off my achievements, but to swallow the money, scratch, and I want to ask you for help with something. Seeing this sentence, Soo-yoon immediately became interested and read it carefully. Previously, in the process of studying gravity, I was interested in some of Galileo's. The ideas were summarized and optimized, some of them were solved smoothly, but some of them encountered problems, to be frank, very serious problems. Fei-yu, you should know that Galileo believed that there is no absolute reference system in the world, but only a relative reference system, so in an inertial system, it is impossible to measure the movement speed of the system through experiments, but in my opinion, time and space are two independent concepts. They have no connection with each other and are absolute respectively. I think space is absolute. By its nature, it has nothing to do with anything in the outside world and is always the same and motionless. For this reason, I also conducted a wooden burble experiment to verify this conjecture. The specific diagram is as follows. This experiment seems to have no problem logically, but later I conducted further research on the dispersion phenomenon that you had at the beginning. How should I put it? I found that the nature of light seems to be much more complicated than I originally imagined. Fei-yu, I remember you said that you were an assistant professor at the School of Natural Sciences of Leiden University of Higher Education in the Netherlands, so I wrote this letter with strong doubts and expectations. If you can receive this letter and can answer my doubts, please give me a reply as soon as possible. The letter ended here. A name was written on the lower right, Isaac Newton. After putting down the letter, Soo-yoon rubbed his nose gently, his chest rose and fell a few times, and he exhaled a dull breath. In the 21st century, some marketing accounts often say this: Newton's theory is wrong, and his theory has long been overturned by Einstein. Some of the videos say it with a nose and eyes. At the same time, because physics is a subject with very clear barriers, some people don't understand many inside stories at all, so they just believe it in a daze. But what is actually going on? The truth is this: Newton proposed many theories in his life, one of which was half right, and one was completely wrong. All the remaining theories and the systems formed by the theories are still alive and well, and they are the real cornerstones of our macroscopic world. Let's talk about the half-right theory first. This theory is the particle theory of light that Newton insisted on. At that time, Newton collected a lot of evidence that light is a particle through his own research, and then promoted the particle theory, becoming the representative figure of the particle theory of that era. There is actually nothing much to say about this matter. No one knew about the wave-particle duality of light before 1909. After all, no one at that time could have imagined that light was so weird and had such an extraordinary ability as duality. It's like if the person whose gender could not be identified went into the men's restroom first, had sex in front of other boys, and then went to the women's restroom. So the boys said that this person was a boy, and the girls said that this person was a girl. Both sides believed that what they saw with their own eyes could not be wrong. What was the result? In the end, the school asked the hospital to check and found that the man's gender was Hideyoshi. Where can you go to argue? Therefore, Zioniu's speculation on the particle theory can only be regarded as the limitation of the times, and there will be many big guys who have overturned in the future. As for the completely wrong theory, it is the absolute view of space and time proposed by Zioniu. Zioniu proposed this idea in Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy, in which he described an absolute view of space and time. Speed is a function of time, space and time are independent of each other, and there is an undisturbed passage of time and expansion of space. In other words, he believed that time and space exist independently of the movement of objects. For this reason, he also conducted an experiment, which is the wooden burble experiment mentioned in the letter. This experiment is actually very simple, and even a student who is not familiar with it can complete it very easily. First, use a long soft rope to lift a bucket of water and twist the rope into a twist. If you hold the rope and do not let the twisted rope loosen, then the bucket and the water in the bucket are relatively still, and the water surface is flat. But if you suddenly let go of your hand, the twist begins to relax. The rope will begin to rotate, and the bucket will also rotate with the rope. At first, the water in the bucket does not rotate, only the bucket rotates, and the bucket and the water in the bucket rotate relatively. But slowly, the water is driven by the bucket and begins to rotate. In the end, the water rotates like the bucket. At this time, the water and the bucket are relatively still and do not rotate. But the water surface is concave, with a low center and high bucket edges. Of course, the operation is simple, but its idea is very ingenious. First, or idea 1, we can calculate the angular velocity Greek letter omega of the water's rotation from the shape of the water surface. Idea 2, we observed an objective experimental phenomenon. At the beginning, the relative motion of the water in the bucket is the largest, but there is no tendency to leave the axis of rotation. The water neither leans to the edge nor rises, but remains flat, so its circular motion has not really begun. From 2, we can get 3 points. 3. This reference system is not the bucket. 4. This reference system is not the water body itself. 5. There are only water, buckets and space in this system. From 3, 4, and 5, we can get a final conclusion. 6. This reference system can only be relative to the space itself, so this objectively existing space is the absolute space. According to the original trajectory, Zioniu had no doubt about the results of this experiment, and thus proposed the absolute view of space and time, which made it the biggest stain for later generations of haters to criticize him. Everyone should know what happened later. Einstein proposed the theory of relativity, believing that space and time are one thing and the two are inseparable. In Einstein's view of space and time, everything moves at the same speed in space and time, which is the speed of light. Moving faster in space, moving slower in time, and the total speed always remains the speed of light. The space-time structure is the gravitational field, the two are inseparable, and it is also inseparable from the material field. Space tells matter how to move, and matter tells space how to bend. If we compare from a mathematical point of view, Newton's view of space and time is undoubtedly R3xr. It is a flat three-dimensional Euclidean space plus a one-dimensional time that has no connection with it. This structure is very simple. Einstein's space and time is M4, and the four-dimensional curved Riemann space includes three-dimensional space and one-dimensional time. You can imagine that this is a four-dimensional curved surface, where time and space are coupled together, and its metric tensor is the gravitational potential. It's very simple, right? Then Soo-yoon thought about it. Subconsciously, he planned to take out paper and pen from the backpack beside him. But soon he laughed at himself. He was in space at this time. Where did the paper and pen come from? But just as he was about to return to reality, a ballpoint pen and a piece of paper suddenly appeared in front of him. Soo-yoon took the paper and pen, looked around the space, and shouted, "Boss, can you give me another table and chair?" A moment later, whoosh, a table and chair appeared in front of Soo-yoon, and a photo of Jia Ran was posted on the front right of the table. "Soo-yoon, there's something wrong with the space, right?" Then he shook his head and forced himself to get rid of distracting thoughts. Sitting on the chair, he wrote a reply to Zioniu, "Dear Mr. Newton, Mr. Newton, long time no see, I am Fiu. If you still have the draft paper I wrote to you, you should be able to confirm my identity by comparing the handwriting. I am very happy to receive your letter after a few years, but I want to explain to you first. I have had severe asthma in the past few years. My family arranged for me to take a vacation in a remote place. I have only recovered recently. I am currently traveling in Europe. If you want to find me for something, just send it to the original address. My assistant will forward a letter to me, but due to road problems, there may be some delay in my reply. As for the dividend guineas, I will leave them with you first." After writing this, Soo-yoon paused and reviewed the content again. After making sure that all the miscellaneous matters had been explained, he continued to write, "The mathematical tools you invented are truly amazing. This is a height that I am far from being able to reach independently. Please allow me to pay you my highest respects here, but as for the barrel experiment you mentioned, I have some other opinions. I can roughly understand your thinking, and it seems quite ingenious at first glance. There are a total of 6 incremental ideas, but have you ever thought that you made a mistake in your thinking in the 5th step? That's right. Among the 6 deductions designed by Zioniu, the fatal flaw is in the 5th step. In the 5th step, Zioniu regards water, bucket and space as a system. But in fact, the correct combination of this system should be water, bucket and all other matter in the universe. The inertia of water is the result of the interaction between water, bucket and all other matter in the universe. In other words, the angular velocity Greek letter omega of the rotation of this water body is relative to the angular velocity of all matter in the entire universe except water. Then Su Yun pondered for a moment and wrote his rebuttal idea in the letter. Let's assume that there is only this bucket of water and this bucket in this universe. Then the experimental phenomenon you conducted will become like this. At the beginning, the relative motion of the water in the bucket is the largest, and the water surface immediately becomes concave. As the relative motion of water and bucket decreases, the water surface gradually becomes flat. The angular velocity calculated at the beginning of the experiment is the speed of the water body relative to the bucket. In other words, what you call absolute space is actually the bucket reference system when there is no other matter in the universe. Then let us assume that we are still in our universe, but the mass of our bucket is a little smaller than the base of our ear, and is as large as the Earth. Then when the bucket starts to rotate, the water surface will immediately begin to change. Then the spin angular momentum of the central mass and the revolution angular momentum of the surrounding mass will conform to a certain function, that is, the sum of the rotational inertia of all matter in the universe is zero. Those who have studied graduate physics should know this. Su Yun's explanation is the intrinsic reference point theory, which is very friendly to beginners. That is, the reference system within the target area boundary action area and the static spaces within the area relative to this reference system are defined as the intrinsic reference points of this area. The intrinsic reference points have a common motion as a whole, and the accelerations generated by various external forces are also the same. Therefore, the positions of the intrinsic reference points do not change relative to each other. Suppose that the intrinsic reference point suddenly generates a static object out of nothing, so that it is always stationary. Then the corresponding forces and accelerations are balanced and cancelled. As for the second example mentioned by Su Yun, it is actually an astronomical concept called the drag effect, which belongs to the cutting-edge theory of space-time curvature. In fact, in later generations, what gave the final blow to the Caffin bucket theory was an ultra-long experiment lasting 48 years. This experiment is called Gravity Proof B. Its core purpose is to precisely measure the geodesic drift and inertial reference frame drag near the Earth in order to quantitatively test a general theory of relativity. Its main device is an extremely precise gyroscope placed on a satellite. The satellite's orbit is circular and passes over the Earth's north and south poles. At an altitude of 642 kilometers above the ground, it measures the rotation of the gyro axis relative to the starry sky background. Calculated according to the general theory of relativity, the geodesic drift and inertial reference frame drag of the gyro axis on this satellite are 1.8 thousandths of a degree per year and 1.100 thousandths of a degree per year, respectively. Gravity Proof B was directed by Professor Everett of Stanford University and lasted from 1963 to 2011. It was supported by NASA for the first 45 years, and it was also the longest project supported by NASA, costing a total of $750 million. In the past 3 years, funds were raised by a Saudi prince who received a PhD from Stanford University, costing more than $30 million. What? You ask why it cost $750 million in the first 45 years and only $30 million in the last 3 years? Don't ask, the answer is inflation. Of course. Although this plan has a lot of benefits, the funds that are finally implemented are still a very large number. However, despite the huge time and financial resources consumed by Gravity Proof B, the results are not ideal. According to the original declared goals, Gravity Proof B can provide geodetic drift data with an accuracy of 0.01%, and inertial reference frame drag data with an accuracy of 1%. The final results are only 0.28% and 19% respectively, which is more than 20 times worse than the expected accuracy. But on the other hand, although the accuracy varies greatly, it still successfully uses the gyroscope to directly disprove the conclusion that once the axis of the gyroscope without external interference points to a certain direction of the background starry sky, it will always maintain this direction. This completely negates Xiaonu's absolute view of space and time in reality. Combined with the theoretical argument, this is the final conclusion. By the way, in the early 1980s, Everett came to China, hoping to invite a well-known Chinese gyroscope expert from the 7th Ministry of Machine Building. But this request was eventually rejected by us because we were worried that those experts would not come back. The expert that Everett had once favored was named Gao Balan, a pioneer who created amazing achievements for China's fighter aircraft industry, a real meritorious person. 3 years before Gao's death, he was interviewed by Southern Weekend. In the interview, he said something very touching. They, across the sea, proposed an annual salary of 50 times, settled in US dollars. At that time, we lacked foreign exchange to the point of selling blood. In 1980, the foreign exchange reserves were negative 1.3 billion. Yes, it was negative, so I discussed it with the minister, and I said, "Minister, if I go across the sea, I probably won't be able to come back in this lifetime. I think it's a good deal to use me to exchange for such a large amount of foreign exchange. I have this awareness, why don't you think about it?" The minister scolded me on the spot and told me not to even think about it. "Talents like you can help the country a lot in the future. It would be a sin to let you go for that little bit of foreign exchange." Later, I stayed in the country and did not disappoint the country's expectations. Most of the people flying in the sky have something to do with me, and I will be able to give an explanation when I meet the minister in a few years. How lamentable, how respectable. The topic returned to the original point. In fact, according to the normal trajectory, Zioniu insisted on his absolute view of time and space until his death. This kind of questioning situation would not occur in theory. Therefore, it is obvious that Zioniu's original firm concept must have been broken by certain circumstances, causing him to have some unrelieved hesitations. Thinking of this, Su-Yun could not help but put his eyes on the end of Zioniu's letter, and stayed on this sentence about dispersion phenomenon for a few seconds. As we all know, the interaction between matter is realized through the field, so it is referred to as field action. The field speed is the field propagation speed. It is generally believed that the speed of light is the same as the field speed, and light is the electromagnetic field in propagation. In other words, in Zioniu's absolute view of time and space, the attribute of light is particle. And from the end of Zioniu's letter, he seems to have discovered some abnormalities in the attributes of light through studying the dispersion phenomenon. This should be the most likely scenario in the space. Su-Yun touched his chin and frowned slightly. It's just that Zioniu didn't mention the anomaly he found in the dispersion phenomenon in his letter. If he did the double-slit interference experiment, not to mention the difficulty of doing this experiment in the 17th century, his tone would never be so hesitant. Thinking of this, Su-Yun hesitated for a moment, thinking about something in his mind. Finally, he picked up a pen and paper and wrote the last sentence in the letter, "Mr. Newton, although I don't know your doubts, have you ever thought about the properties of light? Is it possible that the two situations coexist?" Chapter 211 History takes a turn here. The above are my views and suggestions. Sender, Li Fiyu. After writing the letter, Su-Yun breathed a sigh of relief and put the pen aside. Although he still didn't know why and through what channels this letter came to him. But according to what Zioniu mentioned in the letter before, maybe this is some kind of activation method similar to off-site help? That is, when Zioniu encounters a problem that he can't solve, there is a certain possibility that he can contact him and communicate across copies. I just don't know if this method has a fixed cycle, and more importantly, I'm not sure if there are rewards. After all, according to the previous performance of the aura, although it is a bit confusing, it has always been very particular about the basic principle of there is a reward for every effort. Then Su-Yun turned his attention to the letter and began to do the final proofreading. Zioniu's purpose in writing this letter is actually very clear. The core problem is that due to some unknown reasons, he has some doubts about the light particle theory. Maybe it's a phenomenon proposed by an outsider. Maybe it's some clues that Zioniu discovered himself. In short, it has a great impact on Zioniu. Therefore, in this reply letter, after much thought, Su-Yun finally chose to mention the wave-particle duality of light. Friends who studied textbooks in their previous lives all know this. The so-called wave-particle duality of light is actually very simple in the textbook interpretation. Light is both a wave and a particle. In later generations, as long as you have received compulsory education, you have basically heard of this term. But in history, the exploration of the nature of light is actually a very tortuous matter. Before Zioniu, the wave theory of light was actually a very popular view. This theory was proposed by Huygens, and the number one fan was Hooke, who was abused in the previous article. The reason why Hooke supported the wave theory of light was because he discovered the interference phenomenon of light, which is the colorful soap bubbles we usually see. These beautiful bubbles are actually the thin film interference of light, and interference is undoubtedly a characteristic of waves. So of course, Lao Hu believed that light is a wave. Later, Zioniu took a different approach and proposed the particle theory. As the reputation of the Sir Alex grew, scientists formed a view of two whatevers. Whatever the Sir Alex supports is right, and whatever the Sir Alex opposes is wrong. So the particle theory prevailed, and the wave theory gradually declined. Later, a man named Thomas Young appeared, who designed the most primitive interference experiment. This experiment has now entered the middle school textbooks, and the exquisite experimental design can be called a classic in physics. Put a piece of paper with a pinhole in front of a lit candle, so that a point light source is obtained. In front of the point light source, put another piece of paper with two thin slits on it. Then on the display screen behind the paper, you will see light and dark stripes. At the same time, adjusting the distance between the paper and the display screen and the double slits can also change the density of the interference stripes. The importance of this experiment is at the forefront of scientific history, so much so that when scientists later verified the wave nature of electrons, they directly adopted the same experimental principle. Therefore, among the 10 classic experiments in physics, the double-slit interference experiment accounts for 2. Wait until 1808. Malus discovered the polarization phenomenon of light. Later, with the discovery of Poisson's bright spot, the wave theory of light made a comeback and won a complete victory. Then Faraday and Maxwell appeared. In classical physics, that is, the world visible to our naked eyes, the definition of light basically stopped there. Then 80 years later, Hertz discovered electromagnetic waves. Photoelectric effect. This key dividing point between the macroscopic and microscopic worlds in human history was discovered by humans for the first time. During the study of the photoelectric effect, Thomson discovered the electron through the study of cathode rays. At that time, Thomson was like seeing a swan go to the toilet, exclaiming that there are such small things in the world. Thus, human beings' research on the world was pushed to another microscopic world. What happened later was very simple. In 1900, Planck proposed the quantum hypothesis. In 1902, Leonard summarized the photoelectric effect. In 1905, Einstein came on the scene and summarized the wave-particle duality of light. After Einstein came de Broglie, who proposed the hypothesis of matter waves. He pointed out that not only photons have wave-particle duality, but all microscopic particles have wave-particle duality. In 1927, 1 year after de Broglie's paper was published, American physicist Davidson completed the electron diffraction experiment. It proved that electrons have wave characteristics. Wave-particle duality as a basic characteristic of matter was confirmed, and de Broglie's idea was proved. Since then, frontier physics has basically been studying the truth behind the phenomena observed by these predecessors. At the same time, the entire debate on the properties of light lasted for hundreds of years and required a large number of accumulated results. Therefore, Su Yun was not worried that the tips he gave to Xiaoyu would take away Einstein's job. After all, the theory of physics does not mean that you can equate a certain concept with a truth. Just like Xiaoyu's achievements in universal gravitation. Many people have discovered the phenomenon of gravity or gravity before Xiaoyu, such as the famous Suman Qing. But discovering the phenomenon is nothing, further demonstration and calculation are difficult. The reason why Xiaoyu was able to become the discoverer of the law of universal gravitation was that he derived the relevant formulas and defined and summarized the phenomenon mathematically. Therefore, unless Xiaoyu could discover the electron and summarize the photoelectric effect, Einstein really didn't have to worry about Xiaoyu getting his business done. Moreover, with Einstein's wisdom, if Xiaoyu could solve some problems in advance, his achievements might be even higher. Then Su Yun folded the letter in half and stuffed it into the envelope. Just as he was thinking about how to send it out, he saw that the letter slowly turned into a beam of light particles and dissipated in the first hour. Su Yun, at the same time 1672. Great Britain. Trinity College, Cambridge University. Hello, Professor Newton. Professor Newton, have you eaten? Professor Newton, I just bought a very beautiful swimsuit. Professor Newton. My boyfriend wants to invite you to fencing this weekend. After dealing with many students with a solemn face, Newton wore his Anta sneakers and carried a bag of bread to the office that belonged to Professor Lucas. Compared to when he parted with Su Yun, although Xiaoyu's expression was still cold, his anger was relatively less, and his eyes were not as gloomy as before. After all, in this timeline, Xiaoyu did not suffer from Hooke's blow, and his dignity was not trampled. On the contrary, with the help of Su Yun, he stabbed Hooke's heart hard. 6 years ago, after selling the first batch of ketchup outside the parish of Grantham, Su Yun suddenly left without saying goodbye. Although Xiaoniu and William's family were a little surprised, they gradually accepted this reality as time went by. 2 years later, the plague gradually faded, and London gradually returned to normal. Xiaoniu said goodbye to William's family with a large sum of ketchup dividends, and went to London again and returned to Cambridge University. At the same time, with the recommendation of his teacher Isaac Barrow, he finally became the youngest Lucas professor in the history of Cambridge University with a score of first honors degree. In the next 4 years, Xiaoniu has derived a large number of mathematical and physical results, and selectively disclosed a small part of them. Although the published content only accounts for a tiny fraction of them, it still makes him the youngest academician of the Royal Society. However, in recent days, due to a special coincidence, Xiaoniu suddenly encountered some special problems. This problem has caused great trouble to Xiaoniu, causing many of Niuzi's hair to turn white. In the end, Xiaoniu was extremely helpless. He suddenly thought of the fat fish he met at the beginning. The process of the first meeting between the two parties was very warm. Fei Yu was shocked by the power of knowledge and fainted for a short time. Xiaoniu kindly took him home. After Su Yun woke up. At that time, he mentioned that he was from Leiden College of the University of the Netherlands and was an assistant professor of the School of Life Sciences. Therefore, in theory, Fei Yu should have returned to the Netherlands after disappearing. However, Xiaoniu has sent several letters to Leiden College in recent years, but the final result was that they all fell into the sea and no reply came. I think this time is about the same. Thinking of this, Xiaoniu shook his head and continued to walk towards the office. As a result, as soon as he arrived at the office door, Xiaoniu's thick sword-like eyebrows raised upwards. At this moment, in the gap below the wooden door of the office, a small end of the envelope was exposed. Although he didn't know who sent this letter, the moment he saw this letter, Xiaoniu suddenly had a hunch in his heart. Maybe this letter is related to Su Yun. Thinking of this, he hurriedly walked to the door, took out the key to open the door, and picked up the letter. Sure enough, I saw that the English letters Li Fei were written in the sender column on the cover of this letter. But what does the photo of the little girl with chestnut hair and pink clothes mean? With this doubt, Xiaoniu gently closed the door and walked into the office. After sitting down, Xiaoniu didn't even have time to drink water, and he couldn't wait to tear open the envelope like a groom on the wedding night. Like the letter he sent, Su Yun's reply was also a very simple piece of paper. Dear Mr. Newton, Mr. Newton, long time no see, I'm Fei Yu. Xiaoniu carefully read the beginning of Su Yun's letter, and then nodded thoughtfully. It turns out that this guy went to recuperate. No wonder I couldn't contact him all the time, but it's not a bad thing to receive letters now. At least Leilani can give her an explanation. After Su Yun disappeared a few years ago, Xiaoniu and William were somewhat reluctant to leave Su Yun without saying goodbye, but they soon adjusted. Only Leilani, the original naughty child, changed her personality after Su Yun disappeared, and became visibly withdrawn. Although Xiaoniu seemed indifferent in interpersonal relationships, he was an exception in front of William's family. Therefore, he has always been very concerned about Leilani's situation, and at the same time he is also worried about the girl's mental state. Now with Su Yun's reply, I believe the girl will be more open-minded. After thinking about this, Xiaoniu put his attention back on the letter and continued to read. The mathematical tools you invented are really amazing. This is a height that I can never reach independently. Please allow me to pay you my highest respects here. When Xiaoniu saw Su Yun's praise for him, he couldn't help but raise a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. But soon, this smile was replaced by seriousness, because he saw Su Yun's reply below about his wooden barrel experiment. The wooden barrel experiment. This is an ingenious combination experiment that Xiaoniu came up with 3 years ago, in this timeline, and he created an absolute space-time concept that he thought was extremely solid. Xiaoniu was even proud to think that the value of this space-time concept may even exceed the law of universal gravitation and become one of the theoretical cornerstones supporting this world. But in a subsequent experiment, Xiaoniu suddenly discovered a situation that directly impacted his cognition. As the inventor of the famous Newtonian reflecting telescope, Xiaoniu is also experienced in the production of mirrors and is a standard DIY expert. However, during a mirror grinding process a few months ago, Xiaoniu unexpectedly discovered, if a light source is prepared and irradiated onto an optical flat glass plate through a large curvature convex lens, Then a group of colorful concentric ring stripes will appear at the contact point between the lens and the glass plate. These stripes are like whips, hitting Zionio in great distress. Seeing this, I believe some students have already understood. That's right. This phenomenon is the famous Newton's rings in later generations. Newton's rings are a standard interference phenomenon of light, which is one of the best proofs of the wave nature of light, and is even recorded in textbooks of later generations. It's just that according to normal rules, in local history, Zionio did not accept the wave theory. He adopted a complex theory of one wave is easy to reflect, and one wave is easy to transmit, and somewhat forcibly explained this phenomenon with the particle theory. In this history, although Zionio also experienced an unhappy childhood, his concept received a huge impact during his time in Woolsthorpe. First, Suyun brought him a lot of money through ketchup. These funds made Zionio much more comfortable. He no longer had to move to Sir Humphrey's house because he could not afford the living expenses as in the original timeline. He was able to live in William's house for a long time and got the family affection and love that he lacked in his previous life. Don't forget, Zionio is not a single dog. More importantly, whether it was the Yang-Wei triangle proposed by Suyun or the development of Hunli, these advanced knowledge that Zionio had never heard of before made him suddenly feel that his ability was not unique in the world. In some places he didn't know, a long time ago, there were pioneers who had gone a long way ahead of him. Therefore, after making many achievements, Zionio was not as arrogant as in his previous life, thinking that he was the only truth that was omniscient and omnipotent except for theology. At the same time, on the contrary, his thoughts were not so extreme, and he had a little more awe of the world. Therefore, after discovering the Newton's ring phenomenon, Zionio did not use a certain reason to cover up the phenomenon as far-fetched as the original trajectory, or even a little stupid. Instead, he seriously thought about some other possibilities. But if light is really a wave, then his absolute view of space and time will face an unavoidable loophole, because wave is obviously not an absolutely rigid state of motion. I wonder if Suyun can give his own answer to this doubt of mine? Zionio continued to read. Suyun first answered the question of the barrel experiment. I can probably understand your thinking, and it seems quite ingenious at first glance. There are a total of 6 increasing ideas, but have you ever thought that you made a mistake in your thinking in the 5th step? Let's assume, then the experimental phenomenon you conducted will become like this as the relative movement of water and bucket decreases. Looking at this part of the content, Zionio was like a sculpture of a meditator, the whole person was motionless. But in his body, the strongest brain in the 17th century was rapidly simulating and thinking about what Suyun said. Half an hour later, Zionio put down the letter and exhaled deeply. Sure enough, it is worthy of being fatty. This mysterious man from the East can really bring me some novel ideas. After rationalization, Zionio had to admit it. Suyun's answer was more convincing than the phenomena he had observed, and there was no way to refute it except to turn the table over and act like a rogue. Therefore, it was obvious. His absolute view of time and space was wrong, at least it was not applicable to any field. Thinking of this, Zionio suddenly felt a little scared and fortunate. Fortunately, this letter came early. Now he has just conceived the concept of absolute time and space. Although he has expectations for its future, he has not yet regarded it as the truth, let alone made it public. If he saw this letter when he was in his 40s or 50s and his thinking was deeply rooted, I am afraid that his entire belief would collapse. Then Zionio adjusted his breathing and continued to read. He actually had some preparations for the issue of absolute time and space in advance, otherwise he would not have written to Suyun. Therefore, after thoroughly discovering that his concept was wrong, Zionio quickly adjusted his mentality and was eager to see if Suyun had any insights into the properties of light. This was actually a trick he played. He didn't tell Suyun the specific problem he encountered, and wanted to test it again to see if this mysterious peer could give him some more surprises. Suyun's view on the properties of light was connected to the content of the barrel experiment, so Zionio quickly saw the sentence, "Have you ever thought about the properties of light? It is possible that two situations coexist." Hearing this, Zionio was stunned at first. Then a tingling sensation rose from his tailbone and went straight into his mind. In Zionio's original idea, Suyun might pick out some of his loopholes and deny his results. He might also argue and explain that he supports either the wave theory or the particle theory. But now according to Suyun's statement, light is both a wave and a particle? How is it possible for a substance to have two properties? Just like a person, he is both a man and a woman physically? But out of trust in Suyun, Xiaoniu continued to read on. In Asian history, there was a very famous alien predecessor named Tiga, who liked to make soup with bones. Once he calculated that if an opaque circular plate was placed on the propagation path of the light beam, due to the diffraction of light at the edge of the circular plate, a bright spot should appear in the center of the shadow of the circular plate at a certain distance from the circular plate. It's hard to accept, isn't it? But it did happen, and this is a typical manifestation of the wave theory. But similarly, in the dispersion phenomenon, the particle theory of light is a fact that cannot be refuted by any loopholes. Therefore, Teague put forward a view: is it possible that light is both a particle and a wave at the same time? See here. Xiaoniu was stunned again. The center of the shadow, the bright spot, throughout human history. Speaking of academic face-slapping events or remarks that can be recorded in history, there are actually quite a few if you count them. The most representative face-slapping on the spot must be the Poisson bright spot. First of all, let me mention one thing or a common sense. In the academic world, there are many theorems that begin with people's names. For example, the familiar Yang-Wei triangle, Maxwell's equations, Faraday's law, the reader's most handsome principle, etc., are countless. Most of these theorems with human names are to commemorate the contributions of the proposers or inventors, which belongs to the concept of leaving a name in history in ancient Chinese. But the Poisson bright spot is an absolute exception. The background of the incident can be traced back to 1818. Before the Nobel Prize, the most prestigious scientific awards were the Academy Essay Award of the Gallic Academy of Sciences and the Copley Medal of the John Bull Royal Academy of Sciences. Among them, the Copley Prize was established 10 years later than the Gallic Academy, but its starting point was higher than that of the Gallic Academy. This award is aimed at theoretical research, highlighting the high-end style of the John Bull Royal Academy of Sciences. The higher the award, the more people will compete for it. Therefore, after the Copley Prize was established, it immediately overshadowed the Academy Essay Prize of the Gallic Academy of Sciences. Britain and France are a pair of happy enemies. Seeing that their old neighbor came from behind, the Gallic Academy of Sciences began to reflect on their mistakes. After learning from their mistakes, they changed their strategy and discussed the problem of combining theory with practice. In 1818, the topic of the essay contest was set as the diffraction of light. Before that, the wave theory and particle theory of light had been debated for nearly 100 years. The representative of the particle theory was the generation of Xianjia Olaoniu, and the representatives of the wave theory were Huygens and Hooke. Due to the status of the SIR, the particle theory prevailed and the wave theory retreated step by step. Thomas Young's double-slit experiment seemed to bring a ray of hope to the wave theory. It seemed that there was a chance for him to sit up in shock from his dying illness and talk and laugh for a few more years. The essay contest used diffraction as the topic, which also meant to vindicate its own ancestor Huygens. At that time, Fresnel had just switched from civil engineering to optics, and had already made a name for himself and participated in this competition. Coincidentally, Fresnel had already considered this problem before the competition and believed that light was a wave with diffraction. This time, he handed in his paper early and waited for the decision of the expert review committee. The chief expert of this review committee was the famous Poisson. Poisson was a firm supporter of the particle theory, and naturally sneered at Fresnel's answer. He calculated that if Fresnel's theory was correct, a phenomenon that challenged the three views would appear. If an opaque circular plate is placed on the propagation path of the light beam, then due to the diffraction of light at the edge of the circular plate, a bright spot should appear in the center of the shadow of the circular plate at a certain distance from the circular plate. In human language, ahem, to simplify it in popular language, it is, if you shine a flashlight on an opaque plate, a light spot will appear in the center of the shadow behind the plate. At that time, this was simply impossible. Even now, it still seems a bit incredible. Young Fresnel had never thought that his theory would have such a magical result, but he finally accepted the challenge. After careful experiments, it was finally time to witness the miracle. As the light shone in, a bright spot actually appeared in the center of the shadow of the circular plate. This bright spot is therefore also called the Poisson bright spot, and this event has become the biggest face-slapping event in the history of science. As a staunch supporter of the particle theory of light, Poisson personally disintegrated the particle theory in front of countless colleagues at the most famous conference venue at the time. Since then, The wave theory of light has become popular, and the particle theory of light has collapsed. The particle theory did not save some face until Einstein was born, but at that time the particle theory of light was completely different from the original particle theory. Therefore, this can be regarded as a small selfishness of Su-Yun. Rather than letting others overturn the particle theory in later generations, it is better to let Zionia find the problem himself. Of course. From the perspective of nature, Malis's polarization experiment may be more appropriate. After all, it proves transverse waves, which can neither prove the particle theory nor the wave theory, and belongs to a very moderate position. But Zionia had already successfully proved the particle theory with the dispersion phenomenon, so compared with Malis's polarization experiment, the impact of Poisson's bright spot is undoubtedly greater. There is no way. Su-Yun didn't know what Zionia was facing, so he had to choose a strong dose. A few minutes later, after reading Su-Yun's letter, Zionia immediately began to prepare various equipment. Although the level of technology in 1672 was not as good as that in 1818, the equipment requirements for Poisson's bright spot were actually very complicated. But as the most advanced academic gathering place in the world, it is not difficult for Cambridge University to gather relevant conditions. 2 hours later, everything was ready. Zionia drew all the curtains, came to the operating table, and officially started the experiment. Zionia used a light source extracted from a superimposed prism, and the diameter and distance of the optical disc were also selected to be the best. The latter was the reason why he took 2 hours to prepare. Swish, the light source shone on the disc and quickly formed a projection. Zionia walked quickly to the side of the projection and observed it with a complicated emotion. A moment later, Zionia slowly walked to the desk, pulled out a chair and sat down. A few seconds later, a soft sigh sounded in the room. Through the light source in the room, it can be seen that there is a tiny light spot in the shadow of the disk at this time. The wave theory of light is also valid. In short, with the transmission of this letter and the appearance of the light spot, this history that has already changed the world line has turned again in an unknown direction. Of course, at this time, Su-Yun did not know what he had brought to that world, and he was even less clear about what impact this letter would have on him. He just waited for a while after the letter disappeared, and when he found that the halo did not have any prompts, he chose to exit the space. After returning to reality, Su-Yun subconsciously took out his mobile phone, intending to see how long he had been in the space, and by the way, whether there would be any missed calls. However, when the screen lit up, he found that the time on the mobile phone had not changed at all from before he entered the space, at least on the minute hand. In other words, he stayed in the space for more than half an hour, but not even a minute had passed in reality. This was obviously something wrong. In the past 10 years, Su-Yun has been to the Halo space many times. He can be 100% sure that, except for the mission period of the copy and the 1-hour period of the Northern Song Dynasty space-time album, the time he spent in the space is completely consistent with the outside world. Otherwise, he would not have deliberately run to the toilet private room. Thinking of this, Su-Yun couldn't help but touch his chin, thinking, that is to say, the event of that letter actually belongs to the category of mission, but in this case, what about the reward? Just as Su-Yun was wondering, a light curtain suddenly appeared in front of him again, detected that the wall facer completed a special random adventure and received an adventure reward. Reward generating, reward generated, reward name, Cambridge's Heritage. Please note that this reward can only be activated and used after the wall facer completes the next mission. The wall facer can bring an extra person. After a moment, a hard invitation letter appeared in Su-Yun's hand. Su-Yun opened it and found that it was filled with English words. You are cordially invited to a reception for time travelers, hosted by Professor Stephen Hawking, to be held at the University of Cambridge, Gownville and KS College, Trinity Street, Cambridge. Location: 52 degrees 12 feet 21 N 0 degrees 7 feet 4.7 E. Time: 12 o'clock UT, June 28, 2009. No RSVP required. Reward status: to be activated, 2/4. Note: I am very sad to tell you a piece of news. One of my friends, Zhao, the writer of Soaring My Aviation Age and Great Power Ships, has passed away. I feel a little heavy. The 10,000 words I promised to you tomorrow may be delayed a little. It is a bit difficult to accept this reality. I really don't have the mood to write any more. Chapter 212. In the toilet, looking at the invitation in his hand, Su-Yun's heart skipped a beat. Those who are time travelers should all know that more than 10 years ago, on June 28, 2009, someone held a time traveler party. At that time, in order to avoid someone pretending to be a time traveler, he did not invite anyone before the party, nor did he spread any rumors. After the party, he chose to send out invitations. The invitation invited people with the ability to travel through time to the banquet. It not only stated that the venue of the banquet was Gonville and Caius College, University of Cambridge, UK, but also marked the longitude and latitude. This person believed that if someone from the future could see this invitation and travel through time to the past, then he would meet a genuine time traveler at that banquet. But in the end, the answer he gave in an interview was, "I waited for a long time, and no one showed up for the party." In that interview, he also released a video recorded at the party. In the video, he sat alone in the room, with toast and champagne beside him, hoping that the door would open or the mysterious future man would suddenly appear. But in the end, no one showed up. Later, the academic community made a consensus. Through this experiment, it has been proved that time travel to the past is impossible. The person who conducted this experiment is not a small shrimp. His name is Stephen William Hawking. Hawking was born in Oxford, England on January 8, 1942. It is worth mentioning that the day Hawking was born was exactly the 300th anniversary of Galileo's death. His father Frank is a tropical disease expert who graduated from Oxford University, and his mother Isabel graduated from Oxford in 1930 to study philosophy, politics and economics. Under the education of two Oxford University alumni, Hawking finally entered Cambridge University to study cosmology. In 1963, the 21-year-old Hawking received bad news. He was unfortunately diagnosed with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, also known as motor neuron disease. At that time, the doctor diagnosed that he had only 2 years to live with a terminal illness, but he survived strongly. The price was paralysis. By 1985, Hawking encountered another bad news. He had a tracheotomy due to pneumonia, which completely deprived him of the ability to speak. He could only speak and answer questions through a speech synthesizer. He was confined to a wheelchair, with only 3 fingers and 2 eyes able to move. The disease had severely deformed his body, and his head could only tilt to the right. His left shoulder was lower than his right, and his hands were tightly together, holding a palm-sized onomatopoeia. His feet were twisted inward, and his mouth was almost twisted into an S shape. As long as he smiled slightly, he would immediately show a grinning look. He could not write, and had to rely on a book-turning machine to read. When reading loose-leaf documents, he had to have someone spread each page flat on a large desk, and then drive the wheelchair to read page by page like a silkworm eating mulberry leaves. However, such a person who had completely lost his physical freedom and language ability had the most avant-garde, sharpest, freest and most unrestrained thoughts, and radiated unparalleled brilliance in the field of science. His tenacious will and vitality deserve everyone's respect and learning. The evolution of the wheelchair under him can almost constitute a history of modern scientific and technological development. But on the other hand, many people think that Hawking's value lies mainly in spiritual inspiration, and his achievements are almost not worth mentioning in history. This is obviously wrong. Indeed, Hawking's high evaluation does have the added bonus of tragedy, but leaving aside irrelevant factors, Hawking's academic achievements alone are indeed remarkable. After all, academic awards are not necessarily awarded to Hawking just because he is disabled. Hawking has received many academic awards, most of which come from his early research results. For example, in 1966, he wrote Singularities in Spacetime Geometry. In 1968, he and Penrose jointly published a paper on the initial time. In 1971, he published Black Holes. In 1974, Hawking proposed black hole explosion at the Second Quantum Gravity Conference at Newton University. Later, he also proved the singularity theorem and black hole area theorem of general relativity, and pointed out the black hole evaporation theory and the unbounded Hawking universe model. His achievements in the field of astrophysics have won the Einstein Award. As for why Hawking has not won the Nobel Prize, it is because he is doing theoretical research. If a physics achievement only has theory but no experiment, it is not enough to win the Nobel Prize. For example, British scientist Higgs proposed the existence of the Higgs particle more than 50 years ago. However, It was not until 2012 that the European Organization for Nuclear Research actually discovered the Higgs particle in an experiment, and Higgs himself won the Nobel Prize in 2013. This is the Higgs particle, the particle that gives mass to everything. This thing is the mother gas of all things that points directly to the origin of the Tao in fantasy novels, but you can't win the prize before it is discovered. The same reason. Since Hawking radiation has not been discovered experimentally so far, Hawking's theory has not been experimentally confirmed. Naturally, he can't win the Nobel Prize. At the same time, mentioning Hawking will basically mention another person. The same is true in reverse. This person is Mr. Yang. The controversy between the two has lasted for more than 10 to 20 years in public opinion. From inside the circle to outside the circle, mentioning one person will inevitably mention the other. To be more objective, in terms of achievement, Mr. Yang is higher than Hawking, and Hawking is better in pure theory. So far, Mr. Yang's comprehensive contribution to the existing scientific research field is higher than Hawking's. Mr. Yang's achievements have become the foundation theories of many related branches in the fields of physics and even mathematics, such as Yang-Mills gauge field theory, Yang-Baxter equation, etc. These are much higher than Hawking's most representative achievements. Hawking's leading area lies in the citation of theories. For example, the number of citations of his papers is more than twice that of Mr. Yang, etc. The contributions of the two can actually be intuitively described by another analogy. A long time ago, Archimedes dug a cave where people could live. Galileo thought the cave was too simple, so he dug a pit and wanted to build a house. He found a contractor named Newton, and brought Kepler, Hooke, Descartes and a group of younger brothers to lay the foundation. In the next few hundred years, a group of physicists including Faraday built a house that looked beautiful and perfect on this foundation. Then Kelvin said that the house was finished, and everyone could move in. Everything was perfect, and the physicists had nothing to do. Why is the sky not clear? There are two dark clouds above? As a result, Maxwell, the creator of the dark clouds, struck two lightning bolts, and the house collapsed. Maxwell said, "Can you have a long-term vision for the house of Ganymed?" Then the second generation of Einstein, the contractor, appeared. He first led Lorentz and other younger brothers to build a floor, named special relativity. Later, his younger brothers were no longer needed, and he built a whole building on the basis of this floor alone. However, although this building was built, its decoration was not yet completed. Later scientists, such as Schwarzschild and Hawking, all decorated Einstein's building. Hawking almost installed a wall. After building this building, Einstein called Planck, Bohr, Heisenberg and others to build another building next door, which is quantum mechanics. From the outside, this building seems to be more awesome. And Yang Lao. He dug an elevator shaft in this building and connected the building with a standard model. Later, people found that the two buildings could not be connected, so Witten and his people used strings to build a bridge there. At present, it seems to be just a rainbow bridge, and people cannot walk on it. As for the future, it is not certain. Maybe the rainbow bridge is the truth? See here. It is easy to judge who is higher and who is lower in the contribution of Mr. Yang and Hawking. One decorated a wall, and the other dug the elevator shaft. As for Einstein who built the building and Newton who laid the foundation, don't mention it. There is really no comparison. Of course, if some of Hawking's theories can be proved by experiments, then the situation will be another matter. It's a pity that due to some reasons, many people can't have a specific understanding of Mr. Yang's achievements. Most people only think of two words when mentioning Mr. Yang: nationality and marriage. This is actually unfair to Mr. Yang. In some sense, he can be said to have become another Lao Tzu, and there is a very thick information barrier between him and the general public in terms of achievements. At the same time, since Mr. Yang has been mentioned, here is another wrong rumor to be corrected. Just like the saying that Hawking is on par with Einstein, many marketing accounts on the internet have spread such a headline. In 2000, Nature selected the 20 greatest physicists of the millennium. Mr. Yang was the only living person and the only Chinese. This rumor seems full of pride and makes people excited. Unfortunately, like the fake hacker godfather Guo Shenghu mentioned at the beginning, this rumor is actually fabricated. At present, all issues of Nature magazine published in 2000 can be found in many libraries. Needless to say, the result is, in the 51 issues of Nature published in 2000, there is no list of physicists. In addition, in the advanced search mode on the Nature website, that is, nature.com/search, with 3 W's in front, searching for Mr. Yang's name also does not find this content. So where did this sentence come from? Friends who often use browsers should know it. Baidu has a very interesting function called custom time search. This function can easily find out when and where the rumor about Mr. Yang and the list of Nature magazine first came from. After a simple search, it is easy to find that before November 27, 2014, the combination of the 3 keywords Mr. Yang Nature magazine the greatest was 0. That's right. Among the filtered results, there is no result about the list of physicists selected by Nature magazine. But if the search time range is adjusted to 1 day later, that is, November 28, 2014, the search results will change. The first result searched within this time range is the first time that the content of the list of physicists selected by Nature magazine appears. Therefore, it can be determined that November 28, 2014 was the time when this rumor first appeared on the internet. Clicking on this search result, you can find that this is a post made by a netizen named 2013 on Xianai community. In this post, the netizen wrote, in 2000, Nature magazine selected the greatest physicists of the past 1,000 years. There were only 20 to 30 people on the list. It can be compared to the physics god list, and Mr. Yang was the only one who was alive and on the list. He also copied the same post to multiple sections of Xianai community, which had a certain influence in Xianai community. The source of all evil JPG. This post was widely circulated in the early days of the internet, and once established Mr. Yang's status on the internet. But gradually, with the development of the internet, many ordinary people have the ability to search for relevant content in Nature. After they found that this was fabricated content, they backfired and many people used it to attack Mr. Yang. What they said was that they fabricated news to gild themselves, but it caused a lot of public pressure. Another very dirty thing is that a certain academician had a grudge with Mr. Yang because of the collider, and they broke off contact with each other, and did not even congratulate Mr. Yang on his birthday. However, he openly spread this sentence in public, knowing that it was fake news. At that time, this person pretended to praise Mr. Yang, but a few hours later, the media affiliated with his university published a long article to refute it. The article seemed to criticize the person for not having any evidence in his words, but in fact, it was exposing Mr. Yang, which was really despicable. Let's return to the original topic. In short, Hawking is not a slacker who relies on a tragic personality to get to the top. His ability is enough to occupy a place in physics. Perhaps many years later, the holographic principle will shine, and we will definitely think of the first person to calculate the entropy radiation of a black hole. And the space-time banquet was a very famous experiment in the second half of his life. Unfortunately, no space-time traveler came to the scene until the end of the banquet. Similarly, there are many speculations about the failure of the banquet in later generations. For example, the conditions do not allow, the rules do not allow, and the system does not allow, etc. Some people even think that Mr. Hawking only marked the longitude and latitude without marking the cosmic coordinates, which made it impossible for later generations to locate the banquet. But now Halo has given such an invitation. Does it mean that Su-Yun has the opportunity to attend that banquet? Then he spread the invitation flat and read the content again. Actually, there is an interesting episode about this invitation. In his previous life, when Su-Yun was writing a novel, he also wrote about the content of the invitation in a certain chapter, which was all in English. Guess what happened? On that day, a freeloader came out and posted a lot of things in the comment section of a pirated website. The meaning was probably that Su-Yun had a lot of grammatical loopholes and so on, and finally angrily said, "Don't pretend if you can't speak English." But the problem is that Su-Yun directly copied the original text of Hawking, without changing a single word. You know, Hawking's Time and Space Banquet invitation is still on sale now. The price is $39. Su-Yun once asked a friend to bring back a copy for the purpose of collection in 2017. At worst, you can find the original invitation by searching on the internet. It's just a matter of doing it. Under normal circumstances, Su-Yun rarely uses the word ignorant to evaluate others. Because he feels that this word is particularly arrogant and conceited, it will give a feeling of standing on a high position and looking down on others, but he is actually not qualified to do so. But facing this matter, he really wanted to say that this person was quite ignorant. The topic returned to reality. Su Yun flipped the invitation a few more times, and his eyes finally stopped at the prompt on the light screen. This reward can only be activated and used after the wall facer completes the next task. Can the wall facer bring an extra person? Seeing this situation, Su Yun couldn't help but touch his chin and said to himself, in other words, this invitation is not the content of the next copy. Hawking and Zione are both Professor Lucas of Cambridge University. Could it be that the letter I sent will have an impact on Hawking? So this reward came after the next task. This is the only requirement for the activation of the invitation. So in the short term, this invitation is estimated to have little possibility of activation? And what about bringing an extra person? Could it be that he was asked to bring Lao Su over? But Lao Su had almost no substantial understanding of the concept of the universe and black holes. Would he take him over to eat bread? Or is there actually someone else who can be taken by himself? Thinking of this, Su Yun couldn't help but shook his head gently. There is still too little information. Then he looked at the time again and found that more than 10 minutes had passed. Seeing this, Su Yun pondered for a moment, carefully put away Hawking's invitation letter and Zione's letter, turned around and walked out of the toilet. Because the time in this space was completely stagnant. When he returned to the grave of Lao Su was still communicating with Su Hua with great interest. By the way, why is this sentence so strange? The location of Su Zu's specific tomb is still in progress, and I don't know when there will be a specific result. Su Hua was holding a cigarette in his hand at this time, and said with emotion, actually, as the descendants of the Su family, our clan association has contacted the Zhenjiang Culture, Broadcasting, and Press Bureau many times. I hope they can send more people to search the mausoleum as soon as possible and on a large scale. But guess what they said? Old Su glanced at him and asked, what did they say? Su Hua picked up the cigarette holder and took 2 deep puffs. Exhaled a puff of smoke, shook his head and said, they said that the social attention to Su Zu's mausoleum is limited, and there are only so many resources that can be invested at present, and the Bureau has no choice. After all, the number of archaeological projects carried out simultaneously in the country is not too many, but it is actually not too few. If Su Zu's fame can be compared with Su Shi and Su Qin, then the search specifications of the mausoleum will be several times more than it is now, and I am afraid that the coffin has been successfully unearthed. What a pity. As he spoke, Su Hua's face became a lot heavier. The clan association is a common social organization that does not belong to the official system. It does not have a career system and related income. Therefore, if you want to serve as the chairman of the clan association, in addition to reputation and seniority, you also need to have a very high level of self-awareness. Many times, the chairman of the clan association not only has no extra income, but also has to invest a lot of energy and even financial resources. It can be said that in the clan system that is gradually becoming indifferent, the chairman is often one of the people who have the highest degree of blood recognition. And Su Hua is such a person. Su Hua, who is now in his 50s, runs a trading company with a net income of about 3 to 5 million yuan a year. This income may not be top-notch in big places, but in the business circle of places like Zhenjiang, it can be regarded as a big shot. When Su Hua was a child, he lived in the countryside with his grandfather. He knew and admired Lao Su since he was a child. Later, when he was successful in his career, several elders from the same clan found him and expressed their hope that he would serve as the chairman of the clan association. Su Hua agreed on the spot without much hesitation. After taking office, Su Hua was dedicated and responsible. On the one hand, he contacted the same clan in Zhenjiang, and on the other hand, he maintained a close relationship with the main branch of Tuangan. A few years ago, under the promotion of Su Hua, the Zhenjiang Cultural, Broadcasting and News Bureau restarted the survey of the old Su mausoleum and achieved the series of results mentioned earlier. But on the other hand, at this point, the progress of exploration is no longer determined by social relations, but by the social attention paid to the exploration target. This kind of thing is not so much bureaucratic, but it still has a taste of favoritism. They are both exploring mausoleums. A is more famous than B, and the media and public opinion it has attracted are high, so resources will naturally tend to A. Although Su Hua has popularized Lao Su's achievements to the Bureau of Culture, Broadcasting, and Press and Publication countless times, he always got one sentence, Chairman Su, it's useless for us to know. We have to let the public know. So, Lao Su's mausoleum exploration work has been seriously delayed after the project was implemented. Exploration must have been carried out, but the equipment and manpower are far from enough, and it is as slow as an ant. This is very painful. At the same time, as Lao Su's descendant, Su Hua can't stand on the grave and scold his ancestor for being unfamous, otherwise wouldn't he be an unfilial descendant? Therefore, Su Hua has always been under a lot of pressure. Thinking of this, Su Hua couldn't help but sigh again, patted old Su's shoulder with a look of an experienced person, and said, Zio Su, although Suzu's reputation is not high now, as his descendants, we all know what kind of person Suzu is, so if there is a chance, we still have to try our best to help Suzu to restore his reputation and let more people know about Suzu's contributions, don't you think? After old Su nodded, he continued, I am a businessman, I don't have much education, and I'm not young anymore. I probably won't be able to make a name for myself in this lifetime, but you are different. You are still young, and you are a top student who graduated from the University of Science and Technology, and your name is the same as Suzu, so although you and I met by chance, I still have to say something arrogantly, Zio Su, you have to live up to your name, you don't have to think about reviving the Su family. This is not popular these days. What you have to do is to strive to make some contribution so that others can think of our ancestor when they think of you. After saying that, Su Hua shook his cigarette butt, kicked away a small stone, and continued, of course, this is just a suggestion. It is not your mission. No one will blame you if you can't do it. There are many people named Su Song in the world. We can't make every one of them a scientist, right? Just treat the above words as complaints from an elder. Just listen to me and don't take it too seriously. Is that okay? Old Su glanced at him, remained silent for a moment, nodded and said, no problem, that's good, that's good. Su Hua laughed and patted old Su on the shoulder again. Then he suddenly thought of something, by the way, I have a niece who just graduated from Fudan University this year. She's pretty, how about I introduce her to you too? Old Su's mouth twitched, looking at Su Hua with an expression of I want to be the matchmaker. Old Su quickly waved his hands, no, I don't plan to find a girlfriend yet. Su Hua didn't seem to want to give up yet, and pretended to take out his mobile phone. That girl is really virtuous. Let me show you a photo. She is also a descendant of our Su family, but don't worry, she is definitely 5 generations older than you. Hearing this, old Su waved his hands faster, like a counterattack storm with jacks. Then, under old Su's firm opposition, Su Hua gave up the idea of matchmaking. Of course. Fortunately, it didn't work. Half an hour later, the ancestor worship ceremony was completed. After everyone cleaned up the scene, Su Hua came to Su Yun and asked, Zio Su, let's go down the mountain together. Su Yun looked at Lao Su and nodded, okay. The reason Su Yun and Lao Su found before was that Lao Su's parents knew their parents, and the two were playmates when they were young. Now that they were in Yongcheng and happened to be free, they came to Zhenjiang together to pay homage to an elder of Lao Su's ancestor. At that time, Su Yun and Lin Zhenhua agreed on a round-trip time of 2 days, which was not enough after deducting the driving time. Now that the worship was over, they naturally had to hurry back to Hanhu factory. After making a decision, Su Yun and the other two took the initiative to help carry some gifts, and everyone headed towards the Su Song Temple. Su Hua and his friends had more than 10 packages of various sizes, which contained unburned paper money and some video equipment. And they were not light. According to Su Yun's judgment, they should carry the luggage down the mountain manually, so he was specially prepared to be a coolie. As a result, when they arrived at the gate of Su Song Temple, they suddenly saw a donkey pulling a cart. That's right. A donkey. It looks a bit like Brother Donkey. Su Hua asked everyone to put the luggage on the cart, and explained to Su Yun and the others, although the height of Wishao Mountain is only more than 300 meters, it is still quite physically demanding to carry things, so a few years ago, we found a donkey to pull the cart, and we just need to control the donkey when going down the mountain. After all, the mountain road of Wishao Mountain is a winding mountain road, not a straight road, so there is no need to worry that the donkey cart will lose control and fall to the bottom of the mountain. Su Yun turned his head and looked at the donkey. His eyes lingered on the luggage placed behind it for a while, and asked, Chairman Su, can this donkey pull so much luggage? Su Hua laughed immediately. It seemed that many people had asked this question. He pointed at the donkey and said, Zio Su, you may not know this, although this is a female donkey, it is a genuine local breed, and it is almost impossible to find it in the whole country now. This kind of donkey is much stronger than a meat donkey when pulling goods, so there is no need to worry about it getting tired. We have used it to worship our ancestors for several years, and nothing has ever happened. It is very stable." Su-yoon was stunned when he heard this, and then his eyes widened as big as 20 Li Ronghaos. Local donkey? And it's female. Su-hua didn't notice Su-yoon's expression, and thought he was just a little surprised after hearing the donkey breed, so he explained, "Yes, a local donkey. It is said that when Su-gong was an official in Bianjing, he once raised a donkey, but before returning to Jinkao, it was killed by Su-gong's sixth son and made into donkey meat barbecue after returning to Jinkao. In order to take care of Su-gong's daily life, Ziliodu raised another donkey to pull the mill. Later, Su-gong died of illness, and Ziliodu and some of Su's descendants settled here, and the donkey stayed here. At the same time, due to the remoteness of this place, Sujia village did not have much contact with the outside world. And the bloodline of the donkey has been passed down. Later, Sujia village was demolished, and the donkey fell into the hands of our clan association." Su-hua sighed and shook his head and said, "But this female donkey is a single-born, and now there is only this local donkey in Zhenjiang. I am worried about how to breed her." Hearing this, a poem suddenly emerged in Su-yoon's mind. "Guli is wrong, wrong, it is wrong, it is hard to find, it is easy to get it. You know. Not long ago, he just got a message from Chu Sheng. The business of Dongyin Canteen has been booming these days, and Brother Donkey has been working 14 hours a day. It can be said that except for sleeping and eating, Brother Donkey spends the rest of his time grinding. In addition, Brother Donkey's hair supply has also had some problems. After all, although black sesame and minoxidil have some effect on hair growth in theory, the cycle required is still very long. At least it is impossible to produce a crop in a few days. However, the cultivation process of Yayan bacteria has reached a very critical point, so Brother Donkey's back is almost bald now. Therefore, whether from the perspective of sharing work or breeding, finding another local donkey is already a top priority. But it has been introduced before. Due to the introduction of a large number of Pakistani donkeys around 2000, the local donkeys in the country are basically extinct. So the whole link has fallen into a dead end, and even Su-yoon doesn't know how to break it. But who would have thought that when I came out to Company Laosu to visit a grave, I actually saw a local donkey. What's more important is that the other party is a female. Chapter 213 Price and Inheritance. One day later, outside the Hanho factory guest house. At this moment, Tang Li, who had hurried downstairs after receiving the news, was looking at Su-yoon with a confused face, with an inexplicable strange tone. "So Dr. Su, you went to Zhenjiang to worship your ancestors, and on the way back you brought back a female donkey." Opposite her, Su-yoon and Lao Su stood side by side, holding the donkey's rope in one hand, and nodded with a dry laugh. "Yes, our project team on campus just happened to have a place that needed the assistance of a local donkey, and we have been looking for it for a long time, plus that Chairman Su is easy to talk to, so we brought this donkey back directly, 1 day ago." When Su-yoon learned that Su-hua brought a local donkey girl, he couldn't sit still. He quickly stopped Su-hua and briefly introduced the situation of Brother Donkey and the University of Science and Technology to him. At that time, in order to make his statement convincing enough, Su-yoon also specially asked Chu Sheng to go to Donggyun restaurant and arrange a remote blind date for the two donkeys through WeChat video. How to say it? Almost at the moment of seeing the donkey girl, the donkey brother started to groan as if he had been stuffed with a vibrator. The donkey girl's reaction was similar. Her expression was almost the same as the heroine in the book. She was very strong when she went down the mountain. With a video as a guarantee and Lao Su's identity as a fellow tribesman, Su-hua only asked Su-yoon for a symbolic cost of 2,000 yuan and sold the donkey girl to Su-yoon. Then the few of them left WeChat messages with each other, and Su-yoon took a truck introduced by Su-hua and took the donkey girl to the Hanho factory. This led to the scene at the beginning. Seeing that his big boss had made up his mind. Even though Tang Li had many complaints in her heart, she had to accept this reality. She only heard her say, "Then Dr. Su, how are you going to transport this donkey back to school? The distance we are going back is not as long as Zhenjiang to Hanho factory. Yongchang and Luxiao are nearly 600 kilometers. This distance is difficult in all aspects. We can't just use an ordinary truck to transport it like you did when you came back, right?" Su-yoon smiled and waved at her, pointed his chin in a certain direction, and explained, "Don't worry, I have contacted our manager Zhao Haiyang, who is hosting us at Hanhe about this matter. Hanhe is a large factory with 10,000 people. It is more like a small town with integrated industrial functions than an industrial park. In addition to facilities such as hospitals and schools, there are also special poultry and livestock settlements in the factory. After all, so many people have to eat, so I have agreed with manager Zhao that brother Donkey is wrong, and sister Donkey will temporarily stay at the poultry and livestock settlement. There will be a convoy from Hanhe factory to Luxiao in 2 days. We can just send sister Donkey there at that time. Our trip will not be affected at all. Tang Li, as the leading heavy industry group in China, it is not surprising that Hanhe Heavy Industry has business dealings with provincial capitals like Luxiao. There will be a convoy almost every few days. According to the information obtained by Su Yun, in 2 days, a set of power generation equipment from Hanhe factory will be delivered to the One group in Luxiao. And people can be arranged to send sister Donkey there at that time. Seeing that Su Yun had even prepared this, Tang Li had no choice but to shrug his shoulders and completely accept his boss's move. Anyway, just don't let her arrange the itinerary for a donkey, she really can't do these things. While the two were talking, Su Yun's mobile phone suddenly rang. If I have time before dark, I will dig out your eyes. Su Yun took out his mobile phone and looked at it, and he was immediately happy. He shook the screen towards Tang Li and said to Tang Li, Assistant Tang, we just talked about manager Zhao, and he called. After that, he pressed the call button. Hello, manager Zhao, Dr. Su, it's me. As soon as the call was connected, Zhao Haiyang's loud voice came from the other end. Dr. Su, good news, good news. Su Yun's mobile phone speaker was on. Hearing this, he looked at Tang Li and said thoughtfully, Manager Zhao, has the transition metal adaptation been successful? 3 days ago. Under Lao Su's flash of inspiration. After discussion, Su Yun and others finally successfully selected a new intermediate preparation scheme with potassium ferrocyanide as the balanced liquid. The only thing missing is to optimize the reaction starting material into metallic lanthanum. This level is not difficult, it just takes a long time. Therefore, Su Yun later left the scene to Yuan Iwang, and took Lao Su to Washao Mountain to visit the grave. Now 3 days have passed. Theoretically, this problem should have a result. Sure enough. Zhao Haiyang's reply came from the other end of the phone soon. Yes, Dr. Su, we just received a notice that the transition metal has been successfully adapted. According to Director Yu's calculations, during the production process, the efficiency of our equipment can reach 117% of FOERDA, T632, but the material cost is only 92% of theirs. Great. Hearing this news, Su Yun's right hand, which was not holding the phone, clenched his fist and waved it heavily in the air twice. The adaptation of transition metals is indeed good news, but compared to the cost inefficiency mentioned by Zhao Haiyang, Su Yun is more concerned about another thing. This set of equipment uses the working mode of liquid intermediates, and there is no similarity with Nutrien's FOERDA, T632 sequence. Even if the other party applies for a special inspection of PTC heavy equipment on the grounds of the Paris Convention, Hudan Biotech can also generously let the investigation team intervene, and give a small gift like a white flag as a souvenir before leaving. Thinking of this, Su Yun opened his mouth and prepared to thank again. However, before he could speak, on the other end of the phone, Zhao Haiyang said again, Dr. Su, in addition to the successful adaptation of transition metals, we have another good news to tell you, that is the module of the cyclization equipment is also completely done. Hearing this news, Su Yun was really a little surprised, and even the tone of his voice was raised a lot. Manager Zhao, what did you say? The module of the cyclization equipment is done, it was mentioned before. Su Yun and his team had 2 problems to solve on this trip. They were transition metal catalysis and directional cyclization. The former was relatively easy. As long as you open your mind, you only need time to pile up samples. The latter is a real big boss, which requires a set of extremely precise equipment. It requires a processing accuracy of 0.002 millimeters, a value that no company in China can currently achieve. It's a coincidence. In his previous life, when Su Yun was writing a novel, he also mentioned the concept of this accuracy. At that time, a reader once asked a question, no, isn't a certain air conditioner brand claiming that the 5-axis accuracy has reached 0.003? This question is much better than the brainless grammar, But how can I say it's not a liar? But that company actually played a word game in its publicity. Speaking of 5-axis accuracy, we must first make it clear that 5-axis accuracy does not refer to the accuracy of a single axis. For example, if the x-axis accuracy is 0.003, then is the accuracy of this machine 0.003? The answer is of course no. The 5-axis precision should be the precision of 3 linear axes plus the precision of 2 rotary axes equals the true precision. If the error of each axis is 0.003, then the cumulative error of the 5-axis precision will be much higher than 0.003. In the data disclosed by that company, the so-called 0.003 precision actually refers to the z-axis precision, not the 5-axis as a whole. According to the information learned by Su Yun, the actual precision of that air conditioning company is considered high at 0.008. At present, the top company in China should be Yanjing Precision Carving, which is one of the few equipment manufacturers with independent research and development capabilities. Its product quality can be said to be one of the best in the domestic small 5-axis market. But in the world, to give some face, it is second-rate. Yanjing Precision Carving dare not say that its independent technology can achieve 0.003, let alone that air conditioning company. Even the internationally famous Hammer 5-axis machining center, a world-class brand, can barely achieve a precision of 0.003 to 0.005 for machining parts. Machine tools that can reach a base of 0.003 are at least JISP 6336 or even JISP 6338. In fact, that company did not even pass JISP 6201. It is better to read more official news about such news that can be regarded as the lifeline of industry or scientific research. Commercial channels are more or less suspected of exaggeration. After all, machine tools and photolithography machines have something in common to some extent. If there is a technological breakthrough, it will inevitably cause an uproar in public opinion and may even trigger certain trade sanctions. The topic returns to the original point. No domestic company can achieve this kind of precision. Therefore, after learning that Hanho factory has solved the problem of precision, Su Yun's surprise is not difficult to understand. At the same time, on the other end of the phone, Zhao Haiyang rubbed his aching ears, glanced at Lin Hanho beside him, and continued, Dr. Su, this matter is more complicated to talk about. Why don't you go to the research center first and let's meet and talk? Su Yun had no objection to this. No problem, I'll go there now. After hanging up the phone, Su Yun asked Tang Li and Lao Su to inform the rest of the team. He temporarily handed Donkey Girl to the front desk of the guest house and hurried to the research center. 15 minutes later, Su Yun arrived at the research center. Soon, he met Zhao Haiyang, Yu Yuanyang and Lin Hanho in the previous laboratory. I don't know if it's an illusion. Su Yun always felt that Lin Hanho's face seemed to be more tired after not seeing him for a few days. Did he fail to buy fish again? Mr. Lin, Manager Zhao, Director Yu. Seeing that Lin Hanho was also present, Su Yun stopped asking Zhao Haiyang about the situation. After greeting, he took the initiative to look at Lin Hanho and asked, Mr. Lin, what's going on? Although he still doesn't know what happened and why such a big barrier problem was solved so suddenly. But from the current situation, the cyclization equipment module is probably related to the head of Hanho Heavy Industry. Looking at Su Yun, who was a little anxious, Lin Hanho did not choose to answer directly. Instead, he took out a document from his side, handed it to Su Yun, and said, Zio Su, take a look at this first. Su Yun blinked. Although he had 1,000 doubts in his heart, the other party was an elder after all. So he had to take the document and read it according to Lin Hanho's request. However, as he read it, Su Yun's expression gradually became solemn. Injection port 0.017x minor coefficient 7.923 inches to 0.04 inches. Homogeneous container 0.40 liters. After each column, Su Yun's heartbeat would speed up. After a moment, Su Yun suddenly raised his head from the document, staring at Lin Hanho. Mr. Lin, this is the 5-hour production report of our production line. Lin Hanho smiled and nodded, yes. Facing Lin Hanho's affirmation, even though Su Yun had lived 2 lives, he couldn't help but feel a little confused at this time. But how is this possible? Each coefficient on it is more than 5 times that of neutrons FOERDA, T632, Converted into precision, it is at least within 0.0015. Which domestic machine tool factory can make a module with this precision? Neither Yanjing Precision Carving nor Dalian Keed can have this strength, right? As he spoke, Su-Yun looked around, trying to find the corresponding mold to study it carefully. But soon, his action was interrupted by Lin Zhenhua. Xiao Su, don't look for it. The mold is not here. Did your sister notice that the report is a faxed copy? The mold is still in Shanghai. It will be sent directly to your company in 2 days. Shanghai? Su-Yun was stunned when he heard this, and the names of several machine tool companies in Shanghai flashed through his mind. Shanghai Machine? Impossible. Shanghai Machine is not even in the top 10 in China, so it must not have this ability. Or Modech Transmission? No, this one is even more impossible. It is not even in the top 50 in China. But who else can Shanghai have besides these two? It is impossible that Shanghai really opened a light gate and used divine thoughts to make this mold from the Great Mo realm? And just as Su-Yun was thinking hard, suddenly, an incident that Yan Liangwei mentioned flashed through his mind. When Director Lin was a grassroots worker in Hanho factory, he met and helped a carpenter named Hu Yang, and the two had a deep relationship. Later, he learned about it by accident. This person was originally the chief engineer of the Propulsion System Engineering Institute of the Naval Ship Research Institute, who was sent to Hanho factory under a pseudonym during the incidents in those years. After the other party restored his identity, Lin Zhenhua helped him a lot and established a deep relationship with the Navy. This matter was widely spread and is also a very famous story in the history of Chinese industry. If Hu Yang had not been exposed and returned to the team, it would have been a problem for Big Black Fish and Little Flat Top to go to sea. And if the mold is produced through military technology, it seems possible in theory? Thinking of this, Su-Yun couldn't help but look at Lin Zhenhua and asked tentatively, Mr. Lin, is it Navy? Hearing the word Navy coming out of Su-Yun's mouth, Lin Zhenhua was slightly stunned and seemed a little surprised. But soon, he nodded calmly, yes, I asked friends in the military industry for help. Although it is still difficult for us to mass-produce high-end modules even in the military industry, it is not difficult to make some small molds with some effort. After all, your equipment is just a reaction link in a small production line, and the difficulty is basically the lowest level. In addition, the comrades in the Navy have also helped you optimize your equipment. After all, Nutrien is just a company that is not the top in the same field, and there is still a gap between it and the military industry and data optimization. Su-Yun was silent after hearing this. In fact, what he didn't know was that as early as a few days ago, after hanging up Yan Liangwei's phone call, Lin Zhenhua used his connections to find out some information about Huadong Biosciences. This information includes the company structure of Huadong Biosciences, as well as the product effects, and the various parties that a company encountered before and after its establishment. Especially the last point. As a well-known boss in the industrial circle, Lin Zhenhua's information channels are even more secretive and clear than those of the University of Science and Technology. Therefore, he soon understood why Huadong Biotech was so fiercely targeted. The one roach killer produced by Huadong Biotech is, to some extent, a dimensionality reduction attack. The advantage in this field is even greater than the 5-blade electric fan that made Hanho famous. So after learning that it is difficult to achieve a module with an accuracy of 0.002 in the factory or in the Chinese civilian field, after thinking for a while, Lin Zhenhua still used another plan. Through his own connections, he contacted the Navy for help. In fact, when it comes to the 4 words military industry unit, many people may think of words such as airplanes, cannons, and missiles. But in fact, naval military industry is also a military industry direction that cannot be underestimated. Whether it is a propeller, thruster or some other unspeakable equipment, the high precision requirements are all recorded in microns. Of course, a small part of this precision relies on machine tools, and most of it relies on the previously mentioned stacking method. That is, only 1 out of 100 can be qualified, and there is no need to consider the cost. In other words, this is a very expensive production method. Not to mention that the nature of the Navy is also very special. Even if ordinary companies have the financial resources, it is difficult to persuade the Navy to help. Even an industrial tycoon like Lin Zhenhua must have spent a lot of favors and costs. Thinking of this, Su-Yun couldn't help but sigh heavily. The actual cost of the circular mold that can achieve the data on the table given by Lin Zhenhua is at least more than 3 million, and even higher possibilities are not ruled out. Because this is not a set of production equipment, but a mold that can be reproduced for mass production. This kind of mold not only requires the assistance of high-precision production equipment, but also requires the mobilization of 80,000-ton hydraulic presses for forging. What is the concept of an 80,000-ton hydraulic press? For example, many parts of the Airbus A380 are made by a large hydraulic press, and the specification of that one is 75,000 tons. The domestic 80,000-ton hydraulic press is mostly used for the production of 7,500 mm nuclear power tube sheets, the forging of fighter engine frames, etc. One-time molding, no need for secondary forging. This is a real national heavy weapon, and there is only one in China. To build a fine equipment like a circular mold without a pre-mold, the price of starting at once is more than 1 million. The price of an 80,000-ton hydraulic press is 10 yuan per ton. The mold built in this case can be directly used for replica mass production. That is, you take the molten iron and pour it along the grain, and after cooling, you can directly get the required circular production line, and the cost is naturally not low. Of course. The above sentence is just an example for easy understanding. The actual operation of this kind of mold is definitely not as simple as pouring water and cooling, and some other complex processes must be added. But in any case, the service life of this kind of mold will be more than hundreds of times. In other words, using the most pessimistic and conservative psychological estimation, before the production line of one rooster extermination is expanded to 100, Su Yun and others don't need to worry about the production line problem. But how can this favor be repaid? This is no longer a simple price issue, it involves some deeper and complex links. Not to mention that Lin Zhenhua obviously doesn't even intend to collect money from him. There's Housing Gittin in front and Lin Zhenhua in the back. How could I have done this? Looking at Su Yun's complicated expression, Lin Zhenhua seemed to see his entanglement. So he took the initiative to step forward, patted Su Yun on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Xiao Su, I can roughly guess what you are thinking, but in fact, you really don't need to think too much. It's true that I used my personal connections, but the premise of all this, in the final analysis, is whether your product is good enough. If it's just an ordinary product that needs a high-precision equipment module, I will never ask the Navy for it, and if that's the case, even if I find the Navy, they won't agree to help. The Navy's military industry also has an inspection department. They agree to help you make the module, which means your product is also in their eyes," as he said. Lin Zhenhua stretched out his hand and pulled his hair a few times. Then he put his hand in front of Su Yun, spread it out, and exposed his palm. Su Yun looked over subconsciously. He found that there were a few white hairs lying on the palm of Lin Zhenhua's hand. Lin Zhenhua pinched a silver thread with the index finger and thumb of his other hand, and sighed. "Xiao Su, have you seen these hairs? I used to be as high-spirited as you, fighting against Japan, Korea and Germany, and personally built a high-rise building of Hanhu heavy industry. Some people say that I am a banner in the industrial history of the Republic. I think there's nothing wrong with this. My contribution deserves this evaluation. But the so-called banner also means that it is inserted in the original place and serves as a signpost. But before I knew it, I am also an old man in his 70s. I can walk, but I can't run anymore. I can pick up pliers, but I can't turn screws anymore, although I am still the head of Hanhu factory. In fact, I have gradually handed over some affairs to my successor since a few years ago. Otherwise, how would I have time to go shopping and fishing? People will get old after all, but I am glad that I met you when I, an old man, was about to be buried halfway." Then Lin Zhenhua's eyes swept over Su Yun, Yu Yuan Iwang, and Lao Su, who followed Tang Li to the scene. Watching. Lin Zhenhua, who should have been sad because of his age, suddenly laughed, with light flashing in his eyes. That's right. Now he's old. Maybe in a few years, he may not even be able to walk steadily. He is like a flag, which was once planted on the top of the mountain, blocking countless enemy attacks. It was brilliant and engraved with illustrious military exploits. But with the erosion of time, holes appeared on the flag. On the opposite side of the flag, those foreign enemies who had failed to attack this mountain have never given up their covetousness for this place. They just temporarily put away their fangs, raise their cheekbones, and put on a fake smile. Once they relax, they will turn into green-faced and fang ghosts, Come forward and suck your soul clean. For a while, the situation seemed a little precarious and full of dangers. But at this moment, Lin Zhenhe suddenly found that on the winding path behind him, there was a large group of people holding torches and trying to climb up in the dark. Su Yun, Yu Yuan Iwang, Lao Su, Li Yi. In Lin Zhenhe's eyes, these people are clusters of flames of different sizes, revealing vigorous vitality. And what he has to do, before they reach the top of the mountain, use all his remaining strength to guide them in the dark. As long as they are given enough time, they will reach the top of the mountain. Surpassing himself, throw the torch at the enemy. The raging fire is born to burn ghosts. Although Su Yun can't completely empathize with Lin Zhenhe due to his age and experience, but as a person with the same ideals, he can more or less understand some of the thoughts and emotions of this old industrialist. Looking at the document report in his hand, Su Yun couldn't help but take a deep breath. He walked up to Lin Zhenhe, bowed heavily to him, and said, "Old Lin, don't worry, I will never let you down." The content is very brief, but the tone is extremely firm. Lin Zhenhe smiled and patted his shoulder. Everything is self-evident. After a while, Lin Zhenhe seemed a little tired after standing for a long time, so he asked Zhao Haiyang to pull over some chairs. He motioned Su Yun and others to sit down and said, "Xiao Su, if nothing unexpected happens, the molds from the Navy should be delivered to Luzhou within 3 days. I'll give you a phone number when the time comes, and you can contact him." Su Yun nodded, indicating that he remembered it. Then Lin Zhenhe said, "As for the transition metal adaptation production line on Hanhua's side, the price is as we agreed before, 200,000 per set, and the first batch will produce 7 sets, but it will take about a week from stamping preparation to delivery to Luzhou." "Xiao Su, is it in time?" 1 week, Su Yun pondered for a moment, quickly calculated in his mind, and replied, "Sales should be more or less affected, but overall there is no big problem. It is much better than we expected." According to the news from Guguangking, the sales of Yijlangmi in these days are basically consistent with the original expectations, and the total sales have reached 550,000. Today's sales have stabilized, approaching the long-term template of 40,000. There are 130,000 stocks in the warehouse, which are the stocks prepared by the company before the official sales. At the same time, the factory can produce about 23,000 products every day under full load over time. Now it has been 5 or 6 days since the sale, and the number of this part is about 110,000, 551311 equals 31. In other words, compared with the total sales, there is still a difference of 300,000 in the total number of products, and it is expanding by nearly 20,000 every day. However, not long ago, Huadong Bioscience's official Weibo has issued an announcement of insufficient production capacity, and there is no intention to hide it from consumers with other reasons. Most consumers express their understanding of this. After all, it was caused by patriotic feelings. In this round of sales, everyone's tolerance in this regard is still very high. According to the information obtained by Su Yun, the refund rate of customers who have not been shipped on the 2 platforms is only 0.03%, which means that only 300 out of 100,000 units have been refunded. Therefore, there will definitely be some losses if the goods cannot be shipped in time in the short term, but it will not cause the buyer's emotions to turn negative collectively. At least compared with a previously planned ultra-high-cost plan of using laboratory equipment to produce, the current situation is already countless times better. If the new equipment can be delivered to Luzhou within 7 days, then, including the time for assembly and debugging, it should be officially put into production within 10 days. This time consumption is completely within the acceptable range of Su Yun, and the refund rate will only increase to 1% at most. I have to say, this favor is really owed. And just when Su Yun was thinking and sighing, Lin Zhenhe's face suddenly showed a trace of hesitation, and he seemed a little entangled. But after a few seconds, he still said, "Xiao Su, how is your company's R&D capability at present?" "R&D capability?" Su Yun was stunned when he heard this, then he shook his head gently and said frankly, "To be honest, it can only be considered as making do. Although our company is an industry under the University of Science and Technology, we have no way to use the teaching and research and development capabilities of the University of Science and Technology for our own use, so at present, apart from me, the only one who is in charge of the R&D is a friend of mine who speaks in a particularly loud tone, and the others are all regular R&D personnel." This configuration is barely enough to cope with it in the short term. After all, the company does not have many projects at present, but over time, the drawbacks will inevitably be revealed. Su Yun scratched his head and said with a smile, "Besides, we are a high-tech company after all. 2 PhDs are still not enough, so I have always wanted to find a big shot to support the company, so I have been looking for people everywhere during this period, but the results have not been ideal. So I can only take it one step at a time." Lin Zhenhua nodded thoughtfully. "I see." After leaving the laboratory, Su Yun realized that the company was short of core R&D personnel. Therefore, he also looked for Tian Liangwei's headhunting company, trying to find a suitable candidate from both private and public aspects. However, the final results were not ideal. After all, there are not many academician-level bigwigs in China who are engaged in biology. These people either teach in colleges and universities or are responsible for high-level project research and development in top companies. There is basically no possibility of moving. Therefore, over time, this situation has become stagnant. Just when Su Yun thought that the other party was just asking casually, Lin Zhenhua suddenly asked again, "Xiao Su, I have a friend who is also engaged in biology. He is very capable. I wonder if your company is interested in accepting him." Chapter 214, Tainted Scholar. What? You are going to recommend a friend who is good at biology? In the laboratory, after hearing Lin Zhenhua's words, Su Yun was slightly surprised, and a vague emotion emerged in his heart. You know, although Hanho Group is a heavy industry group, it also has some biological or medical laboratories within the group. In fact, it is not just Hanho heavy industry. Under the current complex industrial research and development requirements, almost every heavy industry at home and abroad is like this. For example, in 2014, First Heavy Industry invested more than 20 million to build a biological research center. There are more than 80 researchers in that research center, specializing in biomass fuels, microbial synthesis equipment and other bioengineering equipment. There is also the famous Caterpillar. This company was originally engaged in excavators and mining machines, and had cooperated with Langxiang in the early years. Now, with the increase in orders for various chemical containers, it has also established several biochemical laboratories in 2016. As mentioned before, when a company reaches the size of Hanho Group, it has actually left the scope of the so-called company and can be regarded as a complex industrial entity. So in theory, if Lin Zhenhua knew someone, he could have arranged for the person to work in Hanho Group. There was no need to ask Su Yun for a recommendation. Could it be that the other person was a relative of Lin Zhenhua, and Lin Zhenhua wanted to avoid some rumors before retirement, so he found him? Although this approach was not in line with Lin Zhenhua's past personality, no one could say whether Lin Zhenhua's ideas would remain the same after decades. Thinking of this, Su Yun couldn't help but glance at Lin Zhenhua and asked tentatively, "Mr. Lin, does the person you recommended have a specific academic qualification or professional title?" Although academic qualifications cannot be directly linked to ability these days, they still play a certain role in judgment when meeting for the first time. For example, if Lin Zhenhua's answer is a bachelor's degree, master's degree or doctorate, then the other person is most likely a relative of Lin Zhenhua or a promising junior. If the other person is a deputy senior or even a senior, there is a high probability that there are other reasons. Professional title. Lin Zhenhua directly ignored the academic qualifications at the beginning and repeated the word professional title several times in a low voice. A few seconds later, two words suddenly popped out of his mouth, academician. "Oh, academician, that's quite amazing." Hearing Lin Zhenhua's reply, Su Yun nodded subconsciously and prepared to say a few polite words. However, just after saying a few words, he felt something was wrong. After coming to his senses, the whole person was more like Mr. Wang Hong, who was raped at the end of the sketch decoration. He almost jumped up from his seat. "What did you say? Academician? Oh my. Students who have been academicians should know. According to the specific nature and direction of research, Chinese academicians are divided into two categories, academicians of the Academy of Sciences and academicians of the Academy of Engineering. The former is mainly theoretical, while the latter is mainly practical. The two have different focuses, but they are equally important. They are both precious national treasures of the Republic. Of course, here we are referring to those academicians who have made contributions and have real talents. At present, There are 802 academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and 895 academicians of the Academy of Engineering, totaling 1,697 people. Among these 1,697 people, there are 357 academicians in the fields of life science, medicine, and agriculture, which are related to biology. Among them, there are 144 academicians over 80 years old. The official title of the country is called Senior Academicians. If this age line is pulled down by 5 years, there are 185 academicians over 75 years old. And after deducting some exceptions from this part of the academicians, the vast majority of the remaining people actually no longer have the energy and physical strength for long-term frontline research. Lin Zhenhe will definitely not recommend such a big guy. In other words, there are less than 180 academicians who can really meet Lin Zhenhe's conditions nationwide. This level of big bull is all Su Yun's dream but can't get it. Now Lin Zhenhe said that he can introduce an academician to his company? Isn't this too mysterious? How could a big guy of that level look down on the small workshop of wood and bioscience? However, Lin Zhenhe didn't know what Su Yun was thinking at this time. He was silent for a moment and added, "But Xiao Su, there is something I need to tell you first, so as to avoid any arguments later." Su Yun nodded. "Just say whatever you want to say." Lin Zhenhe raised his eyelids and looked at him, and slowly said, "Although my friend is an academician, his situation is a bit special, and it is not the same as ordinary academicians." Su Yun was stunned when he heard this. Many possibilities such as parallel imports and making money by hanging a name in his name flashed through his mind. But soon, he dismissed this idea. If Lin Zhenhe wanted to avoid gossip and speculation about taking the back door, let's just say there is a slight possibility from a reasonable point of view, then the probability of him helping parallel imports to make extra money must be zero. Because this is against Lin Zhenhe's character. If he really wanted to make extra money, he might have asked for a sky-high price on the previous module, and there is no need to use such a trick now. Thinking of this, Su Yun couldn't help but look at Lin Zhenhe and asked, "Mr. Lin, what's the name of the academician you mentioned?" Lin Zhenhe looked up at him, sighed, and said in a deep voice, "His name is Zhou Shan." Zhou. Hearing this name, Su Yun was stunned. After a few seconds, he nodded in understanding. So that's it. Why would an academician be vacant and recommended to him? Why couldn't Lin Zhenhe arrange him to work in the state-owned enterprise of Hanhe Group? Now everything makes sense. Because that person is Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan. This is one of the youngest academicians in the history of the Chinese Academy of Engineering. Now he is 62 years old and focuses on animal molecular genetics and breeding. In addition to being an academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering, Zhou Shan is also an academician of the International Eurasian Academy of Sciences, a foreign academician of the German Academy of Sciences, and a foreign academician of the Gallic Academy of Sciences. His resume is very dazzling. However, one day 12 years ago, Zhou Shan was taken away by relevant departments for investigation before an academic conference began. Half a year later, Zhou Shan was prosecuted for transferring funds to his own holding company, and was eventually sentenced to 12 years in prison for embezzling a total of more than 30 million yuan in research funds. Now, according to the timeline, Zhou Shan is indeed ready to be released from prison. Seeing this, some people may ask, on the surface, isn't this just a simple case of embezzlement? How can such a tainted scholar enter Su Yun's company after being released from prison? And why can he be recommended by someone like Lin Zhenhe? Does it mean that for the so-called research and development capabilities, he doesn't even care about his identity as a tainted scholar? The reason is very simple. The many inside stories behind Zhou Shan's incident are far from as simple as they seem. For example, a very critical point. Judging from Zhou Shan himself and the evidence collected at the time, it is true that Zhou Shan embezzled funds to his company account. But he did not use it for entertainment or to purchase real estate or cars, and there is no personal consumption voucher. On the contrary, all the money he moved to the company account eventually became the research and development funds of the project team. Yes, you read that right. Zhou Shan misappropriated the R&D funds, but the ultimate goal was to use them for R&D. Because the funds were distributed like this at the time, for example, the project proposal was approved, the planning period was 1 year, and the higher authorities approved 10 million yuan in funds. In theory, the money should be received immediately, right? Wrong. The time to get the money is often a long time later, half a year at the fastest, 9 or 10 months at the slowest. The requirement above is that you have to spend all the money in the remaining months, and the unused project funds must be resubmitted. This practice has led to two situations. One is that many research groups spend money at the end of the year and check accounts frantically. The second is that objectively, many research groups that have to spend money across the year, for example, your experimental animals must be kept until next year, must find ways to use various means to keep the funds. As for where the funds in the previous few months went, Su-Yun didn't know, and didn't dare to speculate, but the general fact at the time was that the funds would inevitably be delayed. Zhou Shan's project happened to be the second one, so what could he do? After thinking about it, Zhou Shan could only choose to move the funds out first and then use them slowly. This was also a common practice for most projects at the time, which was very irregular. So since Zhou Shan was arrested in 2014, Gui issued document number 11, allowing funds to be transferred to the next year. In 2016, another guidance was issued, stating that the remaining funds of the project team after acceptance could be retained for 2 years, under the condition that the total budget remains unchanged. The various expenses of the project team can be used in a balanced manner, and there is no longer a proportional limit on labor expenses. So Zhou Shan's imprisonment is actually a very controversial case. On the one hand, he did not engage in luxury consumption in his personal name, and all the evidence at the time showed this. After his arrest, dozens of academicians from the two academies jointly expressed their hope for a lighter sentence. In fact, in 2018, Gou Mingxuan, Chen Guangzhong, Zhang Mingke, Chen Ruhua, Zhou Guangquan, Chu Huizi, and Zhang Yuanhong, two highly respected legal scholars in the country, also conducted a demonstration, and the final conclusion was, after the transfer of the research funds involved in the case, they basically flowed into the industrialization platform supporting the project, and were used for scientific and technological development, animal breeding and other purposes. They were not illegally appropriated by Zhou Shan and others, and the behavior did not meet the objective elements of the crime of embezzlement. The source of the materials for judicial accounting appraisal in this case is unknown, and there are many defects such as the lack of signatures by the appraisers. It lacks the necessary standardization, scientificity, and rigor, and cannot be used as the basis for the final decision. Zhou Shan was not aware of the specific management of the funds and had no criminal intent, which did not meet the subjective elements of the crime of embezzlement. But why did Zhou Shan go to jail? This is related to the chaos in the Chinese scientific research circle at that time. To be honest, since the Qigan craze appeared in the 1990s, a large number of monsters and demons have emerged in the scientific research circle. At that time, the Chinese scientific research circle was indeed very chaotic, to an extremely abnormal degree. Let's not talk about the distant past, let's talk about Su Yun's alma mater, the University of Science and Technology. Zhu Zixi, the shame of the University of Science and Technology, had all kinds of cool projects at that time, such as the project mentioned earlier, which put jellyfish on the top of the head to study superpowers, with a budget of 2 million. You know, that was 2 million in 2003. There was also research on Tarzan. That is, an artificial rainforest was built in a laboratory, and then a group of parkour players were asked to jump and swing on these artificial branches like Tarzan. The purpose of this project was to measure the energy consumption of primates living in trees, and then compare it with primates on land. In this way, we, the primates at the top of the food chain, can understand why other monkeys don't come down from the trees. The school that carried out this project was called Fudan, and the funding was 3 million. In addition, there were many cases of embezzlement of funds, and the accumulated figures were extremely large. Therefore, in that context, it was really impossible not to set up an example. It happened that Zhou Shan was in his prime at that time, so he became the unlucky guy. Actually, as for Zhou Shan's status as an academician, if he simply admitted his mistake, his future career would not be affected. Because there are many examples to prove this. The specific situation is sensitive, so I will not go into details here. In the end, Zhou Shan's detention was extended indefinitely, and he was not sentenced until 5.5 years later. Therefore, the Zhou Shan incident is not something that can be explained clearly on the surface. His crime is unforgivable, but his situation is pitiful. Now Zhou Shan has served 12 years in prison. The long detention period is a punishment for his illegal behavior. There is nothing to say about it. Now that he has served his sentence and is released from prison, even the most demanding people cannot describe him as criminal. But Lao Zhou was a typical example at that time, and his identity is somewhat sensitive. In the laboratory, Lin's Hanho sighed again. Our Hanho Group is a state-owned enterprise. When Lao Zhou went in, there were some political games. I won't mention this aspect. In short, after Lao Zhou was released from prison, due to various reasons within the system, it was difficult for me to place him in the Hanho factory, but your Huadin biotechnology is different. It is nominally affiliated with the Academy of Sciences, but it is completely independent in operation. You can sign an employment contract with Lao Zhou without pressure. Su Yun also nodded. Now listening to Lin Hanho's explanation, the context of the matter is very clear. Then he took the initiative to pour a glass of water for Lin Hanho and asked, Mr. Lin, I personally welcome Academician Zhou to join our group, but I have a doubt that I would like to ask you to answer. Lin Hanho glanced at him. Go ahead. Su Yun pondered for a moment, organized his words, and said, Academician Zhou was undoubtedly a top scientific researcher before he went to prison, but a long sentence may cause him to lag behind in understanding cutting-edge technology. After all, technology has changed too fast in 12 years, so, Su Yun didn't finish the second half of his sentence, but his meaning was actually very clear. He was worried that Zhou Shan's current level of knowledge could not keep up with the iteration of knowledge. 12 years is not a time that can be described as fleeting. It is enough for a child to grow into an adult, enough for high-tech to update for several generations, and enough for Conan to forget this. In short, in the field of scientific research, 12 years is enough time for many earth-shaking changes to occur. If Zhou Shan has a huge cognitive barrier with the current frontier of scientific research, then in a sense, he is not much different from Lao Su. At least he can't become a combat force. But soon, Lin Hanho's answer made Su Yun feel relieved. Don't worry, Lao Zhou is an academician after all, and his ability is recognized by the country. He has basically never stopped communicating with the scientific research community during his imprisonment. He even participated in the 6th International Congress of Molecular and Cell Biology remotely. In recent years, he has relied on the information passed by lawyers to guide the publication of 12 first-tier papers. Su Yun blinked gently. Good guy. It's worthy of being Zhou Shan. This operation is really awesome. The guidance that Lin Hanho mentioned is obviously not the kind of behavior of putting a name on it. This practice can be identified at a glance by people in the industry. In other words, Zhou Shan may be a little unfamiliar in the practical operation because he has not been exposed to experiments for a long time. But in theory, he can keep up with the forefront. Thinking of this, Su Yun's mouth is about to drool. That's Zhou Shan, one of the top molecular geneticists in China and even the world. To use an analogy from online articles, it is like you opened a new website, and you were worried about not having a great person to support it, but then a newspaper seller came to submit an article for you. Thinking of this, Su Yun immediately said to Lin Hanho impatiently, Mr. Lin, I wonder where Academician Zhou is now? Is it convenient for us to visit him? Lin Hanho smiled, pointed at the ground with his index finger, and said, he's in Yongcheng. He went shopping and fishing with me a few days ago. After that, Lin Hanho glanced at Su Yun again and continued, Xiao Su, you should be able to guess what kind of person old Zhou is even if I don't say it. He must be holding back a lot of anger when he just came out of that environment. I can only build a bridge for you and let you meet old Zhou. As for whether you can persuade him to join Huadin Bioscience, it depends on you. Su Yun nodded heavily. I'm ready, Mr. Lin. It was just after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and there was still plenty of time before dark. Therefore, after a simple preparation, Su Yun carried a fruit basket and a few boxes of nutritional supplements and got into the car behind Lin Hanho. The vehicle was driven by Zhao Haiyang, while Tang Li, Lao Su, Yu Yuanyang and others stayed in the park without accompanying. More than an hour later, the vehicle drove into the city, turned 7 or 8 times, and stopped at the gate of a community. This community looked a bit old from the outside, like a staff community of some years. The building was only about 7 or 8 stories high. Seeing Su Yun's curious expression, Lin Hanho took the initiative to explain. Lao Zhou's wife is a teacher at Yongchang No. 1 Middle School. The couple has a good relationship. After Lao Zhou was imprisoned, she did not choose to divorce, but waited for a full 12 years. Now that Lao Zhou is out of prison, he naturally moved here, and the couple can finally get together. Su Yun nodded thoughtfully, and his eyes stayed on the exposed bricks on the side of the staff building for a few seconds. But in the end, he didn't speak. Then Lin Zhenhua stretched out his hand and pointed forward, saying, "Okay, let's go in." The security of this kind of staff building is relatively not so strict, and Lin Zhenhua has an extraordinary demeanor at first glance, revealing a very standard scholarly demeanor. Therefore, the security guard only took a quick glance and let the two in. Building 2, Building 5, Building 3, we're here. Lin Zhenhua took Su Yun for a walk and found the target through the building number engraved on the waist of the building. There was no access control for buildings of this size, so the two walked in easily. As a result, as soon as he entered the building, Su Yun stopped in surprise. He pointed to the wall in front of him with advertisements such as certificate application and sewer unblocking, and asked Lin Zhenhua, "Mr. Lin, doesn't Academician Zhou's building have an elevator?" Lin Zhenhua shook his head and knocked on the wall with his index finger curled. "This is a staff building built 20 years ago. There is no space for an elevator at all. Where can there be an elevator?" Su Yun opened his mouth with an expression of disbelief. "Does Academician Zhou have no savings? He lives in this kind of community." Lin Zhenhua sighed heavily. When Lao Zhou was imprisoned, he was required to return all the funds and pay a fine of 2.5 million. This is 2.5 million 12 years ago. Lao Zhou is not the kind of corrupt person. His mother spent a lot of money on rectal cancer surgery a few years ago. Now he can only live here. Su Yun was silent for a long time after hearing this, and also sighed in a complicated way. When the procuratorate was collecting evidence of Zhou Shan's corruption, it did not find any personal expenses. Some of the travel records found were either second class or economy class. If not, the case would not have been delayed for 5.5 years before the trial. Again, it may not be an unjust case, but the situation is indeed pitiful. Then Su Yun helped Lin Zhenhua up the stairs and soon reached the 5th floor. As a result, just as the two of them passed the corner of the stairs between the 4th and 5th floors, a half-closed door appeared in their field of vision. At this moment, a full-throated voice was coming out of the door. "Mr. Wang, please tell the Italian Academy of Sciences that I am very grateful for their olive branch to me at this time, but I am sorry that I will not work for foreign companies or organizations. But Academician Zhou, you are now. What's wrong with me now? I did something wrong in the past, and I should be punished for doing something wrong. This is a matter of course. Now that my punishment period has expired, it is only natural for me to continue to work in China, right? Well, Academician Zhou, this is true, but you also know that it is not easy to find a suitable unit nowadays, obviously." Some conversations were going on in the room. When hearing the last sentence, Lin Zhenhua suddenly signaled Su Yun to let go of his hand and walked up the stairs step by step. He only heard him walk and say loudly, "Old Zhou, my junior company is recruiting people. Are you interested in helping?" Note, the plot of this chapter is original to this book. Do not substitute it with the real plot. Any similarity is purely coincidental. Chapter 215 Donkey, I only caught one to suck. Although Lin Zhenhua was over 70 years old and had entered the end of his life, he had always maintained a very good physical condition and spoke with a strong voice. In addition, there were not many people walking in the corridor at this time, and the space was very narrow, so the sound could easily spread. Therefore, after those words were spoken, the noisy conversation in the room suddenly became quiet. After a few seconds, the half-closed door was pushed open from the inside. A 60-year-old old man poked his head out. The man had gray hair and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He was delighted when he saw Lin Zhenhua. "Old Lin." Lin Zhenhua walked up the remaining few steps and nodded to him with a smile. "Well, I happened to be passing by Ningbo, so I came to see you." Then he pointed at Su Yun and said, "Let me introduce you. This is one of my juniors, named Su Yun, from Lishao, Zio Su. This is Academician Zhou Shan." Su Yun quickly put down the large and small bags in his hands and said to Zhou Shan with great respect, "Hello, Academician Zhou. I am Su Yun." Zhou Shan's sentence was a typical example of the contradiction between public opinion and the legal system. Passers-by who knew the general situation would not say that they would feel wrong for him, but at least most of them would feel some sympathy and regret. This is the case for outsiders, let alone insiders like Su Yun. At the beginning, Zhou Shan discovered and cloned multiple genes that affect important production traits of animals, and established and developed my country's animal cloning and memory bioreactor research and development system. The expression level of some reactors even reached the highest international level. He is the chief scientist of the 973 project Basic Research on Molecular Biology of Agricultural Animal Genetic Breeding and Cloning, and was elected as an academician at the age of 42. Before Luke Hay was elected as the youngest academician, he had always held this record. Such a great man wasted 12 years because of this, which is a great loss to the scientific research circle. The site returned to the original place. In the interval between the conversations of several people, Su-Yoon also saw the situation in the room with the corner of his eye. At this time, in addition to Zhou Shan, there was also a blonde and blue-eyed foreigner standing in the room. He looked to be in his 40s and looked quite gentle. The foreigner was accompanied by a young man who was not sure whether he was an assistant or a translator. The two were obviously in the same group. Judging from the tone of the previous communication, it should be the young man who persuaded Zhou Shan just now. Seeing Lin Zhenhe and Su-Yoon staring at him, the foreigner nodded to the two of them calmly, as a greeting. Then he said to Zhou Shan in somewhat stiff Chinese, "Mr. Zhou, since you have a new guest, we won't bother you anymore. The conditions we told you before are valid for a long time. I hope you can consider it carefully. You can call me anytime if you have any ideas." Zhou Shan didn't say much, but stretched out his right hand with his palm flat. He gestured to the door, and his manner was very clear. "Mr. Diablo, take care." The blunt foreigner sighed helplessly and winked at the young man. The two put on their shoes at the entrance and left Zhou Shan's house. However, when he passed by Lin Zhenhe and Su-Yoon, his eyes stayed on them for a moment. Although he had just come to China not long ago, his mastery of Chinese was not high. But in the gap between Zhou Shan and Lin Zhenhe's conversation, his assistant had simply and quickly translated Lin Zhenhe's words. So it was obvious. This pair of old and young visitors were obviously here to poach people. I just don't know which side they represent. Germany? Japan? Or across the sea? As for the local Chinese units and institutions, they were subconsciously ignored by this person. After the foreigner left, Zhou Shan took out 2 pairs of slippers from the shoe rack again and placed them in front of Lin Zhenhe and Su-Yoon. "Old Lin, little Su, come in and talk." Lin Zhenhe took the slippers and put them on, and Su-Yoon closed the door. After entering the house, Lin Zhenhe did not rush to state his purpose. He first took a plastic bag that was still fluttering from Su-Yoon's hand. He walked to Zhou Shan and pretended to be very indifferent and handed it to him. "Old Zhou, you are lucky today. I was lucky today and caught a grass carp weighing more than 2 kilograms. How about it? Are you envious? Look at this fish. It tastes good, but I used too much force when I caught the fish, and the long lip was torn." Zhou Shan heard the words and took the plastic bag and looked at it for a few times. Just when Lin Zhenhe was about to brag a few more words, Zhou Shan silently took out his mobile phone, opened an interface, and handed it to Lin Zhenhe. "Here, take a look at this." Lin Zhenhe took it and looked at it. He found that there was a WeChat chat dialog box on the screen. The note of the person in the conversation was Xiao Zhao from the vegetable market downstairs. The content of the conversation was, "Teacher Zhou, there is a grass carp weighing more than 2 kilograms today. I ate it too much and cut the upper lip of the fish. Would you like to take a look?" There was also a picture attached at the end, which looked exactly like the fish in Lin Zhenhe's bag. Lin Zhenhe's mouth twitched immediately, because he was worried that the fish brought from Zhenhe factory was not fresh enough. He specially found a stall to catch a fish after arriving at the community. Unexpectedly, Lao Zhou was actually a frequent customer of the other party. He was careless. While the two were talking, a woman in her 50s or 60s, a little haggard but very intellectual, suddenly walked out of the kitchen. This person was wearing an apron around his waist. When he saw Lin Zhenhe, he was immediately delighted. "Director Lin, yes, it's me. I'm here to see Lao Zhou." Seeing someone coming to the rescue, Lin Zhenhe quickly followed up and said to Su-Yoon, "Xiao Su, this is Lao Zhou's lover, Wang Liping. Teacher Wang, this is one of my juniors, Su-Yoon from the University of Science and Technology of China." Su-Yoon walked quickly to Wang Liping and greeted her respectfully. "Hello, Teacher Wang." Although this was the first time he met Wang Liping, he had a very high innate impression of this Teacher Wang. After all, according to Lin Zhenhe's previous introduction, Wang Liping did not choose to fly away when Zhou Shan was imprisoned, but waited for him for 12 years without regrets. Just based on this point, it was enough for Su-Yoon to respect him. Then Lin Zhenhe handed the grass carp to Wang Liping for processing and turned to look at Zhou Shan. He pointed his chin towards the door and said meaningfully, "Old Joe, are you here to recruit me again?" Zhou Shan nodded, led the two to sit on the sofa in the living room, and said, "This is the third visit this month, Diablo, the Director General of the Commercial Department of the Italian Embassy in China, but compared to other lobbyists, Italy's offer is the most generous, and I am a little tempted." Lin Zhanhe immediately became interested and asked curiously, "What is the offer?" Zhou Shan shrugged. "Guaranteed immigration, a signing fee of 3 million euros to be paid in real time, a Ravello manor, an annual salary of 1.5 million after tax, and an annual research fund of no less than 5 million euros for the establishment of a laboratory with the same name, and a 40% share of patents. This is the offer offered by the headhunter when recruiting a big shot I know." Hearing this, Lin Zhanhe subconsciously looked at Su Yun. Wow. This kind of treatment can basically be considered as the best. Not to mention the signing fee of 3 million euros. The annual salary of 1.5 million euros after tax alone is far more than the official treatment in China. At present, the book income of domestic academicians mainly comes from two aspects. One is the basic salary plus the subsidies from the two academies, that is, the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering, plus the National Special Allowance, and the Post Allowance. The book income of this part is actually not high, and the cumulative amount is about 9,000 per month. The other part is the preferential treatment of the location, that is, the introduction treatment. At present, the university with the highest treatment for academicians in China is North University of China. The treatment is 2 million yuan in scientific research startup fee, 100,000 yuan in settling in fee, 200,000 yuan in annual salary, and 260 square meters of housing allocated after coming to the school. The unit with the highest treatment is Shuangqing Municipal Science and Technology Research Institute. The treatment is 200 square meters of housing, and a one-time settlement fee of 2 million yuan, and a startup fund of 1 million yuan. In addition, it is the income from the cooperation of academicians in business and other institutions, that is, the scientific research income outside the system. This part of the income is high and low, and there is no qualitative definition. The high dividends are tens of millions or hundreds of millions, and the low ones may be only hundreds of thousands or millions. Of course, when it comes to research income outside the system, sometimes people have a very strange mentality. When hearing that an academician earns hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars a year from research, most people will not have any other thoughts in their minds. They may even feel that this income is a bit too little. But if they know that a certain academician earns tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars, many people will have some inexplicable meanings in their hearts. Actually, judging from the circles that Su Yun has come into contact with, there are very many academicians in China with an annual income of more than 1 million. Except for the Department of Management, you can hardly find academicians with an annual income of less than 1 million. But on the other hand, there are really not many people with an income of 8 figures, let alone 9 figures. In fact, the research income outside the system is still better abroad than in China. For example, the ibuprofen patent mentioned earlier. When its inventor and patent owner Stuart Adams was alive, he received dividends of more than $1 billion from Boots. Even in the Academy of Sciences across the sea, academicians can directly sign endorsement contracts. For example, before Watson, the father of DNA, had a car accident, he earned more than tens of millions of dollars a year just from the contract of endorsing health products. In Su Yun's opinion, as long as the source of patent dividends is legitimate and can withstand investigation, there should be no change in concept due to the increase in income. At least this kind of income brought by hard work in research and development is countless times more glamorous than some stars. As for research and development funds, the current exchange rate of the euro to the Chinese currency is 7.0155. That is to say, 5 million euros is equivalent to more than 35 million Chinese yuan. What is the concept? The current record of total domestic scientific research funds is held by academician Yang Zuming of South China University of Technology. The total amount is 314.38 million Chinese yuan, and the number of projects is 16. On average, one project is about 20 million. The highest single record is held by Tang Benzhong of South China University of Technology. 5 projects are 211.77 million Chinese yuan, with an average of more than 40 million per project, and the highest one is 84 million. As for other so-called projects worth hundreds of millions or billions, They are all long-term tasks approved by the state. These projects will be divided into numerous topics, and the specific number of participants is basically in the thousands or even tens of thousands. It's just that in most cases, a more authoritative leader will be selected to be responsible for the overall coordination work. The research funding given to Zhoushan by Italy is as high as more than 30 million Chinese yuan. At least the Chinese Academy of Sciences, which is comparable to the Italian Academy of Sciences, is difficult to give such preferential treatment officially. Even from the perspective of an opponent. Su Yun had to admit that this treatment was full of sincerity. Then Lin Zhenhe poured Zhoushan a cup of tea and asked, "Old Zhou, what are your plans?" Zhoushan leaned back after hearing this, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and snorted coldly, "Plans? There is no way I can leave. Why would a good Chinese like me go abroad? You can't eat Westlake vinegar fish, Hudiao drunken crabs and Tinkio smoked chicken abroad. The treatment is high, but people should have some patriotism in their lives in addition to money." Hearing the four words patriotism, Su Yun on the side hesitated for a moment, but still asked, "Academician Zhou, don't you hate it?" "Hate? What do you hate?" Zhoushan glanced at him and shook his head. "I know what you want to say, but I am a party to the whole thing, and I know much more about it than you do. The whole thing cannot be described clearly in one or two sentences. It involves very deep-seated things, such as the sword. Forget it, I can't say more about this. Anyway, I have become the chicken that is killed to scare the monkeys. There is definitely resentment, but who should I hate?" Zhoushan tilted his head back as he spoke, and his whole body seemed to sink into the sofa. He let out a long breath and looked at the energy-saving lamp on the ceiling. "Hate those who arrested me? But they also have their own difficulties. If the Chinese scientific research circle at that time did not take quick action, it would become a termite attached to the lifeline of the country. This knife must be taken." Later, I also learned about some feedback from the society during that period. So far, most of the comments are speaking up for me. There are also people in the legal community and the academician circle who have jointly written a letter hoping for a retrial. Can I hate them or hate society? After saying this, Zhoushan spread his hands and said to Su Yun and Lin Zhenhe in confusion, repeating, "Who do you think I should hate?" Su Yun opened his mouth to say something, but finally remained silent. The reason why Zhoushan's case was called abnormal is that whether it is the public prosecutor, Zhoushan or the court, they are all reasonable from their own perspectives. Just like some revenge cases in Conan. A killed B's family, B hid his identity, and chose revenge many years later. There is a huge cognitive difference between legal principles and emotional reason. In the whole incident, the only people Zhoushan should really hate are those who blocked the research funding. But the problem is that with the outbreak of the Zhoushan case, most of those people have been arrested in 2016, and are still in prison. The state has also issued a document to change the requirement to spend all the funds within a cycle. At least the chaos in the funding cycle has been calmed down. Therefore, Zhoushan must have resentment in his heart. Anyone who has been in prison for 12 years will have resentment. If he doesn't have resentment, he is a saint. But hatred. Just like he said. He himself doesn't know who to hate. Then Zhoushan waved his hand, as if he wanted to dispel the dull air. Turning his head, he asked Lin Zhenhe, "By the way, Lao Lin, you just said that you have a job there. Are you targeting that foreigner on purpose, or?" "Of course it's true." Lin Zhenhe smiled heartily and patted Su Yun on the shoulder. "Let me introduce you in more detail. Su Yun is a PhD in biology from the University of Science and Technology of China and the current chairman of Huadong Biotechnology. The cockroach medicine we talked about last time when we were fishing was made by their company. This time I brought Xiao Su to your house just to be a lobbyist and see if there is a chance for you to cooperate." Zhoushan was stunned when he heard the words, and then looked at Su Yun in surprise. Before, he saw Su Yun carrying a lot of bags and thought that this was the assistant brought by Lin Zhenhe. Unexpectedly, he was actually the chairman of a company? As for the cockroach medicine that Lin Zhenhe mentioned, Zhoushan quickly remembered what it was. Zhoushan was released from prison in September, and during this time he has been adapting to the social changes in the past 12 years. As an old acquaintance of Zhoushan, Lin Zhenhe often asks him out to get familiar with some new things on the pretext of fishing. In November, Su Yun and the University of Science and Technology did the disinfection live broadcast, which received a lot of attention and feedback. Therefore, Lin Zhenhe would not ignore such a major social event, and took advantage of the fishing chat time to briefly introduce it to Zhoushan. However, Lin Zhanho did not know that Su Yun was involved in this at the time, so he just took it as a casual chat during fishing. As for why Zhou Shan had an impression of this incident, one was because the live broadcast itself was a bit special. The other was because he caught a small crucian carp weighing more than 1 or 2 caddies that day, which was also the only time in more than 2 months that he did not catch anything empty-handed. Thinking of this, Zhou Shan suddenly realized something and asked Su Yun, "Wait, Xiao Su, you said you are a PhD in the Department of Biology at HKUST. Who is your teacher?" Su Yun blinked in confusion, a little surprised why Zhou Shan asked such a question, but he quickly answered, "My teacher is academician Tian Liangwei." Zhou Shan's eyes flashed with excitement when he heard this, and he exhaled heavily, and said with emotion, "It is academician Tian." Seeing that Su Yun was still a little confused, Zhou Shan pondered for a moment and explained, "When I was detained in the detention center, more than 30 academicians jointly wrote letters, and academician Tian was one of them." Su Yun's heart condensed, and then he understood. So that's it. After the establishment of the Huaxia academician system, there were 2 times when more than 20 people jointly wrote letters. The largest protest was the tobacco academician Xi Jinping mentioned earlier. At that time, there were more than 140 academicians who jointly wrote letters, divided into 2 batches. Then there was Zhou Shan's incident. At that time, a total of 35 academicians jointly wrote a letter, including academicians Wu Mengchao and Liu Xianlin, who were highly respected. Tian Liangwei, as Zhou Shan's colleague, was also among them. Those who are willing to speak out in that situation are almost all upright people. With this relationship, the atmosphere in the living room suddenly became much more harmonious. Then Su Yun secretly glanced at Zhou Shan and found that the other party's expression was much more relaxed, so he continued, "Academician Zhou, if you can join our company, you can rest assured about the treatment. Our company can provide you with a signing fee of at least 2 million, an annual salary of no less than 2 million, a project startup fund of at least 3 million, a 50% patent share, and 4% of the company's dry shares." Su Yun said this with confidence, like an author with a manuscript. The reason is simple. Because the current Huadan Biotech can indeed come up with such a sum of money. Previously, when it decided to introduce 5 additional FOERDA T632 production lines, due to lack of funds, the company once obtained a loan through Zhangzhu's relationship. According to the introduction plan, the price of the FOERDA T632 production line is 1.7 million Chinese yuan, so the company will invest 8.5 million to purchase these production lines. But with Nutrient's change of mind, FOERDA T632 was included in the embargo agreement. Su Yun could only look for other domestic products, which led to the meeting with Lin Zhanho. Later, Hanho factory broke through the barrier of transition metals, and Lin Zhanho gave the most critical and valuable cyclization module to Su Yun for free. In this way, even if the production cost of other equipment is included, a set of production lines will only cost 400,000 yuan. Not to mention that the module data provided by Lin Zhanho is far better than FOERDA T632. And it is conservatively estimated that the production cost can be reduced by about 2 yuan. Coincidentally, under Zhangzhu's full operation, the loan has already been paid to the company. So, Su Yun suddenly found that the company's account book suddenly had millions of cash flow. Therefore, after discussing with other members of the board of directors, Su Yun generously waved his hand and used a large part of the funds as a condition for inviting Zhou Shan to join. As for the 4% of the shares, it came from the option pool that had been agreed upon when the company was established. Then Su Yun paused, took out a document from the briefcase beside him and handed it to Zhou Shan. "Academician Zhou, although our cash treatment may still be different from the conditions of the Italian Academy of Sciences, but on the one hand, we are a local enterprise in China, and on the other hand, this is our company's current product sales report and profit model. You can take a look first." Zhou Shan took the document and looked at it for a few seconds, raising his eyebrows. "Wow, the estimated market share in 3 years is 71%? So high." Su Yun nodded, his tone and expression seemed very sincere. "Academician Zhou, you are a top expert in the industry. With your connections, you can easily understand the advantages of our products. I have no need to lie to you in this regard. According to this income ratio, I won't make any big promises, but at least I can guarantee one thing. That is, starting this time next year, Your research and development funds will definitely be higher than the figure given by Italy. Zhou Shan put the document back on the table, glanced at Su Yun, and then glanced at the smiling Lin Sanhui. After a moment of silence, he asked, Xiao Su, is your company's main product cockroach medicine? Su Yun shook his head and explained, Academician Zhou, cockroach medicine is just the company's largest cash flow at present. We are positioned as a biotechnology company, and our future product goals must be all-round. If the opportunity is right, there may even be some cross-industry products. After all, the School of Physics of the University of Science and Technology also holds shares in our company, so you don't have to worry about the research direction not being in line with your major. Our goal is not just a cockroach medicine, of course, killing cockroaches is our main purpose, and this will definitely not change. Academician Zhou Shan's main focus is animal molecular genetics and breeding, that is, the study of animal genes, which is completely different from cockroach medicine. To use a real-life example, it's almost like cloning Dolly the sheep. Of course, this is just a manifestation of the results. The laboratory mainly involved subtle microscopic research on cells and genes. Therefore, Su Yun gave him a shot in advance to avoid some unnecessary misunderstandings. Seeing that Zhou Shan seemed to be tempted, Su Yun took out another document from his backpack. It was thicker than the previous one and was also the trump card of this trip. Academician Zhou, please take a look at this. Zhou Shan took the document and flipped through it like he was looking at a sales report. After a moment, snap, the document fell to the ground and scattered. Zhou Shan seemed not to notice it, staring at Su Yun. Xiao Su, your company found a local donkey, or a pair. Seeing this, Su Yun's heart suddenly became happy. But his expression was still as calm as possible. Yes, one male and one female, both in very healthy condition, it was mentioned before. In 2014, academician Yang Huiming organized a sequencing of the gene expression of a local donkey. During the sequencing process, the researchers discovered a large number of unknown situations that are unique to local donkeys. For example, LP phenotype and pantose phosphate pathway products, etc. This is a real example with a paper reference. Why do some people say that I made it up to make the donkey hair special? Doi 10.13081/Jakenkey 2021 02 010010.28502 and NKJRB 2014.007254. Just like there are more than 1,000 ingredients in coffee beans that have not been determined. It is actually very simple to determine whether an ingredient is acid, salt, or sugar. It can be done by mass spectrometry or compatibility. But the specific component analysis and generation pathway are often another matter. You have detected this unknown ingredient, but the funds are insufficient. The only option is to write this situation into a report or paper and publish it. If you are lucky and someone has conducted research, then you may be able to crack the secret. But if the direction is unpopular and the topic is low, maybe after several years or even decades, no one will give an answer. And like academician Yang Huinming, as an expert in molecular genetics, Zhou Shan's professional direction is cloning and organism research. The local donkey was actually one of his earlier research projects. Unfortunately, after Zhou Shan was imprisoned, his project team was forced to disband, and many students had to reselect their papers and even supervisors. Affected by this, several local donkeys were naturally taken away for breeding. More than a month ago, Zhou Shan contacted the Animal Husbandry Bureau to receive the local donkeys. But he was told that the donkeys had reached the end of their lifespan and died 5 or 6 years ago, and there were no offspring left. Who would have thought that this young man from the University of Science and Technology could actually get 2 local donkeys in their prime? Thinking of this, Zhou Shan was almost drooling. Swish. Then Zhou Shan wiped his non-existent drool, pondered for a moment, and said to Su Yun, Dr. Su, besides the local donkeys, I wonder if your company has any other tasks. Su Yun nodded very affirmatively. This kind of thing is not a polite or vague question. There is indeed a project that needs you to take the helm. Of course, there is no rigid deadline. Zhou Shan glanced at him and asked, what project? Su Yun drooped his eyelids slightly, and his left hand under the table clenched into a fist. DNA storage technology. This is also one of the development directions of genetic phenotypes, and it should be consistent with your major. DNA storage technology. Zhou Shan's eyes flashed with a trace of reminiscence. He hadn't heard of this term for a while. Before he went to prison, This concept was also one of his research auxiliary items. Just as Su Yun said, this technology overlaps with Zhou Shan's field to a great extent, at least in the compilation link, and only later will it involve some computer content. Thinking of this, Zhou Shan was silent for a moment, then said, "Xiao Su, I have 2 more questions for you." Su Yun was startled, and immediately sat up straight, saying, "Just ask." Zhou Shan first asked, "Where's your company's jurisdiction?" Cayman Islands. Hearing this, Su Yun quickly shook his head. "Our company's jurisdiction is in Luzhou, and it is a standard domestic tax-paying enterprise. The Cayman Islands is an overseas territory of John Bull in the Western Caribbean Islands, consisting of 3 islands, Grand Cayman, Little Cayman and Cayman Brac. The Cayman Islands is the world's 4th largest offshore financial center and a well-known tax haven. Currently, more than 4,700 new companies are established in the Cayman Islands every year, and the number of head offices has exceeded 100,000. Companies registered in the Cayman Islands do not need to pay taxes every year, but only need to pay some management fees. As of 2009, the total size of hedge funds registered in the Cayman Islands reached $2.3 trillion, ranking first in the world. That's right, $2.3 trillion. At present, apart from state-owned enterprises, only a very small number of domestic companies, including Huawei, have not chosen to register in the Cayman Islands. So in terms of tax payment, you will find a very strange situation. Penguin is registered in Cayman and only needs to pay corporate value-added tax, while Huawei has to pay corporate income tax. This is more intuitive in numbers. Penguin's annual profit is 95.2 billion yuan higher than Huawei's, but the tax paid is only 1/5 of Huawei's. So why is Huawei often attached to national sentiment? First, it is related to business, and second, it is the issue of registration. Companies like Xiaomi and Alibaba are all registered in Cayman. When Huadong Biotech was registered, Zhang Zhu once proposed this suggestion, but it was eventually rejected by Su Yun, Tian Liangwei and others. Maybe this approach will reduce the company's future profits by a large margin, but at least it can sleep more peacefully. Anyway, in Su Yun's opinion, nothing is more important than sleeping without nightmares. After getting Su Yun's answer, Zhou Shan nodded thoughtfully. Then he looked at the kitchen again, where the sound of scraping fish scales could be heard. He then took a deep breath and said to Su Yun, "Another question is there a fishing spot in Luzhou where you can catch crucian carp?" Fishing spot? Su Yun was stunned at first, then his eyes widened. "Academician Zhou, you mean?" Zhou Shan nodded calmly and took the initiative to extend his hand. "I have decided, and I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation, Dr. Su." Chapter 216 Collision. Zhou Shan's home. After reaching the intention to join, Su Yun's expression suddenly relaxed a lot. Then he thought for a while and said, "Academician Zhou, when is it convenient for you to report to the company?" Zhou Shan glanced at Wang Liping, who came out of the kitchen. The couple looked at each other with tacit understanding and replied, "Give me a week. I will take some time to deal with the things here in Yongcheng. After that, I will fly to Luzhou immediately." Wang Liping also nodded with a smile. In fact, as early as after the end of his sentence, Zhou Shan and Wang Liping reached a consensus on their opinions. Research must continue, but he will not work in the system again. Although Zhou Shan has been in prison for 12 years and is considered a tainted scholar. But the scientific research circle knows the whole story, and naturally will not cut off contact with him because of Zhou Shan's experience of serving a sentence. Now some of Zhou Shan's friends either work for enterprises or start their own businesses, and they have thrown olive branches to him. Therefore, the two of them prepared to move a long time ago. Anyway, Wang Liping had retired 2 years ago, and her 2 children had already started their own families, so it was no problem for her to live in a different place. The only thing that was hard to give up was the interpersonal relationships that Wang Liping had built up in Ningbo over the years, such as relatives, old friends, neighbors, etc. But compared to being with Zhou Shan, these relationships were nothing. To some extent, Zhou Shan and Wang Liping were actually a bit like a low-profile version of Yang Guo and Xia Longyu. Although it was not the heart-wrenching love story of the latter, it showed the purity and loyalty of love to the fullest. However, although Su Yun admired and envied this kind of love, he was a single dog after all, and could not personally experience and understand the taste. Therefore, at this moment, he was more concerned about Zhou Shan's placement. 1 week? No problem. I will go to the company headquarters to hand over your placement matters later, according to the intention reached by both parties before. In addition to providing funds, Huadong Biosciences also had to prepare housing, laboratories, and assistance. Even with the help of the local boss of Luzhou, HKUST, it still takes a certain amount of time to get these links up. 1 week. Actually, it is still a bit short. For example, HKUST also invited academician Li Yadin to Luzhou through a similar agreement. It took more than 2 weeks to arrange the residence and laboratory. It took more than 40 days for the team to be officially established and conduct research. Fortunately, academician Zhou Shan has a good reputation, so it should be relatively easy to recruit assistants. Maybe there will be a queue for registration. While Su Yun was talking to academician Zhou Luzhou, hundreds of kilometers away. HKUST. Tongfang Laboratory. At this moment, academician Pan and Zhao's Hanguo were standing on the operating table with solemn expressions, surrounded by a group of busy scientific researchers. After a while, Zhao's Hanguo looked at the assistant next to him and asked, "Xiao Liu, how is the light source prepared?" Xiao Liu, as Zhao's Hanguo called him, was a thin boy with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and a hairline that could compete with medical students. Xiao Liu carefully tapped the keyboard on the screen and answered solemnly, "Teacher, the IR value of the second-generation light source has reached 97.8%. Zhao Zhangguo pondered for a moment and said, "Then wait a little longer. When the value reaches 99.5%, you report it again." Xiao Liu nodded, understood. After receiving the particle information from Su Yun, Zhao Zhangguo and others immediately carried out theoretical verification. But as the argument deepened, Zhao Zhangguo and others suddenly discovered another situation. This unknown new particle seemed to have some unusual characteristics. As we all know, hyperons are a kind of baryon heavier than nucleons. They are strange in that they are produced by strong interactions, but decay through weak interactions and are composed of strange quarks. Under normal conditions, there will be no free quarks inside it, because the force between quarks with color charge increases with distance. Even if you add more energy to try to separate quarks, this energy will only be used to produce new quarks, and finally they will still be bound in hadrons. This phenomenon is called quark confinement. There are 3 types of hyperons discovered so far, and only one type of Greek letter lambda hyperons, but they can be subdivided into different numbers according to different masses. Previously, Zhao Zhangguo and his team observed the Greek letter lambda hyperon numbered 4685. Its decay period is about 2.63 x 10 and 10 seconds, and its main decay mode is degree p plus Greek letter pi degree n plus Greek letter pi degree. From this method, it is not difficult to see that there is no CP violation in the decay process of the Greek letter lambda hyperon. However, according to the formula and simulation results derived by Su Yun, this is not the case for that special particle. It is highly suspected that there is a term that destroys CP symmetry in the Lagrangian. And in the mathematical category, it is extremely close to the data obtained from the K-meson and B-meson experiments. This is very, very interesting because it involves another concept, neutrino. Neutrino is one of the basic particles that make up nature and has a very small mass. It is uncharged and only participates in weak interactions. It is called the invisible man in the universe. Billions of neutrinos penetrate our bodies every second, and research results related to neutrinos have won the Nobel Prize many times. The specific content has been described in detail in the Manual for Conquering the Different World, so I won't go into details here. Currently, the Super K-Micron detector in neon is specifically used to study this kind of particle. We also have a laboratory in Diabei in China, which is recognized as one of the most important achievements of China in basic physics. Students who were shot to death by Hawaii in the previous life should all know it. The mystery of the disappearance of neutrinos in the sun was once an unsolved case in the physics community. In simple terms, scientists have discovered that the flux of neutrinos produced by the sun is only about 1/3 of the theoretical model. This unsolved case lasted for many years, and later the scientific community learned that there are actually 3 types of neutrinos. They will convert into each other, which is called neutrino oscillation. The modes of the first 2 conversions have been experimentally verified one after another, and the probability of the third conversion, that is, Greek letter theta 13, is very small, so it is also the most difficult to detect. There is a term in the Greek letter theta 13 link that destroys CP symmetry in the Lagrangian, and the value is extremely close to the mysterious particle. In other words, now, judging from the characteristics of the mysterious particle, this particle seems to have some properties of neutrinos? Of course. Some students who are not familiar with it may be a little confused when they see this. Don't worry. Just keep reading. At the same time, Zhao Zhangguo and others also found that in addition to the highly suspected existence of a term that destroys CP symmetry in the Lagrangian, the orbital position of this particle is also a bit wrong. The particle orbit of the 4685 Greek letter lambda hyperon is a standard 4F orbit, which can be described by 7 function equations. According to the Pauli exclusion principle, the multi-electron wave function must be exchange antisymmetric. However, after Zhao Zhangguo and others used the adiabatic approximation and the mean field approximation to simplify the total Hamiltonian, they found that a multi-body system electron wave function of the unknown particle does not conform to the central field approximation of the Greek letter lambda hyperon. In other words, this particle seems to be just a strange new particle that looks like a Greek letter lambda hyperon, but is actually a little different. But if it is a new particle, another problem arises. As mentioned before, the 4 foundations of nature are strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, electromagnetic force and gravity. Among them, the gravitational interaction is the weakest of the 4 basic interactions, but the range of action is infinite. It is called a long-range force. Electromagnetic force exists between electric charges. This force is quite strong, and its range of action is also infinite. Strong interaction is the force acting between atomic nuclei. This interaction is the strongest of the 4 basic forces. Its range of action is the second shortest of the 4 basic forces, and it is a short-range force. The range of action is about 10⁻⁻15 meters. Finally, there is weak interaction, commonly known as weak nuclear force. It is also a force that exists inside the nucleus and is a short-range force. The range of action is about 10⁻18 meters. After calculating according to the band theory model, Zhao Zhangguo and his team found a very special situation. The distance between the new particle and the 4685 Greek letter lambda hyperon is about 10⁻17 meters. What does this mean? It means that within this distance, theoretically only particles of the same type will not collide. Take our Earth as an example. As we all know, the Moon is a satellite of the Earth. The concept of companion star is not discussed, so after long-term observation, we have summarized a rule. Small celestial bodies in the universe that can form stable structures with large celestial bodies at close distances must have associated satellite systems. That is, only satellites can be stable at the position of the Moon, and it is impossible to be apes like Venus and Jupiter. In the microscopic field, this Earth is the 4685 Greek letter lambda hyperon, and the new particle is similar to the Moon. Therefore, at the beginning, Su Yun regarded the new particle as the satellite of the Greek letter lambda hyperon, such as a new Greek letter lambda hyperon with a slightly smaller mass. But as the research deepened, Zhao Zhangguo suddenly discovered that the new particle was not a satellite of the Greek letter lambda hyperon at all. It was actually a planet similar to or even larger than the Earth. But on the other hand, it can stay in the orbit of the Moon and form a celestial body combination with the Earth, but neither side affects each other. This is very intriguing. Therefore, combined with the above highly suspected situation of violating CP symmetry, Zhao Zhangguo immediately thought of a concept, quantum tunneling. The so-called quantum tunneling. It refers to the quantum behavior of microscopic particles, such as electrons being able to penetrate or cross the potential barrier when the height of the potential barrier is greater than the total energy of the particle. The most common place for quantum tunneling is the nuclear fusion reaction of the Sun. Because gravity compresses the matter inside the star more densely, and it is the ultimate source of energy for the star to undergo nuclear fusion, emit light and heat. But in fact, the density inside the star is not too high, and it is definitely not as high as that of a white dwarf. And obviously the density of a white dwarf, that is, the distance between two atoms, is still some distance away from nuclear fusion. Because the high temperature of the core allows the two atoms to collide at an extremely high relative speed, but the order of magnitude analysis shows that this relative speed is not enough for the two atoms to cross the Coulomb barrier. For an atom to sprint through the obstruction of the Coulomb force and reach the embrace of another atom, the speed required is hundreds of times higher than the temperature of the core of the Sun. This calculation is very easy to do, and the relevant concepts are basically mentioned in the second year of the master's degree. That is, UE2/4, where r is the atomic radius. The temperature corresponding to this potential energy, UKBT, is much higher than the temperature of the core of the Sun. Therefore, before Gamow discovered the tunneling effect, scientists generally believed that the temperature of the Sun's core was not high enough to allow hydrogen to fuse. In addition, quantum tunneling is also an important concept in the field of quantum encryption studied by academic Pan. In fact, quantum black technologies such as quantum entanglement, quantum correlation, and quantum tunneling are all optimal devices that can realize future quantum cryptographic communications. So you can think about it. A particle with similar properties to neutrinos, but which can be captured and observed and can achieve quantum tunneling effects. Once it can be observed and studied, how much help will it have for the research of quantum encryption? Of course, some people may have a misunderstanding that discovering new particles will give them a chance to win the Nobel Prize. But this is actually a common misunderstanding. To make an analogy, these achievements are roughly equivalent to discovering a new bird or fish in reality. It is not difficult to attract attention. But if you want to win the prize, you have to discover dinosaurs. For example, the LHCb has discovered more than 56 new particles so far, and the average number of particles discovered each year is basically around 4 to 5. If the Nobel Prize is really awarded, the world will have to award 10 prizes every year. But from the perspective of scientific research, a newly discovered particle may greatly promote a certain theory or technology. Thinking of this, Zhao Zhengguo couldn't help but look at academician Pan and sighed. "Zhao Pan, you have brought out a good seedling this time. I remember that Zhao Su is not a doctor yet, right?" Academician Pan nodded and smiled. "Well, he is still a third-year graduate student, but he will study for a doctorate next year." Zhao Zhengguo heard this, and a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. The mentor-apprentice relationship in the scientific research circle has always been a very complex two-way demand. In this circle, students want to find a good mentor, and mentors actually hope to meet some potential seedlings. Glory to the family. This is an idea that China has had since ancient times, and it is also the case in the scientific research circle. For example, academician Wang Zhenai is very representative. Mr. Wang has cultivated 3 academicians, Chen Zhu, Chen Seijuan, and Chen Guoqiang, in his lifetime. The achievement of 4 academicians in one family can be called a good story in the Chinese scientific research circle. At present, Su Yun does not say whether he has the possibility of becoming an academician. At least if he continues to develop like this, a senior professional title is inevitable. It is only a matter of time. The potential is unlimited. Just as Zhao Zhengguo was thinking, Xiao Liu, who was in charge of the main screen, suddenly raised his hand. "Teacher, the IR value has reached 99.6%. Zhao Zhengguo heard this, his expression immediately straightened, and he and academician Pan walked to the operating table together. The particle collision they conducted this time was higher in specifications than the discovery of 4,685 Greek letter lambda hyperons. Many people often have such a habit in life. They like to rotate umbrellas quickly in the rain. When the umbrella rotates, clusters of water droplets will fly out along the tangent direction of the umbrella edge. And synchrotron radiation refers to the electromagnetic radiation emitted along the tangent direction when charged particles with speeds close to the speed of light move in a curve. That is, the water droplets in the tangent direction. If you want the water droplets to splash quickly, then the amount of rain falling, that is, the requirement for the light source, will naturally be very high. The heavier the rain, the more water droplets will splash out. As of now, there are about 47 synchrotron radiation devices in the world, distributed in 23 countries and regions. Among them, there are the first-generation light source used by the Yanjing Electron-Positron Collider, the second-generation light source of the Luzhou Synchrotron Radiation Light Laboratory, the third-generation light source of the Magic City Synchrotron Radiation, and the 4V Hsinchu Synchrotron Radiation Light Source in the mainland. For this particle research, academician Pan and his partner spent a lot of favors and borrowed the best CCD light source among the second-generation light sources. This is the light source with the highest radiation intensity among the second-generation light sources in China. It is said that people exposed to this light source will produce extremely terrifying human mutations. For example, 6 pairs of hands will grow, thereby increasing the code speed by 3 times, etc. The cost of starting a CCD light source is more than 2 million Chinese yuan. Among the second-generation light sources in the world, It is second only to Alps and Italy's Trieste light source, and it is 3 times the commonly used light source of the University of Science and Technology. Of course, the more expensive the price, the better the radiation effect of the light source will definitely be. You get what you pay for. Therefore, after learning that the IR value has reached 99.6%, that is, after the equipment debugging is completed, Zhao Zhenguo and Akita Mission Pan immediately exchanged a glance and nodded in tacit agreement. Zhao Zhenguo took a deep breath and ordered, "Turn on." As the command was conveyed, Xiaoli's index finger, which was originally placed lightly on the button, suddenly exerted force. Click. At the same time, 20 meters underground, a square magnet array with a height of about 1 meter was activated by electric current and began to vibrate like a jumping egg. This is the oscillator of the same radiation source, which oscillates the electron beam through a special coding cycle. After a few seconds, whoosh, a 1/4 wavelength superconducting prototype cavity composed of 65 beam lines was quickly opened, and a beam of lead atomic nuclei flew out at a very fast speed. And with the support of the multi-bend achromatic lens, they were accelerated again in just 100,000th of a second. After 700,000ths of a second, they quickly passed through a large gap-field superconducting wiggler with a strength of 2.6 T. This is another factor of rain splashing, the power of turning the umbrella handle. Under the action of this force, the rain began to scatter at small angles. Affected by this, in a microscopic realm that cannot be seen by the naked eye, some unknown changes occurred. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217, The Love of Particles. At the same time as the rain began to scatter at small angles, in a world that cannot be observed by the naked eye. 4396, Baryon, who looked like a doctor, hurried in from outside and put a CT report on the table. At the same time, he said to a particle in front of him, "There is nothing wrong with your bound state report, but I am sorry to tell you that your lifespan is only 0.77777777 by 10 cap minus 12 seconds. The particle numbered 4396 was a tall young man. He frowned when he heard it. 10 cap minus 12? Why is it 2 orders of magnitude shorter? Baryon sighed softly, and the upper quark above his head was spinning at an ultra-high speed. He explained, "In fact, it's not just you. To be precise, every particle in our world of lead nuclei has only this number of orders of magnitude of life left." The particle was stunned when he heard it, and then realized something. Could it be? Dr. Baryon nodded, stood up and looked at the sky. "According to the feedback we received, the digital logic of the world outside the nucleus has a Yang-Mills mass gap. In other words, the lead nucleus we are in is moving tangentially at an extremely high speed, if nothing unexpected happens, in 0.77777777, 0.77777766 by 10 cap minus 12 seconds, you and I will." As he spoke, Dr. Baryon closed his 5 fingers, then suddenly spread them out. Boom! The particle was silent after hearing this. After a while, Dr. Baryon took off his white coat and said to the particle, "Okay, my friend, the K-mesons in my body are protesting, so I'm sorry, I'm going to enjoy the last moments of my life." The particle looked up at the super baryon that was twice its size, and suddenly asked, "Doctor, I don't know your name yet." "Name?" Dr. Baryon's left hand, which was wearing sunglasses, paused slightly, and then said, "I am the Woozy in the baryon, and the composition structure is the 4th state of the DUU class, that is, Boo type, so you can call me Woozy Boo type. Goodbye, guest number 4396. After saying that, Dr. Baryon put on another black windbreaker, holding a crossbow, and walked out of the room. The particle was silent for a moment, and suddenly smiled. "Goodbye, Woozy." Then the particle walked to the window and looked at the noisy particle group on the ground. While the doctor was explaining the situation, the change in the world rate was also transmitted to the entire lead nucleus through the Z boson. Therefore, in just 15 femtoseconds, the entire nuclear world was in turmoil. However, most particles were relatively stable, because they understood one thing from the day they were born: destruction is their inevitable fate. Therefore, In the eyes of the life in this world, how to leave enough information before death is what they should really care about. Boom boom, just as the particle was thinking. The building where he was suddenly shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. This was the change caused by the world being accelerated. The energy level of 2 million electron volts caused the structure of this world to be overloaded. Seeing this, the particle sighed lightly, put his index finger on his forehead, and then disappeared in an instant. A moment later, he reappeared in front of a small house. That's right. He teleported. It was not a super high-speed movement, but a flash in an instant, crossing directly from the hospital to the small house. At this moment, on the grass in front of the house, more than a dozen young particles were gathered, chatting excitedly. There were men and women, fat and thin. Seeing the particle appear, the other particles stood up excitedly and waved at him at the same time. One of the particles, a girl like Greek letter lambda hyperon, was particularly excited. She walked up quickly and said in a slightly blaming tone, 4396, you are finally back. We thought you had been annihilated. Then she paused and asked with concern, how is it? Did the doctor find anything? The particle shook its head, nothing. Seeing this, the girl felt a pain in her heart and subconsciously reached out her hand to hold the particle. However, a surprising scene happened. The girl's hand passed through the body of the particle without touching any entity. This particle was like a ghost and could not be touched. The particle sighed and looked lonely. Give up. 4685, it's useless. Maybe my existence is just a joke of the world rules. The girl opened her mouth and seemed to want to say something. But in the end, she didn't speak. In this nuclear world, each particle must abide by its own unique rules. For example, under the action of weak force, there is an innate barrier between particles. They can only get close to a distance of 1 by 10 cap minus 16 at most. If they get closer, they will be repelled and bounced away. This distance in the microscopic world is just the skin-to-skin contact between hands. But everything is accidental. Among these vast particles, there are always some exceptions. For example, neutrinos and leptons. It can contact particles that will even pass through the inside of particles, and no accidents will happen. Another example is companion particles, just like the Earth and the Moon in the macroscopic world, forming a stable structure. In addition, there is another possibility. That is, if the other party is tangible but not material, like air, it can also naturally contact. It's just that this kind of contact has no physical touch, like a mirror flower and water moon, visible but not touchable. This particle numbered 4396 is like this. He and the Greek letter lambda hyperon of 4685 were born at the same midnight. Not only were the two particles born very close, but their orbits were also extremely similar. Therefore, he has always been considered to be the companion particle of 4685, so he is called 4396. But as time goes by, particles similar to 4396 suddenly discovered something. 4396 can approach any particle and become a partner of any particle, but it cannot actually touch any particle. At first, 4396 was thought to be a tau, that is, a tau neutrino. But soon, this judgment was denied, because all the phenotypic characteristics of 4396 are hyperon-like, there are no identical particles, and the quantum state can be counted. Later, another strange phenomenon was discovered. 4396's movement is not a jump, but a teleport. This concept may be better understood by a phenomenon in the macroscopic world. In the game LOL, there is a character called the Evil Little Mage. His E-skill can generate a restricted area, and the hero who touches the boundary of the area will be terminated. For example, Lucian's E-skill, Akali's E-skill, and sprint-type displacements such as Gale Force will be interrupted and terminated when they touch the edge. But Flash can jump out of Ziofa's E-skill, which is an instant movement within a short distance. This is how 4396 moves. So, the particles were confused. It is similar to a hyperon, but it is strange. What kind of particle is it? You know, one thing was mentioned above. Unlike the macroscopic world, all particles in the nuclear world are prepared for the possible short-term destruction of the world. That is why 4685 Greek letter lambda hyperon would care about the inspection results of 4396 at this time, instead of shouting that the world is going to be destroyed and we should run away. For the particles in this world, their mission is to transmit information. The more information they leave before death, the more glorious they are. However, information transmission is simple to say, but it is very difficult to implement. Because the premise for information to be transmitted is that it can be observed, otherwise it is useless. As we all know, electrons do not have a definite orbit, and their spatial position is random. So people drew electron clouds to represent the probability of electrons in hydrogen atoms appearing in different positions. After de Broglie proposed the concept of matter waves, Born explained the meaning of matter waves and wave functions through probability theory. Wave functions represent the probability of an event in a quantum system. Therefore, the electron cloud has been spread to a deeper field. As long as the quantum state is the same, the particle has no clear orbit. Due to the uncertainty principle, the position where it can appear is a probability cloud. Therefore, there is no way to track one of multiple identical quantum states, that is, the same quantum state cannot be numbered. Therefore, not all particles can be observed after being blown away. 99.999% of the particles cannot be captured in an experiment. As for how they are sure that their ancestors have been observed, this involves the problem of entangled states. The general carrier of entanglement is photons. When a beam of light of a specific wavelength is shot into a crystal, two entangled photons will be generated. If one of the entangled photons is measured, the other photon will be in a corresponding collapsed state. In a sense, this entangled state can be described by Schrödinger's cat, one of the four great beasts in physics. As we all know, the so-called four mythical beasts of physics refer to Zeno's tortoise, Laplace's beast, Maxwell's demon, and Schrödinger's cat. They correspond to the four major sections of calculus: classical mechanics, thermodynamics, and quantum mechanics. Among them, Zeno's tortoise represents the question of whether it is infinitely divisible, which is also known as Zeno's paradox. Zeno believed that when a person walks from point A to point B, he must first walk one half of the distance, then walk one half of the remaining total distance, and then walk the remaining one half, and so on. He will never reach the end. This problem has been circulating for more than 2,000 years. It was not until the physicist Newton and the mathematician Leibniz created calculus that this 1,000-year-old mythical beast died. Laplace's beast represents the problem of creationism and absolutism. This mythical beast was born in 1814 and can easily calculate the past and future of an atom in the universe through Newton's simple formula. In addition, it is supported by Pythagoras' everything is number theory, so the scientific community once believed that Laplace's beast was indestructible. However, compared to the 1,000-year-old Zeno turtle, Laplace's beast is still short-lived, more than 100 years after it was proposed. It was defeated by Kelvin and Heisenberg using quantum mechanics. Maxwell's demon represents the problem of the second type of perpetual motion machine in thermodynamics. Gumming-Kit. The proposal of this mythical beast is related to Maxwell. His proposal is mainly to break the perpetual motion machine and create a machine with eternal power. Maxwell's demon can control the movement of molecules at an extremely fast speed, and minimize the energy consumption in the process, so as to obtain information without losing energy. However, the birth and development of quantum information theory has been able to expel Maxwell's demon from the territory of the second law of thermodynamics. Schrödinger's cat represents the contradiction between the uncertainty of microscopic particles and the macroscopic world. Now, with the passage of time, many crises have been gradually resolved, and the first three of the four mythical beasts have been eliminated. By 2022, only Schrödinger's cat, which transcends life and death, is left, and is still active in the cracks of quantum mechanics. As for Schrödinger's cat, many people think that the subject of this experiment is only a cat, without other auxiliary things. That is, put the cat in the box and leave it alone. If we don't open the box, we don't know whether it is dead or alive. In fact, the process of this experiment is far from that simple, otherwise Schrödinger would not be called a cat abuser. According to Schrödinger's conjecture, he first put a cat in a closed opaque box, and put a radioactive atom, with a decay probability of 50%, in the box. Plus a particle detection device, a bottle of highly toxic substances, and a hammer. If the radioactive substance decays, the particle detector can receive the particles emitted by the decay. Then send a signal to let the hammer break the bottle containing the highly toxic substance, so that the cat will definitely die. If the particle does not decay, the cat will be alive. In other words, the state of the cat is determined by whether the particle decays. According to classical physics, one of the two results will occur in the box, and the external observer can only know the result inside by opening the box. In the quantum world, when the box is in a closed state, the entire system always maintains an uncertain wave state, that is, the cat's life and death are superimposed. Whether the cat is dead or alive can only be determined after the box is opened, that is, when the external observer observes, and the matter is expressed in the form of particles. Actually, Schrödinger's original intention of proposing this thought experiment was not to prove anything. He was just expressing his dissatisfaction with Born's statistical interpretation and satirizing the Copenhagen interpretation. It's just that, as the saying goes, an unintentional planting of willows will bring about a shade. This cat abuser used an experiment to connect the microscopic and macroscopic worlds together, and extended quantum behavior to the macroscopic world, in order to verify the existence of quantum when observation intervenes. This experiment successfully changed the problem from discussing the microscopic uncertainty principle to the macroscopic uncertainty principle. Objective laws are not subject to human will. The cat is both alive and dead, which violates the logical thinking of the macroscopic world. And the further extension of this experiment is the concept of entangled state. In other words, after the ancestors of those particles are observed, this information will be transmitted to the microscopic world through messenger particles, that is, gauge bosons. All similar particles, no matter where in the universe, will know that they are being observed. This involves the mystery of co-moving coordinates and the cosmic scale factor, which even the particles themselves know very little about. Then, under the guidance of 4685 Greek letter lambda hyperon 4396 followed her to the other particles. He has always been a gentle and humble particle. Over the years, he has also made friends with many particles. Therefore, seeing 4396 coming, the other particles seemed very happy. After all, this was their last gathering. Welcome back, 4396, 4396, when you were not here. 4685 was so anxious that we almost exchanged quarks. 4396, sit here, 4396 returned the greetings to the other particles one by one, and finally followed 4685 to sit next to a little fat man. Under the repulsion of weak interaction, the little fat man moved a little to the side and said to 4396, "You're back." 4396 nodded and asked, "When did you arrive?" The little fat man nodded his chin in a certain direction. Some traces of orbits could be vaguely seen in the sky at this time. 0.8 by 10 cap minus 14 seconds ago, we rushed here as soon as we felt that the world inside the nucleus was about to collapse. 4396 nodded thoughtfully. The particles on the grass were a small group with close relationships, regardless of status or nobility. There were eldest sons from big families, and there were also particles from humble families with little reputation. For example, the little fat man who was talking to 3496 was a composite messenger particle. He was born from the famous Hadron family. The whole family was observed 65 years ago, so he was from a rich family. But compared to his ancestors, the little fat man's situation is more special. There is a special Z boson in his structure, which carries a lot of special information and is the particle with the heaviest mission in this generation. So he started to shout a long time ago, saying that if he was not observed, his parents would be embarrassed. Then 4396 turned his head again and looked at a girl 3 by 10 cap minus 16 meters away from him, and smiled. "Can, are you nervous?" The girl opened her mouth when she heard it, and wanted to force herself to say that she was not nervous, but finally nodded gently. "Well, a little." She is a special D-charm quark particle. The phenotype of a charm quark makes her have long black hair, which looks quite royal. She has only been observed 3 times since her ancestors, and an average of 14.3 billion quark combinations will give birth to a D-charm quark baryon. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to say that she is not nervous. Seeing this, 4396 wanted to pat her on the shoulder and comfort her. But he soon realized that he could not contact other particles. Then 4396 looked at 4685 beside him. For some reason, he always felt that his childhood sweetheart was a little bit wrong today. Actually, these particles gathered here mainly because of a promise made a long time ago. If the world is about to be destroyed, they will hold a last party here and then ascend together. Now the end of the world is approaching. Some partners cannot come because of the end of their lifespan, and the remaining particles are all here as promised. Again, It may seem tragic from the macroscopic world. But for these particles, this is their fate. Boom boom, another 0.55 by 10 cap minus 13 seconds passed. The Earth shook again. The electron layer sky composed of magnetic quanta in the distance also suddenly sank and collapsed a large piece. This is what happens when the high-speed moving world receives special external forces. Just like when humans race without any protective measures, the skin on their faces will be tightly attached to their bones. At the same time, this is also a sign that the membrane of the world is about to break. Seeing this, the atmosphere on the lawn became more solemn. After all, when something really happens, even if there is a premonition, only a few people can remain calm. Looking at the sky that seems to be collapsing at any time, the little fat man suddenly said, 4396, do you think we will have an afterlife? 4396 was slightly stunned and asked in surprise, afterlife? The little fat man nodded, with a flash of confusion in his eyes. Our bodies are engraved with endless information from the beginning of time, and our mission is to pass them on. This is the truth that all particles understand since birth. Then what about the receivers? Who are they? So I often think about what the scene will be like outside our world. As he spoke, the fat man pointed in a certain direction, where a tall tower could be vaguely seen. I once met a proton elder in that tower who loved to write poetry. He once told me that he originally came from a proton stream in the universe. He has witnessed the recombination of countless atoms, and it has been billions of years since then. He can be said to be immortal, and a long, long time ago, he was also decayed from a hyperon. We decayed into protons, so what about other dissipated matter? Will it carry our consciousness, drifting in the universe for countless years, or will it constitute other life? Speaking of this, the little fat boy suddenly thought of something, turned around, and said to the people around him excitedly, "Hey, everyone, tell me, if there is a next life, what do you want to be?" He rubbed his belly and muttered, "If there is a next life, I hope I can become a lepton, so that they won't laugh at me for being fat." The black straight girl next to him heard this and said, "I hope I can become a gluon." The little fat boy was stunned. Gluon? Why? The girl shook her head and didn't say anything. Another boy said, "I want to be a neutron, so that I can live a long, long time." Everyone talked about this, and the little fat boy looked at 4396 again. "What about you, 4396? 4396 was silent for a moment, stretched out his hand, and wanted to pick up a piece of grass. However, what awaited him was still a void at his fingertips. His fingers passed through the grass, as if he existed in a misplaced time and space. Then he waved his hand at the little fat man and said with a wry smile, "If there is an afterlife, I only hope to have a real body, at least. Don't be a ghost anymore." The little fat man's expression froze on his face. He glanced at the grass on the ground and sighed deeply. Just as 4396 said. He didn't know where he came from, nor where he was going. Since he knew that he couldn't touch things, he had only one obsession. He was not afraid of death, he just wanted to prove that he existed. Unfortunately, with the arrival of the end of the world, he still couldn't fulfill his obsession. As for being observed in the world outside the nucleus, forget it. Although he didn't know the specific reason, he could be sure of one thing, that is, his race had never been found to have an orbit since its appearance. After all, flickering would not leave any traces. While talking, boom, the lead nucleus running at super high speed finally hit a target heavily. Affected by this, the distant sky finally completely collapsed and exploded into countless fragments. In the eyes of these particles, at this time, outside the sky, there are tracks that belong to them, carrying the breath of their ancestors. They only have to do one thing, fly along the track, fall into the target with a perfect posture, and do everything to record their own information. The first one to fly up was the fat man. The round composite boson took off first and flew out of the sky like a balloon. He waved vigorously to the particles on the ground, and said while flying, "Goodbye, friends." 6.2 by 10 cap minus 14 seconds later, the cold double charm quark baryon flew into the sky. She didn't say anything, just waved to the particles. However, not long after she took off, on the lawn, a thin gluon suddenly plucked up the courage, took a step forward, and headed straight for the sky. Can, wait for me. I like you." The originally cold face of the double charm quark baryon suddenly became happy, and a slight arc suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Silly, you actually said it now finally." In the eyes of many particles, The gluon caught up with a double charm quark baryon, holding hands and flying out of the sky. A trace of deep envy flashed in 4396's eyes. Then he turned his head, but found that 4685's eyes were staring elsewhere. Seeing this, 4396 couldn't help but sigh. Maybe she was completely disappointed. As the traction outside the sky became stronger and stronger, many particles on the lawn began to fly out one after another. In fact, it was not just the lawn. To be precise, at this time, the entire nuclear world had a large number of particles rising up and flying out of the sky. Among these particles, 4396 also found many old acquaintances. For example, the Fermion lady who was initially thought to be a Hyperon was wearing an apron and holding a spatula in her hand, looking like she was cooking. Another example was a Higgs particle that had pursued 4685 but was beaten up by the little fat man and others. He also saw a proton with a leisurely expression, which was the elder who had lived for hundreds of millions of years mentioned by the little fat man. "Uncle, don't be so leisurely, if you meet an electron, you will also be neutralized." In addition, there was the previous doctor of baryon, whose body shape was quite conspicuous among many particles. After a while 4396 suddenly felt a slight suction. Oh, yes, it's almost his turn. Thinking of this, 4396 turned his head and prepared to say goodbye to 4685 for the last time. As a result, as soon as he turned around, he was stunned. I didn't know when 4685 had come to his side. 2 tear marks slid deeply from his eyes, falling drop by drop on the grass. Everything is self-evident. Seeing the sad face of 4685, 4396's heart suddenly twitched, and he said weakly, 4685, "I'm sorry, I still can't have a physical body." However, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by 4685, "No, there is another way." Seeing the surprised 4396, 4685 wiped away his tears fiercely, and a trace of unprecedented determination flashed in his eyes, and explained. "My number is 4685, which is the most estimated heaviest type of all Greek letter lambda hyperons. There is a Greek letter pi meson in my body, which is a standard quark-anti-quark 2-body-bound state, and it is at least 30% higher than other Greek letter pi mesons in magnitude. The reason why you were considered my partner at the beginning is that your appearance is similar to mine, so there must be a Greek letter pi meson in your body. This is a necessity stipulated by the basic rules, so if 2 Greek letter pi mesons intersect with me as a medium, then the strong nuclear force will definitely have a pulling effect. According to the fluctuation principle, at the moment when the mesons interact, we must be the same entity." 4396's eyes widened as he listened, and finally shook his head frantically. "No. Absolutely not. This way you will be annihilated instantly, and even wait, what are you doing?" While speaking, 4685 suddenly inserted his hand into his chest. 4396 subconsciously pounced on her, but passed through 4685's body like air. At this time, 4396 was still just a ghost. Therefore, he could only stand there and watch 4685 take out his pion, but he had no ability to stop it. He couldn't even cry. A moment later, 4685 held a small ball of light in his trembling hands and handed it to 4396 with all his strength, his face pale. Hurry up, I don't have much time." 4396 looked at this scene with tears in his eyes, and his whole body was shaking. Under the effect of strong interaction, the pion in 4685's hand slowly floated into his body. A nanosecond later, plop, 4396's heart suddenly felt a strong wave. At the same time, he suddenly felt a warm feeling in the palm of his left hand. 4396 slowly raised his head. He saw 4685 gently pulling his left hand with his soft and boneless hands, and his affectionate eyes were filled with love that transcended life and death. Due to the premature decay, 4685's life was rapidly dissipating. Finally, she couldn't hold on any longer and fell heavily into 4396's arms, her eyes gradually dimming. "I finally touched you." An hour later. Macroscopic world. "Great." On the operating table, Zhao Zhangguo clapped his hands and said excitedly to Akita Mission Pan, "There really is such a particle, Zio Pan. I congratulate you in advance on your research progress. What's wrong with you? I saw him opposite. At this time, Academician Pan was frowning, looking at the decay sample in front of him with a puzzled look, and kept muttering. Strange. Zhao Zhangguo glanced at him. What's strange? The energy level of this special particle is a bit strange. It seems that before it was observed, it had a special interaction with a Greek letter pi meson of a Greek letter lambda hyperon, and then the Greek letter lambda hyperon disappeared. Oh? Interaction? How long did it last? Academician Pan flipped through the decay sample and replied, 0.84 x 10 cap minus 16 seconds. Note, the question is it the orbit calculated by Su Yun that allows the ghost particle to be captured, or is it the effect of the interaction of particles in the microscopic world? This is actually also an entangled state. Chapter 218, New Dungeon to be opened. Although it is still unclear what happened to that special particle that caused it to have such a short interaction with the Greek letter lambda hyperon. But in a sense, it is precisely because of the ultra-high energy that erupted in a short period of time from this interaction that Academician Pan and others were able to easily lock onto the impact mark. At this moment, Academician Pan was on the operating table, analyzing the report obtained with Zhao Zhangguo. The decay parameter measurement result is 0.633 plus or minus 0.002, which is higher than the accuracy of the Greek letter lambda hyperon at the beginning, but the observation level is 140 MeV, which is the property of the electrically neutral meson. Electrically neutral meson. Zhao Zhangguo was slightly stunned, and then blurted out, how is this possible? Not to mention that there is already a Greek letter pi meson inside it that has interacted. Just from the integral data of the differential width of the whole process, its spin is a half-odd number, so it is absolutely impossible to be a meson. Academician Pan also nodded solemnly. Considering that many students have limited understanding of particles and cannot distinguish the concepts of baryons and leptons. Therefore, here we will popularize the concept of particles in a more standardized way. This should be a popular science that no one has done. Students who are confused are advised to plug in their eyes. First of all, we must make one thing clear. That is, macroscopic matter is ultimately composed of microscopic particles. Microscopic particles, from large to small, are molecules, atoms, protons and neutrons, atomic nuclei, and finally elementary particles. And elementary particles. It is the smallest microscopic matter that cannot be divided at present. The meaning of indivisibility here means that there is no volume and model image, and its internal structure cannot be detected. That is, it can be treated as a point particle, which is similar to the concept of a particle. The elementary particles are mainly composed of four major categories: quarks, leptons, gauge bosons and Higgs particles. These four major categories of particles are divided into 61 kinds of particles. Among them, the first two quarks and leptons are also called fermions. They constitute the first observable structure of matter. There are 6 categories of quarks, called 6 flavors of quarks, namely up, down, top, bottom, strange, and charming. Yesterday, I saw Chengji stretch his head to me, at the same time. Each flavor of quark has 3 internal degrees of freedom, called colors, so 3x6 equals 18. And these 18 quarks have their own antiparticles, so there are 36 types of quarks in total. This number corresponds to the 61 above, which is 36 of the 61 particles. There are 12 leptons, including the neutrinos mentioned earlier. Therefore, there are 12 plus 36 equals 48 fermions. As for gauge bosons and Higgs particles, they are collectively called bosons, which is the name of particles with integer spin. Among them, gauge bosons transmit the basic interactions between particles. The Higgs field where the Higgs particle is located is responsible for producing rest mass. Therefore, the Higgs particle was separated out separately and belongs to a unique type, nicknamed the God particle. Among the gauge bosons, there is only one boson that plays an electromagnetic interaction, that is, the photon. As for the weak interaction bosons, there are 3. They are W+, W and Z bosons. The transmission particles of strong interactions are called gluons, and there are a total of 8 types. Therefore, the total number of bosons is 1 plus 1 plus 3 plus 8 equals 13, 13 plus 48 equals 61, which constitutes the 61 most basic particles in the world. In addition, there is a graviton that has not been experimentally confirmed. These 61, 62 particles constitute the standard model of particle physics. Of course, In the most advanced theories, many people believe that the standard model is just a low-energy approximation of a larger model. It is enough for everyone to understand this point, and there is no need to explore too deeply. With 61 basic particles, the microscopic world began to build blocks, and a new concept emerged: composite particles. For example, protons and neutrons are composite particles composed of 3 quarks and gluons, which are a type of baryon. As for hyperons, as the name implies, they refer to baryons with a mass greater than that of protons and neutrons, and containing at least one strange quark. Atom equals proton, quark plus gluon, plus neutron, quark plus gluon, plus extranuclear electron. Atoms are also called elements. There are 118 known elements. Elements form molecular compounds, and the rest are chemical concepts. Is this worth a monthly ticket? As for the meson mentioned by academician Pan, it is also a type of composite particle. Its spin is an integer, so it is a boson. The spin of the baryon is a half-odd number, so it is a fermion. Unless you are a StarCraft player, it is impossible to misjudge the difference between the two particles. Just like a kind of meat is placed in front of you, you may not be able to tell whether it is beef, pork or donkey meat. But in any case, you can't judge it as a potato. Then academician Pan turned a page of the document and said slowly, particles with different properties have extremely similar observation levels, which is really strange. It's like a fat man and a thin man running 1,000 meters. For the same distance, the fat man must consume more energy. At this point, academician Pan's hand movement suddenly stopped, and he let out a light exclamation, and the whole person paused. Seeing this situation, Zhao Zhangguo on the side couldn't help but ask, "Zhao Pan, have you thought of anything?" Academician Pan nodded when he heard it, picked up a pen and paper from the table, and drew a simple diagram. You see, if the fat man and the thin man both run 1,000 meters with their legs, the energy consumed by both sides must be different. But if the fat man flies over or even teleports over, then is it possible that the energy level consumption of each other is in the same range? The orbit calculated by Xiao Su is the runway. We know that particles will move through this orbit, and we also know that it may trigger quantum tunneling. This is why I am here, but we don't know how it will reach the end point, but subconsciously think it is running. Am I right? After hearing what academician Pan said, Zhao Zhangguo was stunned for a moment, then he placed his hands heavily on the operating table, leaned forward, stared at the report on the table, and said in horror, "Zhao Pan, you mean the trajectory of this particle is not a jump, but a flash?" Academician Pan pulled his sparse hair, exhaled deeply, and affirmed, "That's right, it was mentioned a long time ago." Academician Pan is currently a leader in the field of quantum encryption in China. On May 6, their team just used the MOSI quantum science experimental satellite to complete the long-distance transmission of quantum states between two ground stations 1,200 kilometers apart. Do you remember the content of the chapter on the shelf? Now I can talk about it. The core technology of long-distance quantum state transmission is quantum teleportation, which is the prototype of the teleportation array. That is, using the atmosphere as a channel, a photon 1,200 kilometers away is instantly transmitted to you. However, at present, technology can only transmit more than 10 photons, which is still hundreds of trillions of orders of magnitude away from transmitting human bodies. It is a technology as difficult as Conan's finale. Therefore, the main application of quantum encryption is still encrypted communication, that is, the application of network security, which is a more practical and realistic direction. But now, a variable seems to have appeared. If the operating mode of this special particle is really flickering, then this means that it has the properties of quantum state innately. You know, it has been mentioned above. Photons are the only bosons with electromagnetic interaction, so all current experiments can only use photons as entangled light sources. But now if there is a hyperon with this property, it means that reversible quantum logic operations between different degrees of freedom may be performed from another perspective. This is like you are studying weapons. Originally, you can only use black gunpowder, and you can only use the most primitive means to develop and calibrate weapons. But suddenly one day you wake up from sleep and find a bag of octaquin next to your bed. This is really worthy of a word of horror. It is said bluntly. This particle alone may not win the Nobel Prize. After all, only Higgs, the proposer of the Higgs particle, has ever won this honor for the new particle. The characteristics of the new particle are still a long way from the God particle. But on the other hand, if we can achieve a breakthrough in some technical barriers with this particle, then this achievement has a high probability of winning the Nobel Prize. Then Zhao Zhangguo thought about it and asked, Xiaopan, this particle was discovered by you and Xiao Su, so why don't you give it a name? Name Mission Pan heard this and suddenly felt a complicated emotion in his heart. It was an inexplicable sense of loneliness, like a ghost wandering alone. Then he was silent for a moment and said, let's call it a solitary particle. At the same time, hundreds of kilometers away in Yongcheng. Not long ago, after reaching a cooperation intention with Zhou Shan, Su Yun followed Lin Zhenhe to say goodbye and returned to Hanhe Group. Since the entire transition metal production line is still being cast at this time, there are still some links that may require the assistance of Su Yun and others, so Su Yun and others need to stay in Yongcheng for 2 or 3 days. Therefore, after returning to the park, Su Yun was a little tired after traveling to many places in the past few days, so he hurriedly said goodbye to Lin Zhenhe, told Tang Li not to disturb him, and returned to his room in the guest house. Then he took a shower in the bathroom with peace of mind, and prepared to go to bed to see if Tifa had any new videos. Then unfortunately, I don't know if the subtitle group has been slacking off these days. Su Yun basically didn't find anything new, so he could only regretfully give up the idea in his mind. But just as he was sighing with his hand on his yin, Su Yun's heart suddenly moved slightly, and he sensed something. Then he quickly got out of bed, pressed the door blocker, and closed the curtains. Then he returned to the bed and chanted the spell. After a moment, the surroundings suddenly darkened. When the light came on again, Su Yun had already appeared in that mysterious space. At this moment, the second door that had disappeared into the time and space album was still not filled, and there was no abnormality in the first door where the Mavericks letter had appeared. However, the third door, which originally had a knowledge point of 73 out of 100, now displayed a number of 100/100. In other words, the third copy had reached the time point where it could be opened. Chapter 219 Entering a new copy. 100/100. Looking at the dungeon door in front of him that can be opened at any time, Su Yun couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Previously, relying on the establishment of Huadin Bioscience and the hot searches of the hacker attack and defense war, the knowledge points of the Halo once reached 73, and then stagnated. Now it has suddenly reached 100. Obviously, it must be that without his knowledge, there must be a result in some link in the real world. Is it Mr. Chu's research on Yayan bacteria? Or has there been a new breakthrough in the sales of a roach? Or has the teacher made some new achievements in the observation of unknown particles? This is 27 knowledge points. You know, previously, Su Yun relied on the ability improvement obtained by calculating orbits, plus the establishment of Huadin Bioscience and the hot searches of the hacker attack and defense war, so many achievements combined, but only 73 knowledge points were obtained. If this part of the knowledge points comes from sales, it's okay. Once a social event breaks out, it's basically a peak. But if it comes from Yayan bacteria or unknown particles, then once their existence is further announced, how many knowledge points will it bring to me? 200, 300? What changes will happen to the aura at that time? Of course, these are issues that need to be considered in the future. At present, Su Yun is more concerned about the third door. In the previous 1,665 copies and 1,100 copies, all his information was obtained after entering the light gate. For example, the specific tasks, the era, and the copy protagonist, etc. But at this moment, in the center of the third door, a yellow exclamation mark was floating. Su Yun walked forward and gently pressed the exclamation mark. After a moment, a paragraph of content appeared in front of him. The current publicly available information is as follows: copy era, after the 16th century AD, copy background, non-local, the rest, unknown, to be upgraded. Looking at this content, Su Yun couldn't help but touch his chin. Is this a reminder before entering? Although the information available is still limited, compared with the previous 2 copies, the value of this part of information is already very high. For example, the non-local background reminder. Non-local background. This means that Su Yun does not need to consider local clothing and hairstyles, and can just wear a denim jacket or even a windbreaker to enter the copy. After the 16th century, medicine and technology were relatively less primitive, and safety was relatively guaranteed compared to other times. Of course, this did not mean that Su Yun was 100% safe. After all, who knows if Halo will teleport him to the battlefield, and look up to see the Battlefield 2 screen, and then tell you that the target this time is an Austrian art student who failed the exam. Soo-yoon dared to guarantee that Halo could do this kind of operation. But overall, the appearance of this prompt made him less passive. I don't know why. Soo-yoon suddenly thought of a novel he had read before called Infinite Horror, in which the Lord seemed to give some copy prompts. But the prompts in Infinite Horror seem to require a guide to activate, so why does this copy have this prompt? It can't be because the book was opened too hastily, and the author didn't make a good outline for the first 2 copies, and only started patching now? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Then Soo-yoon shook his head and brought his mind back to reality. Although the copy can be entered now, the incident happened suddenly, and he still has many links to prepare further. For example, the simplest clothes in gold are still in Luzhao's hut. Therefore, after confirming that there were no other special situations in the space, Soo-yoon first exited the space. 2 days later, the first set of transition metal equipment cast by Hanho Group came out. In the workshop, Yu Yuan-iwang, wearing a helmet, stood in front of a running production line with Soo-yoon and others, and said proudly, "Dr. Soo, I have fulfilled my mission. This is the finished equipment produced by our Hanho factory. The whole set of equipment consists of 7 components, 3 of which are reaction components, 3 entry and exit links, and the remaining 1 is a container for the potassium ferrocyanide reaction intermediate." As he spoke, he picked up a disassembled round container and scratched a transparent area under the container with his fingernail. "This is a balance device we set up, with a very sensitive sensor component inside. Once the container is misaligned or has a speed problem, it will immediately sound an alarm." Soo-yoon took the container and looked at it for a few times, then nodded. "Director Yu, thank you for your trouble. Today is the workpiece acceptance day agreed by Hanho Group and Soo-yoon. In addition to accepting the transition metal container, the purpose is to verify other hardware equipment of the production line and the set of molds provided by the Navy. After all, the distance between Ningbo City and Shanghai is very close, and it only takes 2 hours by train. The Navy sent a set of molds to Luzhao to Yongchang first. It was really a very easy thing. It didn't even take half a day. Just when Soo-yoon was talking to Yu Yuan-iwang, the accompanying toolman Tloft, and his junior Ren Yonkin suddenly walked over quickly. At this time, the boy who was usually a little introverted seemed very excited. After coming to Soo-yoon, he waved the report in his hand. "God Soo, the inspection report is out. The content and effect of imidacloprid produced by this production line are no different from the original batch." He looked around for a few times and lowered his voice. "There is another piece of news. After our verification, the cost of producing a cockroach medicine on this production line can be reduced by about 2.3 yuan compared to the original. A product is reduced by 2.3 yuan. Hearing this news, even though Soo-yoon was prepared for this, his heart still twitched fiercely. It was mentioned a long time ago. The cost price of a cockroach killer produced by Nutrien's FOERDA, T632 was about 7.8. This is also the biggest barrier to the profitability of one roach killer, and it is difficult to explain this to consumers. In the production process, this high-cost price is mainly composed of 2 aspects. One is the cost of production materials, such as various nitroimidazoles and information protein substances, etc. This part of the expenditure has a large reduction range, because Soo-yoon and his team have not yet found a lowest cost ratio chain. Once the most suitable material ratio can be found, this part of the cost may even be reduced to 1/10 of the original or even lower. But at the same time, the ratio of materials requires a lot of laboratory research, and this part is not a short-term job. The prospects are promising, but it is difficult to completely reduce it to the minimum in a short time. In addition to the material cost, the rest is the loss caused by equipment accuracy. There are 4 links in the industrial production of the 3rd generation imidacloprid, and the yield of each link is about 70%-80%. Therefore, the generation rate of the 3rd generation imidacloprid from the initial material input to the final product is about 38%. The 5th generation of imidacloprid involves more complex reactions, so the productivity of the final product is lower, only a little over 23%. A core link that affects material loss is the accuracy of the production line. Today, the military quality modules of the Navy can beat Nutrien in terms of accuracy, and the steps used are the most core cycloisomerization links. Therefore, after a trial production, the cost of the product was reduced by a full 2 yuan. Of course, This is almost the limit of equipment optimization. If you want to further reduce costs, you can only work harder in the direction of material ratio in the future. In short, with the acceptance of this production line, not only the production capacity problem that blocks Soo-yoon and his team was resolved, but also the profit of the product was improved. So far, the sea is wide for fish to leap, and the sky is high for birds to fly. After confirming that the production line can operate normally, Soo-yoon and Lin Se-ho signed a cooperation agreement on the spot, to be precise, a strategic cooperation agreement. At present, Hanho Group has few strategic partners, only 4 in China, 1 in Pakistan, and Huadong Bioscience is the 6th strategic partner of the group. The two parties agreed in the agreement. Hanho Group will provide Huadong Biotech with various production equipment for a long time at a price not exceeding 15% profit margin, including and not limited to a production line for killing roaches. Even in some high-standard industry exhibitions, Hanho Group will also strive for Huadong Biotech's entry qualifications as a recommender. Correspondingly, whenever Huadong Biotech's products need to expand production capacity, Hanho Group should also be the preferred equipment supplier. Unless Hanho Group does not have the corresponding technical reserves and cannot break through the technical barriers within a certain period, Huadong Biotech cannot change the first supplier at will. The validity period of the strategic relationship is 3 years. Because after 3 years, Lin Se-ho will officially resign as the chairman of the group. Although he could have signed a long-term agreement with Soo-yoon, out of respect for his successor and trust in Soo-yoon, he still set this time to 3 years. He believes that even if someone else is replaced as the factory director after 3 years, he will take the initiative to propose to continue the strategic cooperation relationship between the two parties because of Huadong Biotech's corporate status at that time. Although from the current size of both parties, Huadong Bioscience is undoubtedly a poor boy who climbed up to a rich family. But there are differences between son-in-law and son-in-law. Some son-in-law may be He-ji, who is unaware that Liu Chuiyu had put on 30 hats. And some son-in-law may be Ning Lihan. After signing the agreement, Soo-yoon took Tang Li, Lao Su and several tools to resign to Lin Se-ho and flew back to Luzhou from Yongchang Airport. As for Donkey Girl, Hanho Group sent people to send her to USTC through a freight convoy. According to Chu Shen, after the previous video blind date, Brother Donkey seemed to have a premonition of something, and he worked like an author who is rewarded by the leader and worked hard. After all, in a sense, Brother Donkey is a single dog and a single donkey who has spanned nearly 1,000 years. The next morning, the group returned to Yongchang and said goodbye outside the USTC. Soo-yoon took Lao Su back home and began to prepare for the time travel. Of course, since the time in the instance is independent of the outside world, Soo-yoon did not tell Lao Su that he would travel through time again. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome to explain, and he would have to spend a lot of time and effort. Then Soo-yoon returned to his small room and found a black windbreaker, a pair of wear-resistant sports pants, and a straw hat purchased online. His shoes were still intact, a regular extra. The 16th century refers to after 1500 AD, and glass products have already appeared at this point, so Soo-yoon prepared a pair of standard glasses and a pair of contact lenses for glasses. Then there are still compressed biscuits, gold and silver cut into small pieces, alcohol in wooden kettles, etc. There is also a long sword. This is made by Soo-yoon himself with spring steel plates. The cold weapon shops usually use angle grinders, but Soo-yoon directly asked the department to open a machine tool. This is also one of the advantages of engineering schools. See note. In addition, Soo-yoon also brought a small bag of lime, which is said to have been learned from a martial arts saint who does not want to reveal his name. In addition, there are some modern tools. Anyway, if the instance time is earlier than the time when these tools were invented, these things cannot be brought into the instance. After everything was ready, Soo-yoon entered the space and pushed open the third door. The new copy is officially open. Still dizzy. In a trance, Soo-yoon suddenly found that his body was a little heavy. How to say it? It was like he was covered with several layers of quilts, and his abdomen and legs felt like they were pressed by something. At the same time, click, Soo-yoon's face also faintly felt some granular touch, a bit like being hit by a snowball. As soon as Soo-yoon opened his mouth, he felt a big mouthful of something sticky and wet stuff stuffed into his mouth. Cough cough cough. He subconsciously spit out the stuff a few times, and at the same time put his hands in front of him to block the things that splashed towards him. Then, With the protection of his hands, he quickly began to look at his situation. He saw that he was lying in a deep pit that could almost accommodate his body. The things that splashed on him and covered his lower body were sand and stones everywhere. As for the top of his head, it seemed that Soo-yoon's movements were sensed, and no more sand and stones fell from above. Seeing this situation, Soo-yoon slowly moved his hand away and found a young man holding a shovel standing on the ground about 1 meter away from him. Soo-yoon, so, I am buried? Chapter 220. This copy is a bit strange. In his previous life, when he was reading novels in his native land, Soo-yoon had read a work called The Sword of 8.5 Points. There was a plot in the book that impressed him deeply, that is, the male protagonist was a satellite spirit, who was dug out of a coffin at the beginning. Unexpectedly, I had just reached the 3rd copy, and I actually enjoyed such a protagonist treatment. I am not a satellite spirit. In addition, if I remember correctly, in the Mavericks copy, I fell from a tree. In the Northern Song copy, I emerged from a well. In this unknown copy, I was dug out of the soil. So the sea, land, and air are all gathered together. However, just as Soo-yoon was complaining in his heart, the young man on the ground suddenly reacted, turned over the shovel, and made a defensive gesture like holding a tennis racket. You are not dead. Soo-yoon heard this, and a thought flashed through his mind in an instant. Fluent English, although there is still some gap with modern English, the difference is very small. Compared with the original copy of Xiongnu, the grammar is closer to the English pronunciation of the 21st century. In other words, this era seems to be after Xiongnu. In addition, Soo-yoon also noticed that although the sky was a little dark and he could not see the detailed appearance of the other party, he said "thn" instead of "you." This is a very typical Scottish colloquialism. Soo-yoon had learned it when he went to the UK as an exchange student in his previous life. This colloquial habit is equivalent to the local gwazi in MMP. It is obvious that it is a word used in the Sichuan area, which has a very strong regionality. Considering the task habits of the Halo, Soo-yoon can easily make another judgment. The target of his mission this time is either living in Scotland or born in Scotland. There are too many people who meet the former requirements to judge, but if it is the latter, there are not many famous scientists in the history of Scotland, and they can even be counted on one hand. The hand here is not an adjective, but a real hand. James Watt, who improved the steam engine. Maxwell, the second great unification in the history of physics. Fleming, who discovered penicillin. Bell, who invented the telephone. And Keith Campbell, who cloned Dolly the sheep. That's right. There are only 5 of them. If you are a 6-fingered guitarist, you can still have 1 finger left. At the same time, the last Keith Campbell can be excluded. Because he is a modern person, born only 2 years earlier than Bjorn Liangwei. Although this big guy has passed away in 2012, as a student of biology, Soo-yoon has watched his speech videos many times. It is certain that his accent is very standard modern English. In addition to the above people, the only celebrities left in Scottish history are Conan Doyle, who wrote the Sherlock Holmes series of novels, and Adam Smith, who wrote The Wealth of Nations. I don't know if it's because of feng shui. Although Scotland accounts for 1/3 of the British Isles, it has indeed not produced many people who can be recorded in history. In contrast, the number of celebrities in England in the second half of the 17th century alone is several times that of Scotland. Of course, this does not mean that the young man above must be one of those celebrities. Just like in the Northern Song Dynasty instance, the first person Soo-yoon met was Zileo Dokwan. And he met Lao Su the day after tomorrow. His mind was racing. Soo-yoon put on a weak posture and waved his hand softly at the other party. Of course he is not dead, he just fainted. He had come into close contact with a seriously injured and dying Wang Yu in the Northern Song Dynasty instance, so he was quite good at pretending to be half dead, and his acting skills were basically better than most of the young actors. In addition, the young man above was indeed not very experienced, so he believed Soo-yoon's statement without much precautions, and a hint of realization rose on his face. He scratched his head and said, "Oh, we just saw you lying on the side of the road without breathing, and we thought you were dead. We thought it was too tragic for you to be exposed in the wilderness, so we thought of digging a pit to bury you. It's better than dying in the wild." Soo-yoon's mouth twitched slightly. "Thank you very much." Then the young man carefully observed Soo-yoon again and asked, "Sir, can you still stand up? Do you need my help?" Soo-yoon heard the words and quickly calmed down and simply felt his limbs. He found that except for a slight tingling in the upper part of his left arm, there was basically nothing wrong with his whole body, and there was no fatal bleeding point. So he quickly shook off the dirt on his body and stood up from the bottom of the pit. The depth of this grave was only about 1 meter, so when Soo-yoon stood up, his vision immediately became brighter and wider, and he could see the young man's face clearly. The young man looked about 20 years old, with a long face, slightly drooping eyebrows, and a very high hairline. In addition, his skin was not well maintained, with some freckles on his face, with a wild beauty. At this time, they were in a forest, and there was a carriage parked on the side, which seemed to be a passerby passing through here. Seeing Soo-yoon standing up from the pit, the young man extended his hand very friendly. "Come on, thank you." Soo-yoon used the man's arm to slightly exert force, and with his other hand, he supported the ground and climbed out of the pit without much effort. Then the young man bent down and picked up a package from the pit with a shovel and handed it to Soo-yoon. "This is your relic. The luggage left behind, we didn't move it, and now it has returned to its original owner." Soo-yoon took the luggage and thanked him again. At the same time, his fingers quietly touched the side pocket of the package, and his fingertips soon touched several objects and several hard objects. This was the fine gold he had prepared before, part of which was placed in the inner clothes, and the other part was placed in the package. As this person said, they really didn't move their packages. Seeing this, Soo-yoon's impression of the young and enthusiastic man suddenly improved a lot. Willing to take the initiative to dig graves for strangers, and at the same time not coveting the wealth of the deceased, this kind of behavior is indeed excellent. Then he patted the dust off his body and said to the young man, "Sir, let me introduce myself. My name is Luo Feng. May I know your name?" The young man smiled, stuck the shovel into the ground, put his hands on the handle and said, "Hello, my name is Small Kames Kilk-will. Nice to meet you, Small Kames Kilk-will." Soo-yoon went over this name in his mind and frowned slightly. There don't seem to be many famous scientists named Will in British history. At least Soo-yoon really can't think of anyone with this name. Ethan Will, who is engaged in radiation worldwide, was once nominated for the Nobel Prize. But he was born in 1900, and it must have been 1920 when he grew to this age. And that person is a stranger from across the sea, so he can't possibly speak English with a Scottish accent. So now it seems that the other party should be a passerby like Zileo Dogwon or even Jungzu. For example, an attendant of a big shot? Just as Soo-yoon was thinking. The young man's eyes stayed on his face for a while, and then he asked curiously, "Mr. Luo Feng, are you an Oriental?" Soo-yoon nodded and said, "My ancestors came from the distant eastern continent, and are currently doing some small business related to textiles in the Netherlands. In addition, it was introduced a long time ago. The Netherlands has been the core trade area of Europe since the Middle Ages, and exchanges with European countries are very frequent. Except for the Black Death that forced Zionia to return to Woolsthorpe, the Netherlands and European countries have almost never broken off contact. At present, there have been hundreds to thousands of Orientals living in the Netherlands, so it is not difficult to apply the identity." Just as Soo-yoon was about to follow up the conversation to establish a relationship and confirm the specific year and location, Will suddenly asked with great interest, "Mr. Luo Feng, you are an Oriental, so have you heard of an academy called Fengling Yuan sect?" "Fengling Yuan, of course." Wait," Soo-yoon subconsciously prepared to nod, but just after saying 2 words, he suddenly stood there as if he had been electrocuted. "What sect are you talking about?" Will looked at him strangely, not understanding why this Oriental man reacted so strongly, but still explained, "It's Fengling Yuan sect. I heard that there is a knight named Han Li in the sect, who is an excellent mathematician." Soo-yoon's back teeth bit the flesh of the inner wall of his mouth tightly, relying on the pain to force himself not to lose his composure. At the same time, his heart was in turmoil. Fengling Yuan sect, Han Li. Why did these 2 names come out of this young man's mouth? Fengling Yuan sect and Han Li were just words that he casually mentioned to Zileo in the 1665 copy. In reality, except for Aunt Han Yang Wei's Easter eggs, there was no content related to them. Moreover, according to the experience of the previous 2 copies, the timeline of the copy should not be. Wait. Thinking of this, Soo-yoon suddenly had an epiphany in his mind. He pondered for a moment and said tentatively, "I'm sorry, Mr. Will, although I am an Oriental, I have never been back to the eastern continent, so I don't really know much about Fengling Yuan sect. In fact, Someone asked me about these things a long time ago. After all, they are rumors left by Mr. Newton. Will's face suddenly showed a trace of regret. He seemed a little disappointed with Su-Yoon's answer, but he still corrected it seriously. Mr. Luo Feng, this is not an illusory rumor, but the content of the memoirs written by Mr. Newton himself. It is said that the original is still kept in the library of Cambridge University. Su-Yoon heard this, and his pupils shrank. Sure enough, this copy does not seem to be a simple parallel world, but is related to the 1665 copy. At the same time, it can be judged that the Novus mission of the 1665 copy, which is the first door, has not been completed. The timeline of this copy should not be too short with a time span of 1665, and there is a 70% probability of more than 100 years. Otherwise, there is no need for the Halo to open another copy. However, in this way, a new problem arises. How many parallel worlds are connected to the Halo? Where does this computing power that is completely deduced in the sandbox come from? This idea appeared in Su-Yoon's mind and disappeared in a flash. After all, it is obviously not a problem that needs to be considered now. At present, the information I have is still too little, and it is far from possible to touch the so-called truth. And Su-Yoon is opposite. Will was still talking, looking like a loyal fan of Zion U. If I have the chance, I really hope to go to the library of Cambridge University and take a good look at that memoir. It is said that Mr. Newton was not going to write a memoir, but for some reason, he suddenly changed his mind a few years before his death, and then let everyone know the existence of Fengling Yuan sect. Although Mr. Newton was just being modest, the famous saying "I just stood on the shoulders of fat fish" is somewhat true. Don't say anything else, just say. Just as Will was about to continue, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. Then he turned his head quickly and waved hard at the distance. "Hey, Mr. Thompson, this man is not dead." Su-Yoon subconsciously looked in that direction, only to see a man holding firewood walking towards the two of them, 40 or 50 meters away. Although Su-Yoon could not see the other person's face clearly due to the trees and the distance, it was obvious. This was the companion mentioned by the young man, and it was very likely to be related to his mission. Thompson. Su-Yoon repeated the surname in a low voice, and a name popped up in his mind subconsciously. Joseph John Thomson. Joseph John Thomson, generally called J.J. Thomson in local books. This person is a well-known British physicist. He discovered a particle called electron and won the Nobel Prize in 1906. In addition, this big man has a legendary contribution, that is, 9 of his students have won the Nobel Prize. If we want to select the top 10 scientists who have made contributions in human history, J.J. Thomson will definitely not make the list. But if the ranking is expanded to 50, then there must be a place for him in the list. In addition, Joseph John Thomson is a figure in the second half of the 19th century, which theoretically meets the hint before the light gate. Of course, this does not mean that this Thomson must be the J.J. Thomson. It is also possible that he is a passerby. After all, the surname Thomson is very popular in the UK, basically comparable to the local surname Zhang. The surname Zhang may be Zhang Heng or Zhang Fei. So, will it be him? Chapter 221. This copy is a bit strange. The man carrying the firewood walked very fast, and he had covered most of the distance of 40 to 50 meters in a short while. As the man approached, Su-Yoon gradually saw his face clearly. This was a young man in his 20s, with a beard, blonde hair, deep eye sockets, and a straight nose. How should I put it? He looked about 60% like Christopher Lee, the actor of Saruman in The Lord of the Rings, when he was young. Su-Yoon tried hard to recall J.J. Thomson's appearance, but after racking his brains, he could only recall a black and white photo of him in his 50s. But if he remembered correctly, after middle age, J.J. Thomson should have a mustache, which is very different from a beard. Of course, no one can say for sure whether J.J. Thomson has ever changed his beard, so this judgment can only be used as a reference. After a while, the young man named Thomson finally walked to the two of them. He put down the firewood, straightened his body, and blocked Will faintly. He first looked at Su-Yoon with a suspicious look, and asked directly, "You are not dead?" He did not use honorifics such as Mr., which showed that this person was somewhat wary of Su-Yoon. Su-Yoon did not care much about this. Judging from the muskets beside the carriage, traveling in this air may be more or less risky, and caution is necessary. Then he took the initiative to put the sword in the package on the ground and said, "Sir, Thank you for your mercy on me, a dead man, and for giving me a place to go after death, but God blessed me. I just fainted temporarily, and my life is fine." Thompson glanced at the sword on the ground and asked, "Why did you faint here? Were you attacked by robbers?" Su-Yun wanted to answer yes, but as soon as the words came to his mouth, he remembered his package. So he shook his head and changed his words. "If it was a robbery, my luggage would have been lost long ago, and it would not be preserved so intact. Right, actually, I am a traveler who got lost. It may be because I was too tired, so I passed out while walking." After listening to these words quietly, Thompson's expression eased a little, but there was still a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Before burying Su-Yun, he had checked his body, so he could be sure of one thing: Su-Yun had no breathing and heartbeat at that time. Facing a dead person, Thompson naturally couldn't bear to see the other person's body exposed in the wilderness. So he and Will dug a pit together, intending to make a simple grave for Su-Yun, at least to keep a complete body. But now Su-Yun suddenly resurrected. This can be regarded as a mistake in his inspection. After all, he is not a professional medical student, and the understanding of the human body in this era is relatively limited. It is not unacceptable to make a misjudgment. But in this way, some situations are more subtle. As the saying goes, the world will eventually unite after a long period of division, and will eventually separate after a long period of unity. Since the merger in 1707, the relationship between Scotland and England has reached a certain freezing point in the past 100 years, and they may fall out at any time. However, Thompson's mission on this trip is very special. Not to mention that it is related to core inheritance of Cambridge University that has been discontinued for 100 years. It will also pass through the border between Scotland and England. If the purpose is made public with great fanfare, someone may take advantage of regional conflicts to attack him, thus causing complications. It is for this reason that Cambridge University arranged for him to travel light without making a big fuss. In this context, Su-Yun's resurrection made Thompson feel a little alert. Although from the fact that Su-Yun did not take advantage of his absence to attack Will, this person is probably not an enemy of Cambridge University. But Thompson still does not want to get involved with the other party. After all, this kind of mission is not afraid of taking a long time or a long journey, but afraid of variables appearing, regardless of whether this variable is directly related to himself. To put it bluntly, who knows if Su-Yun is a thief who stole goods from a manor and ran away halfway due to exhaustion and shock. If the owner of the house caught up with him, he would take Will as a hostage in desperation, or if he was caught, he would be investigated. This would be a troublesome matter. Then he opened his mouth and was about to say something. But before he could say anything, he saw Su-Yun on the opposite side grinning, covering his left arm, and gasping for air, looking like he was speaking in Parseltuong. Seeing this, Will on the side hurriedly asked, "Mr. Luo Feng, what's wrong with you?" Su-Yun frowned and took off his windbreaker, only to see that there was a palm-sized wound on the top of his left arm. Although the wound was not deep enough to see the bone, it was already a bloody mess and painful. It looked as if a layer of skin had been scraped off. "Su-Yun, no wonder my left hand felt a little painful when I was in the pit. Did I get injured?" Looking back at Su-Yun's past and present lives, the only experiences that were more painful than this one were the 2 fractures he had in his teens and 30s. While Su-Yun was holding his arm and twitching in pain, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. What on earth is going on? It's okay that the timeline of the dungeon has changed. But what's the situation with my body? You know, in the previous 2 dungeons, although the way I appeared was a bit strange, my body appeared out of thin air. But in this dungeon, not only did I lie dead first, but I was also injured? In other words, before I officially crossed over, I might have another identity? It's really strange. But soon, Su-Yun threw this idea behind his mind. The reason is that the wound is too painful. Seeing his gasping appearance, Will quickly glanced at Thompson and said anxiously, "Mr. Thompson." Thompson's eyes flashed with a trace of hesitation, but sympathy finally prevailed, and he said, "Come with me." Then he led Su-Yun to the side of the carriage and took out a small wooden box from the carriage. He opened the wooden box and took out a roll of bandages and a small bottle. Then he motioned Su-Yun to lean against the shaft of the carriage and unscrewed the cap of the small bottle. In an instant, a strong smell of alcohol poured into Su-Yun's nostrils. As a biological dog, Su-Yun was too familiar with the smell. This was standard medical alcohol. But before he had time to think, Thompson grabbed his left hand and looked at him calmly. "It hurts a little, bear with it." After that, he picked up a cotton swab, dipped it in alcohol, and applied it directly to Soo-yoon's wound. Soo-yoon, X. When cleaning wounds, most hospitals in later generations would use iodine tincture, a disinfectant. This is a mixture. Although it is dark in color, it is not very irritating. As for alcohol, those who are interested can try it for themselves. It is so sour and refreshing. Looking at Thompson, who was pulling his arm, Soo-yoon wanted to tell him that there was actually iodine tincture in his backpack. However, it was painful. The appearance of this high concentration of alcohol gave Soo-yoon another piece of information. As we all know, Nicholas Theodore Saussure determined the chemical formula of ethanol in 1807. And it was not until after 1825 that real medical alcohol appeared in human history. Therefore, the appearance of alcohol made Soo-yoon more certain that the era he lived in must be after 1825. Unfortunately, he was not a historian and could not determine a more detailed era from Thompson and Will's clothes. Another 10 minutes passed. Thompson wrapped the last bandage around Soo-yoon's shoulder, put the cap on the alcohol bottle, and said to him, "How do you feel now?" Soo-yoon tried to turn his shoulder. Although there was still some pain in his arm, it was at least much better than at the beginning. It doesn't hurt so much anymore. "Thank you so much, Mr. Thompson." There was still no change in the expression on Thompson's face. He waved his hand indifferently and said, "It's just a small matter. Don't take it too seriously." After that, he raised his eyelids and glanced at Soo-yoon, and continued, "In addition, Mr. Luo Feng, if you are not seriously injured, then we can almost say goodbye." Seeing that Thompson didn't want to have anything to do with him, Soo-yoon quickly put on a weak look and smiled bitterly. "Mr. Thompson, it's getting dark today, and there's no village or shop here. This is too dangerous. You let me walk alone in this wilderness. I might as well lie back in the pit and bury it on the spot. That way, I can at least keep my body intact." As he said that, he pointed to the carriage and said, "So can I stay for a few days? I will pay for living expenses." Thompson looked around and a hint of hesitation flashed across his face. Although he was reluctant to have anything to do with Soo-yoon, as Soo-yoon said, the current environment was indeed not suitable for a person to travel alone. When he was collecting firewood before, he had looked out from a high slope not far away. This place is located in the north of the British Isles, at the junction of Scotland and England. Not only is the land vast and sparsely populated, but there are also many swamps and wetlands around. That's right, swamps. Students who have not failed geography should know all of this. The United Kingdom is located at the northwest end of the Eurasian continent. Affected by the Atlantic circulation climate, it is mild and humid all year round, with an average annual rainfall of about 1,100 millimeters. Abundant water resources are conducive to plant growth and have great potential for agricultural development, but they also bring a series of new problems. For example, stagnant water will occupy the oxygen space in the soil, resulting in poor aerobic respiration of the roots of crops. Over time, the roots and stems will rot, and even the crops will die. Over the years, many swamps and wetlands have appeared in the United Kingdom. Among them, the coastal swamps in the east of the UK cover an area of 2,000 square kilometers, and the Somerset Plain Depression in the southwest covers an area of 650 square kilometers. Although the total area of swamps in the north is not large, there are a lot of scattered swamps. For example, in the Battle of Halidon Hill in 1333, the Scottish army lost most of its troops in the swamps and was finally completely defeated by the British army, led by King Edward. If there had been no swamp at that time, the Scottish cavalry led by Douglas might have been able to fight England, but the situation in the future would have been hard to say. The four words time and place are sometimes not just for fun. There are so many people in ancient and modern times who have overturned in inconspicuous places. In this context, if there is no guide or map, it is better to lie in the pit directly if you go out alone. Thinking of this, Thompson glanced at Soo-yoon and asked, "Mr. Luo Feng, where are you going next?" Soo-yoon had thought of this when Thompson was bandaging his wound, so he immediately replied, "To London." London. Thompson frowned slightly. It was the same destination as his trip? But soon, his brows relaxed. It should be just a coincidence. After all, London is one of the most prosperous cities in the whole of England and even Europe. It is normal for outsiders to yearn for it. Just like those who drifted to Beijing and Shanghai in later generations, a large number of people have flocked to London every year since the beginning of colonial trade. Then he looked at Soo-yoon's windbreaker and skin color, and guessed, "Are you going to London for business?" Soo-yoon pretended to be honest and shook his head. "I went to visit an elder according to my parents' orders, and by the way, I wanted to see if I could find a job in London, or even settle down in London. You may not know that I am not the eldest son of the family, so I can't inherit the family business. I can only go out to survive." Thompson hesitated for a moment, looked at Will beside him calmly, and finally made up his mind. "In this case, you will go with us these days. After crossing the Wycombe Mountains ahead, we will arrive at a town called Dumfries in about 3 days. We will say goodbye in the town then. Is that okay?" 3 days. This time is not very long, but it is much better than being driven away immediately, so Soo-yoon immediately replied, "No problem, thank you, Mr. Thompson." At the same time, Soo-yoon's right palm, which was holding the wound bandage, suddenly tightened slightly. He noticed a word in Thompson's mouth, Dumfries Town. Dumfries is the administrative center of Dumfries and Galloway. In later times, it was one of the 32 first-level administrative districts in Scotland. It is located on the border between Scotland and England, bordering Cumbria in the south, and has a large area. Soo-yoon was impressed by this town because there was a statue of James Matthew Barrie, the author of the children's novel Peter Pan, in the town. When Soo-yoon was studying abroad, he and his girlfriend took a train here and showed off their love in the town square. Now, things have changed. Soo-yoon's first love's daughter is already in the first grade of junior high school, but Soo-yoon is still a single dog. It's a sad story. As for the other Wycombe Mountain, Soo-yoon doesn't know much about it. But its pronunciation also has a very typical Scottish tone, which is enough to confirm their current location with the town of Dumfries, the junction of England and Scotland, the northern waste area of the British continent. Therefore, Thompson and Will came from either Edinburgh or Glasgow. In addition, when Thompson was bandaged, Soo-yoon had used his position to take a look at the situation in the carriage. Although he could not see the appearance of most of the objects, he noticed 2 bags of exposed potatoes and bread. Soo-yoon had seen bags of this size in William's house in the 1665 copy. It was enough for 2 adults to eat for about a week. Including some other supplies that were not discovered, not counting water supplies, it was probably enough for 10 days. If we exclude the possibility that Thompson was possessed by Lee Chang-shao and specially prepared a bunch of unused food, then Liverpool and Manchester can basically be removed from the map. Their destination is as close as Birmingham and as far as London. And this behavior of preparing 10 days of rations at one time is obviously a bit strange, as if they have made plans not to communicate with the outside world. In addition, the other party's behavior of carrying a musket and a shovel is obvious. There must be some special secrets about these 2 people. The legendary revenge drama? Or the journey of the children of a big family? Or 2 eloped gays? After all, this is Britain. Then Soo-yoon shook his head, brought his mind back to reality, and asked Thompson, "By the way, Mr. Thompson, I haven't asked for your full name yet. After all, it's really rude not to know the name of your savior." Thompson was asking Will to chop wood at this time, and he said without raising his head, "There's nothing much to say about my name, but if you really want to know, my name is William Thompson." Chapter 222. So what about the mission? William Thompson. Hearing this name, Soo-yoon's expression suddenly froze slightly. Even his breathing skipped a beat. He had originally thought that this Thompson might be J.J. Thomson, who discovered the electron. Who would have thought that this person was actually William Thomson, a scientist with the same surname? In fact, compared to the name William Thomson, another name for this person may be more popular, Lord Kelvin. That's right. He is the inventor of the thermodynamic temperature scale and the famous father of thermodynamics. The Kelvin temperature often mentioned in physics textbooks came from this person. William Thomson was born on June 26, 1824 in Belfast, Ireland. His father, James, was a professor of mathematics at the Royal Academy of Belfast. The family moved to Glasgow, Scotland when Thomson was 8 years old. In fact, in his childhood, William Thomson's performance was only average, nothing particularly amazing. As a result, after arriving in Glasgow, Thomson suddenly became like a cheater who activated a cheat, setting a series of extremely outrageous records. He entered the University of Glasgow to study for preparatory courses at the age of 10. He began to study university-level courses at the age of 14. At the age of 15, He won the Comp Gold Medal of the Scottish Society for all universities in the country with an article entitled The Shape of the Earth. However, due to a year-long fracture and family reasons, Thomson was not admitted to Cambridge University until he was 16 years old. He chose to study for a standard 4+1 degree and graduated from university at the age of 21. After graduation, Thomson was hired as a professor of natural philosophy at the University of Glasgow in 1846 and served until his death in 1907. During this period, he established the first university physics research laboratory in the UK and was the first expert to propose popularizing physics experiments to college students. He also used the precise measurement results of the laboratory to assist in the planning of the laying of the Atlantic submarine cable, which made a breakthrough in the communication between Britain and America. Wait until 1848. He created the thermodynamic temperature scale 1851. He proposed the second law of thermodynamics: it is impossible to absorb heat from a single heat source and convert it completely into useful work without causing other effects. This is the recognized standard statement of the second law of thermodynamics. He asserted from the second law of thermodynamics that energy dissipation is a universal trend. Later, he also predicted the Thomson effect, invented the electric image method, defined absolute temperature, etc. Later, the British government knighted him in 1866 and promoted him to Lord Kelvin in 1892. The name Kelvin began from then on. However, in later generations, in addition to absolute temperature, the name Kelvin is often associated with a joke of two dark clouds in physics. Most students must have heard of this joke, but there are some inside stories that need to be pointed out or corrected. Students who have lived for 200 years should all know it. In the 19th century, that is, the 100 years from 1800 to 1900, physics has developed extremely rapidly. At that time, many people believed that the physics building had been completely built and would never be shaken. The only task for the later generations is to look up at their predecessors on the ground and shout 666. Against this background, on April 27, 1900, at the Royal Institution on Albemarle Street in London, Lord Kelvin delivered a speech entitled 19th Century Clouds over the Dynamical Theory of Heat and Light. Actually, Kelvin's original words at the time were, "The beauty and clearness of the dynamical theory, which asserts heat and light to be modes of motion, is at present obscured by two clouds." The first cloud Kelvin mentioned was the Michelson-Morley experiment, which was the problem of the Earth's motion in the ether. In people's minds at the time, the ether represented an absolutely stationary reference system. The Earth's motion in space through the ether was equivalent to a ship traveling at high speed with a strong ether wind blowing in its face. So Michelson conducted an experiment in 1881 to measure this relative speed, but the result was not very satisfactory. So he worked with another physicist, Morley, and arranged a second experiment in 1886. This was also the most sophisticated experiment in the history of physics before 1886. They used the most advanced interferometer. In order to improve the sensitivity and stability of the system, they even raised funds from various sources to get a marble slab and placed it on a mercury trough. This minimized the interference factor. However, the experimental results shocked and disappointed them. The two beams of light did not show any time difference at all, and the ether seemed to have no effect on the light passing through it. This experiment caused a sensation in the physics community at the time, because the concept of ether as a representative of absolute motion is the foundation of classical physics and classical space-time. However, this pillar supporting the building of classical physics was ruthlessly denied by the results of an experiment. This is obviously a phenomenon that shakes the foundation. At the same time, in later generations, the Michelson-Morley experiment was also listed as one of the most famous failed experiments in the history of physics. Therefore, it is understandable that it was called a dark cloud in that era. As for the second dark cloud, it refers to the inconsistency between the blackbody radiation experiment and theory, which is also the most misunderstood point of Kelvin. The so-called black body, as the name implies, it refers to the blackest thing. At that time, because there was no card-drawing game, you non-Africans were still unknown. Okay, sorry, I got it wrong. In short, a real blackbody refers to a perfect absorber. That is, it can absorb any wavelength of radiation incident on it, neither reflecting nor transmitting. We know. In addition to absorbing and reflecting electromagnetic waves, any object radiates electromagnetic waves outward. This radiation is related to the temperature of the object, the type of material and the surface condition, and is called thermal radiation. However, a blackbody is an exception. The intensity of its radiation is only related to temperature. In the late 19th century and early 20th century, facing the problem of blackbody radiation, scholars used the Rayleigh-Jeans law of classical physics to calculate the relationship between the intensity and energy of blackbody radiation. According to the electrodynamics theory of classical physics at that time, radiation is continuous. This brings up a serious problem. When calculating blackbody radiation, the intensity will increase with the frequency of radiation, and tend to release infinite energy, and matter will completely decay due to unlimited radiation. This is obviously inconsistent with realistic logic and classical mechanics theory. This is the second dark cloud, also known as the ultraviolet catastrophe, also known as the Rayleigh-Jeans catastrophe. As for what happened later, everyone knows it. The first dark cloud eventually led to the outbreak of the relativity revolution. The second dark cloud eventually led to the outbreak of the quantum theory revolution. Wait until 2022. The top of physics is already covered with dark clouds. Here is another little game. There are currently 25-30 dark clouds that are more recognized. If you can name 10, you will add a chapter. All comments can be accumulated, that is, if all people's answers add up to 10, you will add a chapter. At that conference, Kelvin actually pointed out one thing about the second dark cloud. That is, the value of the ratio of the heat capacity at constant pressure and the heat capacity at constant volume of diatomic or polyatomic atoms calculated theoretically has a huge deviation from the experimental observation value. The obvious deviation of observation is absolutely sufficient to disprove the Boltzmann-Maxwell theory. In fact, the deviation of the Boltzmann-Maxwell theory is actually greater than the above listed. This speech manuscript was kept in the second library of Cambridge University, in the category of 19th century in physics. Therefore, throughout the speech, Kelvin's attitude was actually very cautious, and he did not mean to underestimate the two dark clouds. Unfortunately, under various disseminations in later generations, Kelvin's words became a joke that the physics building has been completed, and only some decoration work is left. This sentence was not said by him at all. The source of this sentence is not Kelvin, but Albert Michelson. That is, the Michelson in the first dark cloud Michelson-Morley experiment. In a speech in 1894, he pointed out, "It seems that the grand basic principles of physics are firmly established and indestructible. The truth of future physical science should be found in 6 decimal places." After this sentence was modified, it was put on Kelvin and became a joke. How lamentable. To some extent, Kelvin or William Thomson should be regarded as one of the typical examples ruined by jokes. There are actually many similar unlucky people in history. They are obviously good people, but they are distorted into clowns. For example, Pan Jinlian, Yins Haiping, Yuan Zhen and Ding Tuzi are all like this. Let's return to the original place. Judging from William Thomson's historical status, he does meet the selection criteria of the halo. After all, he is the father of modern thermodynamics. Without his appearance, many modern definitions related to temperature would be difficult to unify. But the question is, now that we know William Thomson's name, why doesn't the halo have any reaction? You know, in the previous 2 copies, as long as Su Yun determined the name of the target of the copy, the halo would put the task in front of him through the light curtain, with a bunch of dirty words attached. But there was no light curtain in front of Su Yun, let alone the task prompt. Did the halo go offline? Or, the core figure of this copy is not William Thomson? With this question, Su Yun looked at William Thomson again. Regardless of whether this young man who looks a bit like a young Saruman is the protagonist of this mission, at least he is a key figure. Therefore, what he has to do next is to determine the specific time at the moment. Then stay with the other party as much as possible, and then find out the truth. It is different from the 1665 copy of the Mavericks. After less than 200 years, the British have made a lot of progress in clothing and public hygiene habits, at least not as primitive and curious as they were back then. William Thomson first went back to the carriage and took out a bag of potatoes, then said to Su Yun and Luo Feng, "I'm going to the creek in front to wash some potatoes. We'll have salty bacon and potato stew tonight. You and will go and chop the firewood I picked up. The quality of firewood in this area is very good, so I picked up a little more, use some of it tonight, and put the rest in the cart to use along the way. After all, it's too humid here." Su Yun nodded quickly and replied, "No problem, Mr. Thompson." Thompson hummed lightly, took the potatoes and walked towards the creek in the distance. After he left, Will on the side took out 2 axes from the side of the carriage and handed one to Su-yoon. "Mr. Luo Feng, can you chop wood?" Su-yoon took the axe, shook the axe handle with his uninjured right hand, and said meaningfully, "Of course I can. This is the way of chopping wood passed down from Sir Newton's ancestors." Will, 0v0, then Su-yoon followed Will to the firewood and started chopping wood. It was a coincidence. The wood that William Thompson retrieved was all poplar branches. After all, this plant is dry and crisp, very suitable for firewood. Looking at this short poplar tree unique to England, Su-yoon suddenly thought of the 1665 copy. Before Zionia took him to William's house, he had chopped this kind of wood with him. "I really miss it." Click. After chopping a piece of firewood, Su-yoon glanced at William Thompson, who was washing potatoes with his butt sticking out in the distance, and pretended to say to Will casually, "Mr. Will, where are you going this time?" In order to take care of Su-yoon, a disabled person, Will had to do more work. Hearing this, he wiped his sweat and said, "To London." "London?" Su-yoon raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked curiously, "Are you going to London too?" Will nodded, moved another piece of firewood in front of him, and split it into 2 pieces with a click. At the same time, he said, "The harvest in the countryside has been poor in recent years. I plan to try my luck in London. I heard that there is a shortage of manpower in overseas trade in recent years. If I can get a job, it will be better than farming." Will has a strong rural atmosphere. Su-yoon naturally believed what this passerby said. Then he changed the subject and suddenly asked, "What about Mr. Thompson, Mr. Thompson?" Will shook his head, put down the axe, took a breath, and replied, "I don't know what he said. I just heard that he seemed to be going to London to seek refuge with a very famous old professor. My father has known Mr. Thompson's grandfather for many years. The relationship between the 2 families is very good, so he entrusted me to him." Su-yoon nodded in understanding, and a flash of enlightenment flashed through his mind. Will, a young man with a strong rural flavor, is likely to have nothing to do with his mission. He is probably a passerby like Zhang Sen. At most, it is the crotch of Mr. Z. And Halo, it is impossible to put himself next to Thompson for no reason after all. This person is not a cabbage. So it is obvious. The target of his mission this time should be the big man that Thompson is going to seek refuge within Will's mouth. Therefore, as long as the current year can be determined, this target can be completely screened out. Thinking of this, Su-yoon couldn't help but look at Will and asked, "Mr. Will, how can Mr. Thompson get to know a professor in London? He doesn't look old, is he 30? Su-yoon learned this trick from a historical novel. He pretended to ask the former, but the actual focus was on the latter. Sure enough, Will didn't notice anything unusual at all, and answered honestly with thick eyebrows and big eyes, "Didn't I say that I don't know much about Mr. Thompson's past, but he is definitely not over 30. My father said he is only 24 this year." Su-yoon heard this, and his heart suddenly condensed. 24 years old? If I remember correctly, William Thompson was born in 1826, plus this age. Considering the age and other issues, it should be between 1849 and 1851. And the famous old professor in London at this time who is related to William Thompson was undoubtedly Adam Hopkins. Speaking of Hopkins, most people may think of the stock of according to the report of Johns Hopkins University. However, that Hopkins University was founded by Johns Hopkins, and has nothing to do with Adam Hopkins. Adam Hopkins is a well-known professor at Cambridge University and a famous geologist and mathematician in the 19th century. He trained 2 great men, William Thompson and Stokes. This person should be around 60 years old now, which undoubtedly fits the description of old professor. Although his reputation is not particularly prominent in the history of science, the fact that he was able to train William Thompson and Stokes is enough to judge that this person's ability is extraordinary. Moreover, isn't it one of the characteristics of the halo that a person is not famous? So it is obvious. The target of this mission must be Adam Hopkins. If not, Luo Feng would have eaten the axe on the spot. How did that sentence go? The advantage is mine. It's the 14th anniversary of Wenchuan, so fast, I wish the mountains and rivers of the motherland are safe. Chapter 223 The Truth Comes to Light. Half an hour later, William Thompson returned to the carriage with washed potatoes. Will had already prepared the pot and firewood, and quickly cut the potatoes into pieces with Soo-yoon and put them into the pot, and began to cook dinner. Pa pa pa, the dry and hard firewood made a crisp cracking sound in the fire, which was extremely clear in the empty forest. Will, who was standing by, hummed a song while smearing lard on the bread. That's right. Lard. In the impression of many people, Westerners don't seem to like eating pork very much. The common meat dishes on their menus are often poultry such as beef, mutton and chicken. How to say it? This is also a stereotype. For example, the Spanish like to eat ham very much, and Iberian ham is even a very famous specialty in Europe. Germans especially like to eat pig's feet. To what extent do they like pig's feet? In Germany, McDonald's sells pig's feet, and pig's feet can also be bought in football stadiums during Bundesliga games. So when you watch the Bundesliga broadcast, you can often see viewers holding pig's feet in one hand and beer in the other. Pig's feet is basically a national dish in Germany, just like shaks and noodles. Romanians also like to eat pork pine meat, which is the meat on both sides of the pig's neck, which is the so-called golden six tails. At present, a considerable part of the domestic garlic is exported to Romania and is used to cook pine meat. As for the UK, there is a dish in the UK called black pudding. This thing is a meat dish made of pig blood and cow blood plus oats. It is a typical breakfast in northern England. So similarly, in 19th century Europe, lard was also a common bread seasoning. Its name is oiled drain, and it was not until later that it was replaced by butter. Sizzle, the solid oil drain gradually turned into viscous liquid under the high temperature of the fire, soaking the cracked bread. A unique aroma of lard also came to Soo-yoon's face, which made Soo-yoon think of the lard rice he loved to eat when he was a child. After a while, Thompson stirred the bottom of the pot with a spoon and felt that the heat was about right, so he filled a bowl of potato soup for Will and Soo-yoon. Will, Luo Feng, take it. Will and Soo-yoon each took the wooden bowl. Thank you. After Soo-yoon thanked him and was about to drink the soup, he suddenly found that there was obviously more salted and smoked meat in his bowl than Will. Did he take the wrong one? Seeing this, he couldn't help but look at Thompson and hesitated. Mr. Thompson, this. Thompson guessed his thoughts, and still had a calm expression and said, your coma is probably caused by lack of nutrition, and your arm is injured. It's right to eat more meat. Since I brought you with me, I have to be responsible for you. These things are not worth much, just don't let anything else happen. Hearing this, Soo-yoon couldn't help but look at him in surprise. In the relevant documents of later generations, Thompson has always been a serious and very cold image, and he doesn't have many friends. For example, at his funeral, there were only 15 guests in total, which couldn't even be put together for 4 mahjong tables. The result was unexpected. This father of thermodynamics who looks very cold actually has a kind heart. But what's with this second-dimension blonde sundeer feeling? Then Thompson filled himself with a bowl of potato soup, broke a small piece of bread with his slender fingers, and dipped it into the soup while it was still hot. This slow chewing action, combined with the crackling of the campfire, gave off a sense of elegance and dark tones. A true gentleman. As for Will on the side, he was not so elegant. The country boy gulped down a big mouthful of soup and wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve without any scruples. It smells so good. Thompson looked at Will and said, Will, you have to change this habit. When you get to London, this behavior will be very rude at the dinner table. Will laughed a few times, like a student who is called by the teacher in class. I know, Mr. Thompson. Thompson nodded, and then he thought of something and said to Soo-yoon, by the way, Luo Feng, Will and I only brought a tent this time, which can't fit 3 people, so you sleep in the carriage tonight. Is that okay? The carriage that Thompson and Will took was a 2-wheeled carriage, which looked ordinary and had no special features. There was room for 2 people in the carriage, and 2 people in the front room outside the carriage, where the coachman sat, for a total of 4 people. The space in the carriage was not large after deducting various packages, so it was impossible to sleep. I guess I had to sit to sleep. Fortunately, Soo-yoon had a lot of business trip experience in his previous life. He had seen the Green Train and Youth Hostel several times, so he was barely able to adapt. Therefore, he quickly accepted the reality of sleeping in the carriage and replied, no problem, Mr. Thompson, I am very grateful for having a place to stay. Thompson nodded slightly, picked up the package beside him and put it on his legs, and said while searching, there is no light outside the train at night, and there are many dead branches and stones around. If you need to go to the toilet in the middle of the night, it may be a bit troublesome to move, So I will lend you something first. You can use it for lighting. Just remember to return it to me tomorrow." Soo-yoon nodded subconsciously. In this era, the things that can be used for lighting in the toilet interval will definitely not be oil lamps or torches, because they are too troublesome to operate. So if nothing unexpected happens, it should be matches or fire sticks. However, to his surprise, after a moment, Thompson took out a black, thick and hard object from the bag in his crotch, and handed it to Soo-yoon. Found it. Seeing Soo-yoon was a little confused, Will beside him couldn't help but explain. Mr. Luo Feng, the method of using this thing is very simple. Just hold it, and then push it up and down. Here, that's it. Will took the thing, pressed a button, and pushed it slightly. The next second, a strong light immediately shot out from it and hit the tree stump opposite. Click. Will pressed the switch again, and the light disappeared. He was seen tossing the thing gently in the air, and smiled at Soo-yoon. This thing is called a flashlight. It's expensive, and most people don't have it at home. At this moment, looking at the complacent Will, Soo-yoon wanted to say something to this country boy. Of course I know this is a flashlight, but the question is, why did it appear at this time? You know. Judging from the previous situation, the current time point should be around 1850. At most, it fluctuates up and down by 1 year, that is, between 1849 and 1851. In later generations, there is a piece of knowledge that even elementary school students know. In 1879, Edison invented the electric light that can be used for a long time. But Edison at that time was only 3 years old. Not to mention that the flashlight was not invented until 1938 by Conrad Hubert after the appearance of the light bulb. In other words, the invention of the electric light in this copy is nearly 100 years earlier than the original history. But according to what Soo-yoon did in the 1665 copy, theoretically, this consequence should not have occurred. Whether it is the simplification of the binomial or the elasticity formula stolen from Hooke, they basically have nothing to do with the flashlight, but involve other fields. For example, it is possible that refracting telescopes, spring dynamometers, inflatable dolls and the like appeared in this era. The flashlight requires electrical knowledge and dry cell manufacturing, that is, the problem of electrode plates. This has little to do with the Mavericks. As the saying goes, a joke is not nonsense, and an adaptation is not random. Deduction must also follow basic logic. 15 minutes later, everyone finished their meal. Thompson went to the river to wash dishes, while Soo-yoon and Will stayed at the scene to set up the tent. While Thompson disappeared, Soo-yoon looked at Will and asked, Mr. Will, do you know who invented the flashlight? The inventor of the flashlight. Will was slightly stunned, and then replied, his name is Greenwood McTominay, a British man. Soo-yoon was silent for a moment, and then asked, what about the electric light? Dylan Wilson, a French scientist. Greenwood McTominay, Dylan Wilson. These two are local figures that Soo-yoon has never heard of. Seeing Soo-yoon's thoughtful expression, Will added, in fact, whether it is a flashlight or an electric light, most of the real credit should be attributed to Lord Newton. Soo-yoon blinked and asked quickly, what do you mean? Will first propped up the legs of the tent, took a small awl and knocked a few nails on the ground, and then explained, when Lord Newton was almost 30 years old, he encountered several problems that gave him a headache, and even once may have caused the collapse of the theoretical system he established, so he wrote a letter to his good friend Fatfish, the person from the Fengling Unsec I asked you about, hoping to get help. In that reply, Fatfish not only answered Lord Newton's doubts, but also pointed out a certain idea. Hand me the bracket. After taking the bracket from Soo-yoon, Will said again, Lord Newton used this as a basis and obtained a special light spot through experiments, which is now called the Newton light spot. Affected by the light spot, Sir Newton invested a lot of energy in optical experiments, and optical experiments naturally have requirements for light sources. Later, Sir Newton proposed many theories about light, including the prediction that light energy will appear when metal heats up. Later, Mr. Faraday invented the disk generator, Dylan Wilson invented the electric light 31 years ago, and Greenwood McTominay invented the flashlight 17 years ago. After hearing Will's words, Soo-yoon stood there in a daze, his heart beating non-stop. So that's why he had a very strange sense of disharmony since he came to this world. For example, Will's clothes, carriage decorations, pots, food, etc., were all different from what he knew in 1850. At the same time, he recalled another thing. When he just crawled out of the grave and took the package handed by Will, he had touched the gold in the bag with his fingers. In the process of touching the gold, he also naturally touched some other objects. One of the objects has a very hard texture. Now that I think about it, isn't that the flashlight I brought with me? According to the shielding rules of the aura, anything that appears later than the copy era will be left in the real world and cannot be brought into the copy. In other words, I should have realized at that time that there were flashlights in this era. In short, now that Will has explained it, everything is clear. Why do flashlights exist? Why do I feel a sense of disobedience? That's because the timeline of this world is not the timeline deduced after the 1665 copy. It is based on the 1665 copy and is also affected by the letter I sent back to Xioniu. Think about it. According to normal historical development, it will not be until 1808 that Marius will discover the polarization of light. Then in 1818, Poisson's bright spot will be officially discovered. Poisson's bright spot can basically be regarded as the cognitive limit of classical physics and optics at most. Faraday and Maxwell's mathematical definitions will be added later, and then there will be the photoelectric effect 80 years later. Now, Niu has brought the discovery of Poisson's bright spot forward by 140 years. Although there was Thomas Young's interference experiment in between, with Niu's wisdom, there are probably other ideas that can fill this cognitive gap. And to study light, you naturally need a light source. Therefore, in a long period of research, Niu found that metals glow when heated, which is almost a foregone conclusion. Indeed, Niu's research focus is not on this area, it can only be regarded as a side door. But some of the theories or ideas he left behind can make it easy for future generations to invent flashlights. It's nothing more than who is the lucky one. In other words, this is a world where the world's development rate has been disrupted twice, a copy of a scientific history that has undergone tremendous changes. For example, the inventor of the electric light was neither Edison nor David, but Dylan Wilson. The inventor of the flashlight is no longer Conrad Hubert, but Greenwood McTominay. This is the case with just one electrical appliance. So what about the theoretical community? What about the world pattern? Although Xioniu is just a physicist, with Xioniu's wisdom and the tips given by Su Yun, his influence will never be limited to the physics community. After all, before the emergence of microscopic physics, macroscopic physics and real life are almost closely related and inseparable. Now that Xioniu's future has been reversed twice, what kind of changes can he bring to the world? Su Yun really can't judge. At the same time, he suddenly thought of another thing. If the background of the copy has changed so much, will Adam Hopkins still exist? After all, this is a pure theoretical expert. It should be, right? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224. To be honest, after confirming that the world line has indeed changed twice, Su Yun's mood could not calm down for a long time. After all, whether from the perspective of science and technology or humanities, this represents a huge variable. Especially at this point in time. This is 1850. Students who have been to elementary school know it. In 1840, the British government used Lin Zex's human opium destruction as an excuse to launch the famous Opium War in history. The Opium War ended with China's defeat and compensation for ceding territory. China and Britain signed the first unequal treaty in the history of the mainland, the Baixia Treaty. The mainland began to cede land, pay compensation, and negotiate tariffs to foreign countries. China officially began to become a semi-colonial and semi-feudal society. Therefore, in history 1840 is also regarded as the beginning of modern history. Now that I have traveled to 1850, I suddenly learned that the timeline has undergone a huge change. Even though Su Yun was extremely indifferent to the corrupt empire in the East, he did not have the slightest intention of helping it survive. But as a Chinese, it would be a lie to say that I don't care about the situation in my homeland. Su Yun couldn't help but look at Will, and after a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Will, I heard that Britain had fought a war with the East a few years ago. Do you know about this?" Will stopped what he was doing, thought for a moment, and replied, "Fighting with the East? Are you talking about Parata, that was conquered by Britain a long time ago, about 200 or 300 years ago, and I haven't heard of any news of a war." Su-Yun shook his head and explained again, "Not Parda, I mean the east where the Fengling Yuan sect exists, and the country's name is Yuaxia." "Then I don't know." Will shrugged his shoulders neatly, pointed his chin at the surrounding mountains and forests, and said, "Although Scotland is said to be one with England, the area here is empty and cannot be compared with the south, and the exchange of information is very closed. If you are asking about other things, it's easy to say, involving the war in the east. Sorry, I really don't know much." Su-Yun nodded slowly. Although this answer was a bit regrettable, it was not unexpected. After all, Will is just a country boy from the countryside of Scotland. It is indeed a bit difficult to learn about the current world situation from him. So let's wait until we get to London to inquire about this matter. Anyway, there is plenty of time, and this kind of news can always be found out. Half an hour later, after washing the pots and pans, Thompson returned to the scene, and Su-Yun and the others had almost prepared the tent. It gets dark very quickly in the UK in winter. The sun sets around 4 or 5 o'clock, and it is completely dark at 6 o'clock. In addition, there are no entertainment facilities in the forest, so the three of them entered the carriage and the tent in order according to the previous arrangement. Su-Yun, who entered the carriage, crouched down, avoided many packages, and came to the seat reserved for passengers. This kind of seat is usually at the back of the carriage. Su-Yun plans to sit here tonight and sleep against the inner wall of the carriage. Although this way of sleeping is difficult to ensure high-quality sleep, it is not unacceptable. When waiting for the test product in the laboratory before, Su-Yun had taken a small stool to rest against the corner many times, so he had relevant experience. But generally speaking, there are only two outcomes of this approach: waking up naturally, or waking up with a startle due to loss of support. If the latter situation is not well controlled, you may fall directly to the floor in a daze. Su-Yun once suffered a heavy blow like this, and finally broke his glasses. With 1,300 degrees of myopia, he could not tell the difference between humans and animals within half a meter that day. In short, after experiencing the 1,665th and 1,100th copies, Su-Yun's adaptation to the ancient rest time is still good. Therefore, it didn't take long. He entered a shallow dream. In a daze, Su-Yun dreamed that he was fishing in the East China Sea, and suddenly caught a Tifa while fishing. Then he and Tifa, who was wearing a lab coat, discussed the strong coupling effect of viscous good conductors in a humid and claustrophobic environment, and also exchanged ancient poems. First, you asked about the return date, but there was no date, and the night rain in Bashan swelled the autumn pond. Then the silver bottle broke and the water splashed, and the iron cavalry rushed out with swords and guns. Then the waterfall fell 3,000 feet straight down, and it seemed that the Milky Way fell from the sky. In the end, the spring silkworm will not stop spinning silk until it dies, and the spring water will flow silently. I don't know how long it has been. Su-Yun scratched his hair and woke up from his sleep. He first opened the curtains and looked outside the car. It was still pitch black. At this time, his abdomen was slightly swollen, probably because he drank too much potato soup. He picked up the flashlight and planned to go to the bottom of the car to relieve himself. In order not to disturb Will and Thompson, he moved very lightly and made almost no sound. Patter, after a light drain. Su-Yun pulled up his pants and returned to the car. However, just as he was about to get back in the car, Su-Yun suddenly noticed from the corner of his eye that there seemed to be some sound in the tent not far away. Could it be that Will and Thompson were not asleep? But at this time, there were neither mobile phones nor tablets, and even PSP had not appeared yet. What would these two do in the tent? Suddenly, Su-Yun blinked and thought of a possibility. Are they exchanging what they have? After all, this is England. Actually, as a good youth in the 21st century, Su-Yun did not have the habit of eavesdropping on other people's conversations. But considering the special circumstances of this copy, after some hesitation, he still quietly touched the side of the tent. At this time, there was some light faintly shining from the bottom of the tent, and some rustling sounds came from the tent. Well, do you like it on top or on the bottom, below? Okay, can you keep up with this speed? I'm speeding up, Mr. Thompson, please be gentle. Su-Yun, no way? Really just going for the man? Just as he was about to leave the tent quietly, Thompson suddenly said, in the Cartesian coordinate system, if the tangent you chose is below, the vertex normal will change. In this case, see? Their directions in three-dimensional space are likely not perpendicular, and if the tangent space is defined in each vertex, 2 more steps are needed to get the normalized TBN matrix. By the way, well, am I talking too fast? Do you need to slow down a little bit? No, Mr. Wilson, I can keep up. Very good, then I will continue. Soo-yoon, WTF. These 2 men actually hide in the quilt to study mathematics together in the middle of the night? This seems to be more outrageous than sharing what they have. Then Soo-yoon rubbed his cheeks hard and listened carefully. Then he soon determined that Thompson and Will were discussing the problem of matrix in tangent space. Matrix. This thing is a common tool in advanced algebra. In the history of ancient Chinese and Western mathematics, we can vaguely see the shadow of matrix. For example, the 9 chapters on the mathematical art was first written in the early Eastern Han Dynasty. In this mathematical book, the separation coefficient method is used to represent linear equations and obtain their augmented matrices. Then in the process of elimination, the operation techniques used, such as multiplying a row by a non-zero real number and subtracting another row from a row, are equivalent to the elementary transformation of the matrix. But unfortunately, there was no concept of matrix as understood today at that time, although it is the same as the existing matrix in form. Therefore, at that time, this method was only used as a standard representation and processing method for linear equations. This is the same as the astronomical calendar mentioned earlier. They are all tools that were used in ancient China in the early days, but they did not find the right direction. As for the embryo of modern matrices, it appeared in the Gaussian period. Later, Arthur Kelly formally proposed matrix theory in 1858, and he is also recognized as the founder of matrix theory. As for what happened later, it was the affairs of Frobenius, Hermite, and Poincaré, and eventually developed into the current commonly used matrix module. Seeing this, smart students must have discovered it. That's right. In normal history, Arthur Kelly did not formally propose the matrix theory until 1858, and it was not until 1870 that it was popularized in universities. So it is obvious. The matrix, like a flashlight, is another theory that appeared in advance. However, according to Thomson's teaching, the mastery of matrices in this era was a little primitive. Not to mention the distant past, there is even a big gap from Hilbert's stage. Thomson is a top student who graduated from Cambridge University and has been exposed to basically the most sophisticated theoretical knowledge of this era. His solution is still primitive, so he can roughly judge the situation at the forefront of the matrix. Therefore, in the whole process, what really surprised Soo-yoon was not that the matrix was proposed in advance, but that Thomson was actually teaching Will mathematics. You know, no matter how primitive the matrix is, its basic requirements are still very high. Not to mention the content involving tangent space. To be frank, in the 21st century, many college students will not be exposed to tangent space. Of course, if you are in the mathematical Olympiad class, you should be involved in related knowledge in junior high school. This is still the case in the 21st century, let alone 1850? Could it be that this boy with a Scottish country accent had some special experiences in the past? For example, he had excellent grades in high school and even taught himself some university knowledge, but was forced to drop out of school due to family reasons? Thomson discovered his talent by chance. So he took him to London to make a living and took the opportunity to teach Will some knowledge on the way? This should be a more reasonable explanation. There are many celebrities in history who have had similar experiences. The most representative one is Faraday. This scientific giant, who is only one letter different from Ferrari, was born in a poor blacksmith family. His father was weak and sickly and his work efficiency was very low. At the same time, due to the first industrial revolution led by Sir New, the profession of blacksmith declined like A shares. Therefore, Faraday's family had a meager income and could only barely make ends meet. Affected by this, Faraday did not receive formal education in his childhood and dropped out of school after only 2 years of elementary school. Forced by his livelihood, he could only go to the streets as a newspaper boy. He was only 12 years old that year. The next year, he became an apprentice in the home of a bookseller and bookbinder. Relying on the knowledge he learned during the bookbinding period, Faraday made an electrostatic generator with waste materials and conducted simple chemical and physical experiments. At the same time, because mechanical printing presses had not yet appeared, books were expensive, and reading newspapers were things that the upper class did, and Faraday also came into contact with celebrities from all walks of life. By chance, a customer gave Faraday a few tickets, and he walked into the gate of the Royal Academy and met Sir David, the president of the Royal Academy. After listening to many speeches, Faraday compiled the content of David's speech into a book, bound it into a book and sent it to David. David was amazed at the first reading and became an important guide in Faraday's life, which led to Faraday's brilliant life in the future. There are many similar examples, not to mention those who have not made a name for themselves. In the vast human race, there are too many geniuses who could have become top figures, but because of various family conditions, they are mediocre. Could it be that Will is also such a genius? But soon, Soo-yoon shook his head. How to say it? There is a possibility, but it is not very big. Halo did not issue the task when Will reported his name, which shows that he is definitely not the protagonist of this copy. His importance is not even comparable to Adam Hopkins. In addition, Will is not a child anymore. He can understand the concept of Matrix at the age of 20, so it is not difficult to accept it. Therefore, his potential is unlikely to be too high, and his importance can be roughly upgraded from Zileotogwon to Wang Bin. However, thinking of the other party's kindness in helping him dig a grave, Soo-yoon decided to try his best to help this honest and simple Scottish youth if he had the chance. Then he quietly returned along the original route, leaving the two to continue studying in the tent late at night. There was no conversation all night. Early the next morning, the sun shone into the car through the gap. Soo-yoon sniffed twice, yawned and opened his eyes. Then he lifted the curtain and walked out of the car. The weather was very good today. It was about 6 or 7 in the morning, and the sun was shining on the woods. The warm winter sun is not blinding, but gives people a warm and comfortable feeling. This is a rare sunny day in the UK, especially at this time. At this time, a pot was placed next to the carriage, and Will was squatting beside it, adding firewood one by one. When he saw Soo-yoon, he smiled innocently and greeted him, "Mr. Luo Feng, good morning, Mr. Thompson said you were injured, and specifically asked me not to call you, so that you can rest for a while." Soo-yoon heard this, and his heart was slightly warmed. "Zion-yu, look at others JPG. Then he waved his arms and felt his left arm. "It's strange. I don't know if it's the effect of the halo. After one night, his injuries have healed more than half, and he doesn't feel much pain." Then he looked around and asked, "Mr. Will, where is Mr. Thompson?" Will blew a few breaths into the fire and pointed behind the car, preparing food and grass for the horses. Horses are just like donkeys. If you want donkeys to pull the mill, you have to give them some grass, right? Soo-yoon nodded and praised Brother Donkey in his heart. After a few minutes, Thompson returned to the carriage with a bundle of food and grass. He greeted Soo-yoon first, and after putting the grass for the horses, the three of them gathered around the pot and started to eat breakfast. "Our schedule today may be a bit tight." Thompson still ate a few bites of bread elegantly, took out a map from his body, and spread it out in front of him. "According to the plan, we have to cross Whitecomb Mountain first, and then arrive at the town of Dumfries. Whitecomb Mountain is a bit wet and cold in late autumn, and occasionally you can encounter some large beasts preparing for wintering, such as grizzly bears, etc. So we'd better not spend the night in the mountains, and try to reach the other side of Whitecomb Mountain today and get to the town of Dumfries as soon as possible." Soo-yoon pretended to listen to Thompson's arrangements seriously, and his eyes quickly scanned the map. Although the French Special Committee established a kilometer measurement standard in May 1790, the measurement used in Britain at this time was still the standard legal inch promulgated by Edward II in the 14th century. That is, inches, feet and miles. According to the location pointed by Thompson. At this time, their location is about 30 miles away from Whitecomb Mountain, which is about 42 kilometers. The speed of the two-wheeled carriage in the wilderness with poor road conditions is just over 15 kilometers per hour. That is to say, it would take 3 hours to reach the foot of Mount Whitecomb from here. Considering the time to get in and out of the mountain and the fact that it gets dark faster in the winter time in the UK, today is indeed a rather tight schedule. So after breakfast, everyone set off quickly. Gulu Gulu, the Shire horse, which is unique to the UK, is a world-renowned draft horse and one of the largest horse breeds in the world, capable of pulling 5 tons of cargo. Even though there are 3 people sitting inside and outside the carriage is still moving at a relatively stable speed. Among them, Thompson is sitting alone in the carriage, seemingly reading a book. Soo-yoon and Will are sitting in the outer room, which is the front of the carriage where the coachman sits. Will, who was born in the countryside of Scotland, is very skilled in driving a carriage. While whipping the whip, he hums a country ballad with a strong Scottish style. Soo-yoon is interested in watching the surrounding scenery, which is an experience he has never experienced before. Of course. On a long journey, the scenery and singing are only temporary, and they will get boring after all. Chatting is undoubtedly a good way to kill time. After a while, Will seemed to be tired of singing, so he said to Soo-yoon, "Luo Feng, you are going to London to visit relatives, why did you get lost in Scotland?" Soo-yoon shrugged at him and said with a pre-made excuse, "I can't help it. I got off the ship at Aberdeen Port and found a carriage in St. Andrews to go to London. As a result, I was thrown off by the black-hearted driver on the road." So, Will couldn't help but look at him with sympathy. "You are unlucky enough." Soo-yoon smiled bitterly with a 3-point desolate expression mixed with 3-point helplessness, 3-point anger and 1-point sadness, and then asked, "What about you, Will? Have you found a way out after arriving in London?" Will shook his head gently, looked into the distance, and said, "No, let's take it one step at a time. Maybe I will run back to Scotland in disgrace soon." Soo-yoon asked again, "What about your family?" "Just let you go, family." Will flicked the whip lightly. A trace of gloom flashed in his eyes, and shook his head. "My mother died when I was 8 years old. My father used to be a lawyer. After my mother died, well, for various reasons, I left Edinburgh." "Ah, sorry." Soo-yoon was stunned at first, and then he quickly apologized to Will. Unexpectedly, his polite questions touched Will's pain point. Losing his mother at a young age is not easy for anyone. But then again, in this era, lawyers can be said to be a very high-end profession, and their status is even much higher than in later generations. In theory, a lawyer family should not be unable to afford Will's tuition. So, Will's dropping out of school may not be related to the economy, but involves the emotional problems between father and son? Creak, just as Soo-yoon was thinking. The carriage that was originally moving steadily on the road suddenly sank heavily. The 3 people in the car simultaneously let out a light cry that was caught off guard. After a moment, Will, who had come to his senses, quickly stopped the carriage, lifted the curtain, and asked, "Mr. Thompson, are you okay?" Thompson was holding the handrail on the side of the carriage with his right hand. He shook his head and pressed the floor with his other hand. "I'm fine, but what's wrong with the carriage? I'll go and see." Will jumped off the carriage quickly, bent down to check under the carriage for a few seconds, stood up and shook his head, saying, "Mr. Thompson, the axle is broken." Thompson's expression suddenly froze. Carriage. This is a means of transportation that has left a large number of records and even samples in the development of various civilizations in the world. For example, the famous painted bronze chariots and horses in the Qin Mausoleum in China. They are large chariots unearthed in the Qinling Mountains in Shaanxi in December 1980. There are 2 of them, and each is powered by 4 horses. Each of them has more than 3,500 parts. Archaeologists have to assemble these parts like Lego, and they also have to do repair work. Therefore, the number 2 carriage was assembled and repaired in 1983, and the number 1 carriage was assembled and repaired in April 1988. However, the structure of most civilian carriages is much simpler. In addition to the hub, spokes, and teeth, there are only the shaft, axle, and plate. The most left is to add a few to between the bottom of the car and the axle, which is the original shock-absorbing tool. And the same reason. The simple structure also means that once any part has a problem, the carriage will find it difficult to move forward. The axle was unevenly stressed, causing an overload fracture. As an engineering expert, Thompson quickly determined the cause of the failure after getting off the train. In addition, the edge of the carriage was damaged when it sank. The carriage can only move empty and it is definitely impossible to continue to carry people. Soo-yoon also leaned over to take a look, and after standing up, he said, "Sorry, Mr. Thompson, it's all my fault." As a result, he was interrupted by Thompson before he finished speaking. "It has nothing to do with you. This is the main axle fracture caused by the aging of the carriage. You and Will are sitting in the front room. If the weight is overloaded because of you, then the bottom plate of the 4 precious wooden brackets should collapse first. I can't find the Western term for precious, so I just use the local term." Thompson said it very seriously. This is his character. Although he still decided to part with Soo-yoon and Dumfries at this time, it doesn't mean that he will mindlessly blame this passerby who suddenly appeared. The force diagram of this carriage is very simple. The main shaft carries the carriage, and the front room is made of precious wood and bottom brackets, which is a two-stage substructure with Western characteristics. Therefore, the main shaft, which carries the carriage, will not break just because Soo-yoon is in the front room. Of course, if Soo-yoon and Thompson sit in the carriage together, a lot of responsibility will fall on Soo-yoon. Therefore, at present, this main shaft should have been used for too long, and its lifespan naturally ends at this time. Will, who was standing aside, glanced at the two of them and asked Thompson, "Mr. Thompson, what should we do now?" Thompson was silent for a moment after hearing this, and took out the map from his body again. After spreading it out, he took out a compass from his chest again. This thing was brought to Europe from the mainland by Arab merchants in the 12th century, and its current popularity is very, very high. Thompson first adjusted the direction, and then used his slender fingers to swipe on the map. There is definitely no way to cross Whitecomb Mountain tonight. The main axis is broken. We must find a village for supplies. Arl village, no, it's too far away. Simni village, 60 miles to the south, it's also troublesome. After a few minutes, Thompson's index finger suddenly stopped on a small black dot. Mendisalo village, about 12 miles from here. As everyone knows, Scotland is vast and sparsely populated. The area is equivalent to a province in the mainland, but the population is only more than 5 million. Before the 20th century, the Scots had been living a semi-nomadic life. Therefore, in a small gathering point like a village, you can definitely buy all kinds of driving tools. Even if you want, you can buy a brand new carriage. Therefore, supply is not difficult. The key is that when thinking of his mission this time, Thompson's eyes flashed with a trace of solemnity and a subtle worry. According to the original plan, he had prepared a large amount of supplies before setting off, enough to reach Sheffield and even Nottingham directly. During this process, they did not need to enter the town for any supplies, so they would not be targeted. Even if Soo-yoon appeared, he only needed to drop him off near the town of Dumfries and continue to Dedur. The result was unexpected. Man proposes, God disposes. The broken main shaft of the carriage completely disrupted his plan, causing him to find a human gathering point for supplies. However, Mendisalo village is only a small village of more than 200 people. If he only stays for one night, there shouldn't be any major accidents, right? Thinking of this, Thompson had already made a decision in his heart. Then he took a deep breath, put away the map, pointed to a certain direction and said, "Let's go to Mendisalo village, rest there for one night, find a hunter's house to buy a main shaft, and set off tomorrow." Soo-yoon and Will had no objection. Then the three of them pushed the carriage with a broken main shaft and started to set off towards the target. 3 hours later, the three people, who were a little tired, arrived outside a village. Unlike the European villages of later generations, most of the rural areas in Europe in the 19th century were built with families as the basic unit. The residential area and farmland of this kind of village are separated, and there will be many public facilities for grinding rice or fetching water in the center of the village. For example, John Constable's painting The Sluice describes this scene. At the same time, due to the mountains around, most of the residential areas of Scottish villages will set up a circle of fences, and the farmland is outside the fence. But what surprised Soo-yoon was that the village in front of them was not surrounded by a fence, but a thick earth wall. The height of the whole wall is nearly 2 meters, the thickness is unknown, and it looks quite solid. The whole village has only one entrance in the north of the wall, which is somewhat similar to the Chinese Li. At this time, it was noon, and there were streams of smoke rising from the village, which looked peaceful and harmonious. Seeing this situation, Thompson signaled Soo-yoon and others to stop the carriage, walked to the door alone, and knocked on the door. "Is anyone there?" After a moment, suddenly, a hole opened at the height of the gate, and an old man looked out. "Who is outside the door? What are you doing in Gaoleo village?" "Gaoleo village? Old man, isn't this Mendisalo village?" "Yes, Mendisalo village is the official name. It's just that most of the villagers in my village are very tall, so we got the nickname of Gaoleo village, so that's it." "Hallelujah, old man. We are merchants coming from the west to do business in the east. When we passed by here, we unexpectedly broke the main axle of the carriage. Old man, can you please let us rest for a night and set off tomorrow?" There was silence on the other side of the door for a moment, and then said, "How many people are there in total, sir?" "3, plus a white horse." After a while, creak, the gate slowly opened. A thin old man appeared from behind the door, with his hands behind his back, and said, "Please come in." Thompson thanked him and said to Su Yun and William behind him, "Will, Luo Feng, let's go in." After several people entered, the old man led them to the village road and introduced himself. Mr. Thompson, my name is Ever, I am the Hayes supervisor elected by the villagers' council. And I am also responsible for guarding the entrance of the village. There are several carpenters with good skills in our village, but they are good at different areas. How many inches of the main shaft do you want to replace? Thompson and Will looked at each other, and Will said, 3 to 4 inches will be enough. 3 to 4 inches. Ever touched his beard and quickly thought of the candidate. I understand, you follow me. After that, he led the group to a certain direction. In the 19th century, the rural areas of Scotland were not rich enough to squander resources at will, so the area enclosed by the entire village was slightly compact, and the distance between households was mostly very close. The layout of the entire village is somewhat similar to the collectively built new rural buildings in later generations, but they are all only one floor. On the way to the carpenter's house, Su Yun looked at the earth wall, which was not much worn, and asked curiously, "Mr. Ever, this wall was just built, right?" Ever smiled at him, pointed to the corner of the wall, and replied, "Yes, this wall was built with funds raised by the village. It has been built for about a year, so the foundation is still very new." Then he looked at Thompson, a hint of curiosity in his eyes, and asked, "Mr. Thompson, are you from Edinburgh?" Thompson nodded. There was nothing to keep secret about this information. "Yes." Hearing this, a hint of worry flashed in Ever's eyes, and he hurriedly asked, "Mr. Thompson, I heard that we are going to fight with the South. Is this true?" Thompson was slightly stunned, then sighed with some emotion, and said, "Sorry, Mr. Ever, I don't know what the situation will be like next. I just heard that the parliaments of both sides are negotiating, but the differences are still huge, and new variables may arise at any time." When Ever heard this, the expression on his face became visibly dim. Su Yun, who was standing by, blinked and suddenly understood something. Speaking of the full name of the United Kingdom, most people may think of a title, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. However, not many people know the true meaning of this title. In fact, the real United Kingdom is composed of Scotland, England, Wales and Northern Ireland. The England we are talking about cannot fully represent the United Kingdom. These 4 countries belong to the British system, but they have extremely high degrees of freedom with each other. To give the simplest example, in the 2 major competitions, the World Cup and the European Cup, these 4 countries participated independently. Among these countries, Scotland's hatred for England is almost full. The grievances between Scotland and England will run through this instance, so I will focus on introducing it in detail. In fact, the first people to live on the British Isles were the Scots. They were the local residents and real owners of the entire island. But back then they were not called Scots, but Celtics. The Celtics were a group of tough guys, but they didn't expect that they would encounter an even tougher tough guy. This person was Caesar, who was almost kicked into the moat by a bat spirit. As a great leader, when Caesar invaded the British Isles for the second time, he successfully landed and beat the Celts to the ground. The Celts were beaten to the northern mountains by the Western Romans and could only survive by relying on the favorable terrain of the mountains. At this time, the Romans had a sudden idea and made a show. They built a wall at the narrowest point of the British Isles, which is the famous Hadrian's Wall. This wall is certainly not comparable to the walls of our mainland in scale, but the British Isles are not our endless thousands of miles of frontiers, right? So, it divides the British Isles into 2 parts, north and south. This is not a simple regional division. Since then, the British Isles have formed 2 regions, north and south. These 2 regions have great differences in ethnicity, religion, national politics, language, and culture. The Southerners were with the Romans and were gradually assimilated. The Northerners persisted in resistance and continued the Celtic bloodline. Later in the 5th century AD, the Western Roman dynasty came to an end. So the Celts in the north, as well as the Picts on the island of Ireland, launched a counterattack and soon achieved excellent results. But the people in the south had a huge difference of opinion with the Celts at this time. They thought that the Celts in the north were not good people either, and they could not let them do whatever they wanted. So the people in the south came to Wusangui and called the Anglo-Saxons to be responsible for maintaining stability. These Anglo-Saxons took root on the island and became the ancestors of England and Wales today. This is the root of all the national conflicts between England and Scotland. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. In fact, many people abroad regard this sentence as the truth. In 1298, King Edward I of England led the expedition in person and completely broke through the Scottish defence line. For the first time, England completely annexed the Scottish territory. But the Scots were not convinced, so the local resistance movement became more and more intense day by day. Finally, in 1314, Scotland regained its independence. The movie Braveheart describes this history. However, in the wars of dynasties in ancient and modern times, there is often no lack of marriage operations. Therefore, it is often the case that A and B fight, but A has a blood relationship with B's descendants. In 1603, the powerful Queen Elizabeth of England died. Because she had no heirs during her lifetime, the one who was closest to her was her nephew, James VI, the King of Scotland at the time. So while wearing the Scottish crown, James VI was also crowned King of England. But at this time, James was just the same person wearing two crowns, and England and Scotland were still two countries. But on the other hand, this also kicked off the prelude to the merger of the two countries and reached a cooperative basis for the merger. The reason that eventually led to the merger of the two countries is also somewhat interesting. Scotland went bankrupt and eventually sold itself to pay off its debts. That was in 1688, when Gaul was killing people all over Europe, with a somewhat desolate posture of the Emperor of Heaven. In order to stop the expansion of Gaul, European countries united to fight against Gaul, which was known as the Great Alliance War in history. As one of the participating countries, Scotland was singled out by Gaul and its economy suffered a severe blow. But as the saying goes, good fortune never comes alone. And misfortune never comes alone. At this time, a great famine broke out in the country, and about 15% of the population starved to death. In order to develop the economy, the Scottish government decided to give it a try. It planned to establish a colony in Central America to facilitate trade with Asia. But considering that the treasury had long been empty, the Scottish government finally decided to rely on public fundraising for the project. In this way, members of parliament, local gentry and thousands of wealthy citizens including captains, doctors and pharmacists all enthusiastically invested their life savings in the colonization plan. Then the tragedy happened. Before the second colonial fleet arrived in Panama in 1699, the new Edinburgh built by Scotland had been destroyed by the Spaniards, and all the funds finally went into the pockets of the Spaniards. Really? A boy who brings wealth. This part of the funds was about 25% to 50% of the wealth circulating in Scotland at that time. So, Scotland collapsed. In this case, Scotland can only exchange political union for economic assistance and England's promise to relax trade restrictions. So in 1707, the two sides passed the Act of Union. The Scottish Parliament was dissolved, and the two countries officially merged into a single kingdom of Great Britain. Of course, not all Scots agree with this result, so there has always been a lot of voices for Scottish independence, even in the future when Soo Yoon traveled through time. And this time point is exactly one of the key stages. In another 36 years, the Scottish Autonomous Association will be established. Although this wave of independence movement ended in failure, at this time point recently, England and Scotland are on the verge of a fight. There have been many frictions between the two sides at the border, and even hundreds of people have fought. It's just that for sensitive reasons, both sides used hand-to-hand combat or cold weapons, and no one dared to use guns. In this context, Mendisalo village built a high wall last year, using this method that is far superior to ordinary fences to protect itself. A few minutes later, everyone arrived outside an open space. As a result, as soon as they arrived here, Thompson and Soo Yoon frowned at the same time. At this time, there was a table in the open space, and around the table were more than a dozen excited men, who were playing primitive gambling with strange noises. The surroundings were filled with a strange smell mixed with sweat and alcohol. The arrival of Thompson and his men attracted the attention of some people, but they just glanced at Thompson and his men and continued to gamble. Ever was not surprised by this. He walked to a tall and thin man and pulled him out of the crowd. Hey! Slow down. After standing firm, the old man shook his clothes that were wrinkled by Ever and complained, Elva, Dad, what are you doing? I was just about to place a bet. You only know how to place a bet. Ever slapped the man's head with great momentum and pointed at Thompson and said, "Sterling, someone came to the door and you didn't even receive him." The tall and thin man Sterling was stunned when he heard this, and then realized something. He looked at Thompson immediately and asked tentatively, "You mean?" Evers snorted coldly, folded his arms across his chest, and said, "These gentlemen are guests passing by Edinburgh. The main shaft of their carriage is broken. I remember you have a few newly made 3-inch main shafts, right?" Sterling's eyes widened as he listened, and in the end his eyes were almost shining. "Yes, yes, as many as you want. Students who have studied geography should know. Winter wheat is planted in the UK, which is a crop that is sown in autumn and grows in winter. The solar term at this time is the transition between autumn and winter. The farmers have finished their farm work, and most of the prey in the mountains and forests have begun to prepare for hibernation. Because of this, these idle farmers and hunters come here to gamble. Therefore, as a carpenter, Sterling has not been open for business for a long time, and can only try his luck at the gambling table. After all, the peak season for the sale of farm tools is spring and summer, and the same is true for hunting traps. Therefore, when he learned that Thompson needed a carriage spindle, his expression was so excited. Although the carriage spindle looks like a piece of wood, it is actually quite difficult to calibrate it without some skills. Especially in the case of Thompson, who needs to travel long distances, the requirements for the spindle are even higher. Therefore, the price will naturally not be low. DOI 10.15967/JKCN 14-1312/G4, 2008-06-006. This is a reference for the cost of a single-wheeled carriage, generally speaking. The cost of the spindle of a two-wheeled carriage accounts for roughly 25%-35% of the entire vehicle, which is roughly equal to the carriage plus shaft. This price was basically equivalent to the income from selling 15 farm tools in Britain in the 19th century, referred to F329/K27 in the Agricultural Economy classification of the 2004 edition of Modern and Contemporary World History. Ovo, who called an acquaintance at the Academy of Social Sciences for help at 5 in the morning, just as Sterling nodded and bowed to take Thompson to his home. At the extremely lively gambling table not far away, a big man with a face full of flesh glanced at them without expression, and then put on an angry look. "WTF, this shit a luck, unfair, restart. All three must be restarted." Seeing this, the other hunters on the side couldn't help but laugh and said, "Kurtz, you are drunk, get off the table quickly and let me go." The big man named Kurtz left the gambling table without any abnormality under the persuasion of everyone, and then he walked to the corner of the wall, and the drunkenness on his face disappeared instantly. He fumbled around for a while and took out a folded paper. Then he flattened it and put it in front of him. On this paper was a sketch of a person who was 60% similar to Thompson, and there was also some other information attached. And right above the portrait, there were a few English letters written, "Order for arrest." Kurtz carefully scanned the content above, and his eyes deliberately lingered on Thompson's beard and particularly high hairline for a while. After a moment, Kurtz. Chapter 225 Shocking Change. Because of the presence of Elva, a village elder with great status, the replacement process of the carriage main shaft was very smooth, and all the debugging was completed in less than half an hour. Of course, this also has a lot to do with Thompson's quick payment. The original price of such a main shaft was about £1, and Thompson doubled it and bought it for £2 and 1 shilling. You know, in 1840, the income of an ordinary British worker was about 15 to 20 shillings a week, and the monthly salary was just over £3. As a carpenter, Sterling only earned a little over £4 during the peak season, not to mention the current off-season. But Thompson was not a pure sucker. This time he left London with a mission, and the funds were naturally provided in full by Cambridge. It was not his own money. He would not be so stingy. It was just a pity that they spent too much time on the way here, and it would not take long to enter Whitecomb Mountain at this time, and it was impossible to get out of the mountain before dark. Therefore, Thompson and Soo-yoon could only stay in Mendasalo village for the night and set off again tomorrow morning. Fortunately, although Ever looked short, he inherited the Celtic's boldness. He specially arranged 3 guest rooms for Thompson, Soo-yoon and the other 2. The rooms were fully equipped with bedding, beds, hot water, hot food, etc. There was no conversation at night. The next morning, Soo-yoon and the other 2 woke up as usual, packed their luggage and prepared to leave. At this time, Ever was already waiting outside the door. Seeing Thompson, Su-Yun and the other two coming, he first asked someone to open the village gate and let the carriage drive out smoothly. Then he walked up to Thompson and asked with a smile, "Mr. Thompson, did you sleep well last night?" Thompson rubbed his neck, nodded heavily, and said, "The room is very comfortable, thank you, Mr. Ever, it's just a small matter." Ever waved his hand indifferently, a trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes, and he looked outside the village. Scotland is vast and sparsely populated. It is easy to get lost or encounter difficulties when going out alone, especially in late autumn, when the wild is even more dangerous. I was injured when I went out hunting when I was young, and I survived with the help of another village, so since then, if I encounter a traveler who comes to ask for help, I will mostly help to the best of my ability. Thompson nodded in agreement. Although he's an Irishman, he moved to Scotland when he was 7 years old. During the crucial growth period of his life, he was baptized by Scottish culture, and now he has become Scottish. Therefore, he knows very well. Although the Scots and the English are fighting to the death, the relationship between them is still very friendly. Or it can be said that this is a kind of human instinct to gather. Of course. Except for Zaya Oxaba and Zaya Abiga. Then Elva looked up and glanced at the sky. Compared with yesterday's clear sky, today's weather is a bit gloomy, and the sky is gray. This kind of environment is worth at least 5 points of reading comprehension in the Chinese test, asking you about the role of weather description. Seeing this situation, Ever couldn't help but look at Thompson, and said with a trace of concern, "Mr. Thompson, the weather seems to be a bit bad today. Do you want to stay in the village for another day?" Thompson was silent for a moment, but still shook his head. If there is no mission, he may be willing to stay for a day or two, but now is obviously not a good time to make friends. "Sorry, Mr. Ever, we are in a hurry and have to leave. When I come back from the UK, I will definitely come to see you again, and I will bring you a few bottles of good wine." Ever didn't force it anymore, and gave Thompson and others a few pots of wine and some dried meat strips, and sent them hundreds of meters away before waving goodbye. Just as Ever returned to the entrance of the village, he suddenly ran into someone head-on. This is a sturdy man with a gray-brown scar on his forehead, looking quite ferocious. His name is McCall. He and his brother Kurtz are both well-known hunters in the village. They have hunted grizzly bears. However, in the past few years, the brothers disliked the unstable income from hunting, so they borrowed a lot of money to buy a batch of furs and went to Glasgow to do fur business. As a result, the local fur merchants set up a trap, and the brothers were cheated out of all their money. Now they can only go back to their old business to pay off their debts. Seeing McCall in a hurry, Ever hurriedly stopped him and asked, "McCall, are you going out so early in the morning?" Ever was a cadre elected by the village council and had the right to question people entering and leaving the village. McCall had to stop, raised a crossbow in his hand, and said, "Well, I plan to go to the mountain to see if there is any prey." "Hunting?" Elva repeated in surprise, then thought of something and continued to ask, "What about Kurtz? I remember seeing him at the gambling table yesterday at noon, but I couldn't find him in the afternoon." McCall's face froze slightly when he heard this, and he stammered, "Brother went to the mountain to explore yesterday. We agreed to meet in the morning." "Don't say anything, Elva, the time is almost up, I'm leaving." After McCall left, Ever glanced at the gray sky, and the doubt in his eyes became heavier. Going out hunting in this weather? When did these two brothers become so diligent? On the other side, Thompson and others who left Mendisalo village were unaware of the conversation at the entrance of the village, and they were even less aware that a person in the village had disappeared for most of the day. At this time, they were following their original plan and galloping towards Mount Wycombe. Scotland, or the British Isles, where the United Kingdom is located, is not small in area, but it still belongs to the category of islands, so there are not many high mountains in its territory. For example, the highest mountain in the entire United Kingdom is Ben Nevis in Scotland. The height of this mountain is only 4,406 feet, which is more than 1,300 meters. There are 3 digits of mountains above 1,500 meters in the mainland. If Ben Nevis were to be marketed in China, it would probably not even be considered a famous mountain. This is the case with the highest peak in England, let alone Mount Wycombe. The highest peak of Mount Wycombe is about 570 meters above sea level, which is nearly half lower than the highest peak of Guya Mountain in Su-Yun's hometown. Even if you look at it from the ground, you can still see the top of the mountain at a glance. You can see the top of the mountain at a glance. Although Whitecomb Mountain is short, its area is not small at all. It is like a high wall running from west to east, lying between Edinburgh and Dumfries. If you want to connect the two places, you must pass through this barrier. Otherwise, Thompson would have chosen to take a detour. More than an hour after leaving Mendocino village, the carriage arrived at the foot of Whitecomb Mountain. Thompson identified the map, then pointed to a winding mountain road and said, "We enter the mountain from here. This is the shortest way to cross the mountain. We can reach the other side by crossing two side peaks. Today our goal is to cross Whitecomb Mountain, rest outside the mountain for one night, and arrive at the nearest outpost to Dumfries Town tomorrow." Thompson and his team are currently in a delicate position, right at the junction of England and Scotland, which is an absolutely sensitive area. Although the two sides have not yet officially torn their faces, their vigilance against each other has been much stricter in recent days. At this time, Dumfries Town is actually somewhat similar to the ancient Chinese Guochang, which is strictly an intermediate area. Therefore, Scotland set up an outpost in the area between Dumfries Town and Whitecomb Mountain, where a squad belonging to the Royal Scottish Border Battalion was stationed. The squad consists of 50 people, who are responsible for verifying the identities of merchants and travelers. Correspondingly, in the area further south, England also stationed a border patrol squad of 50 people belonging to the 1st Battalion of the Coldstream Guards. These two outposts are somewhat similar to border checkpoints, forming a natural solo passage with Whitecomb Mountain, which can only be avoided by taking a detour of hundreds of miles, and if you do that, you may encounter other outposts. Therefore, these two outposts are also the only gathering points that Thompson will pass through in his plan. According to his plan, after passing the Dumfries Town outpost, he can drop Su Yun off and let him go to Dumfries Town along the way. As long as Su Yun spends some money, he can find an English caravan in Dumfries Town to go back. After all, smuggling these days is about materials, and solo travelers can still get away with it with money. Actually, in the original history, 3 years later, at the camp of Dumfries Outpost, the largest military conflict between Britain and the Soviet Union in the 19th century will break out. The number of participants in the entire conflict is as high as more than 500, and the number of deaths is nearly 100. Don't think this number seems a bit small. Students who are familiar with border conflicts should know that before the official war, border fights are not allowed to carry firearms. Most of them are hand-to-hand combat, wooden sticks, and at most crossbows. In short, in this kind of border conflict without tearing faces, no one will dare to fire the first shot. Whoever brings firearms such as flintlock rifles will take the blame, and this is true in ancient and modern times, both in China and abroad. Therefore, the death toll of 90 people is indeed not a small number. However, Su Yun is not a student of history after all, so he doesn't know the stories that happened in this area in history. At this time, he was sitting leisurely in the front room of the carriage, watching the horse that seemed to be possessed by Brother Donkey pulling the carriage forward step by step. Luo Feng, after walking for a while, Will glanced at the carriage, leaned sideways, and lowered his voice. "I asked Mr. Thompson last night. The empire did not fight with a dynasty on the land of China, but..." Su Yun glanced at him and asked, "But what?" "But it is said that the dynasty was very corrupt, and it seemed to be called something. Tartar invasion." Su Yun was stunned, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. The Tartar invasion mentioned by Will was obviously the Qing dynasty, but it sounded different because of the pronunciation. But the word Tartar invasion seems to be unexpectedly consistent with historical facts. In other words, the world in the East should be developing as usual, and it has not been affected by the Mavericks timeline, and it is even less likely to be related to the Northern Song dynasty copy. It's just that for some reasons, Europe seems to have slowed down the invasion that was supposed to happen. Thinking of this, Su Yun couldn't help but shake his head slightly. If the mainland was the Ming dynasty at this time, it would be easy to say, maybe he would think of a way to prolong his life. But now that the Qing dynasty is still in power, he completely gave up the idea of saving it. After all, it was a foreign dynasty that was extremely corrupt. If it doesn't fall, the spark can't burn. Although for some reason, there are more and more online articles about people who travel through the Qing dynasty without rebellion in recent years. But for Su Yun personally, he has no urge to help that country. Besides, 1840 is also a standard modern history. If you intervene rashly, it is easy to trigger the punishment of historical nihilism. So, let the country in the East develop as usual. As the saying goes, There is no construction without destruction. Anyway, no matter how strong the sea breeze from the west is, it will never blow away the sun. Therefore, what he should consider now is not the east, but what to do to stay with Thompson. Thinking of this, Soo-yoon couldn't help but touch the inner pocket of his chest. Is it really necessary to use that killer? I'm a little reluctant. The pulling force of the Sharma is as high as 5 tons, so even if the mountain road is a bit winding, the carriage still moves forward at a very stable speed. The 3rd hour after the carriage entered the mountain, the first side peak passed. The 7th hour, the second side peak passed. Finally, around 3:30 in the afternoon, the carriage passed Whitecomb Mountain smoothly. Then Thompson and his party rested for a night in a remote place at the foot of the mountain. They did not encounter any harassment from poisonous snakes, grizzly bears, Niziokian or vampires. The next morning, after washing up, they continued their journey. Today's weather continued the gloom of yesterday, and was even more depressing, as if a full-fledged deer was sitting towards you. Just after the carriage had been traveling for half a day, some movement suddenly appeared on the official road. Swish, several Scottish soldiers suddenly appeared in the woods on the side of the road, looking like they were possessed by the Viet Cong. These soldiers held flintlock rifles in their hands, wore black leather boots, white inner clothes, and red outer clothes on their upper bodies. It was a very typical British military uniform. Historically, the British Army at this stage was called the Red Army. As a member of the British political system, Scotland's army also continued the English style in clothing at this time, with only a slight difference in the hat. As for the famous Scottish skirt, it was still a cavalry uniform at that time. It would not be popularized in the army until World War II, except for bagpipers and drummers. Of course. A few years later, when the Boer War broke out, the British suffered a great loss because of the red clothes. In that war, the British Army fought with a 5-1 advantage in manpower, but they were too conspicuous in the jungle and were repeatedly attacked by the Boers without uniforms. The British, who had summed up their experience, gave up the red military uniform that they had worn for nearly 200 years and changed to earth-colored tops and trousers. By the way, Churchill was once captured as a war correspondent in this war, but later he successfully escaped from prison and returned to the original place. There were 7 Scottish soldiers who stopped the carriage. Soon, a middle-aged officer who looked like a leader walked to the carriage. Border inspection. Gentlemen, where are you from? Thompson stuck his head out of the carriage and said, Sir, we are from Edinburgh. Where are you going? Stamford Ridge. Which road? St. Flower Avenue. Stamford Ridge. Is that in London? The middle-aged officer was slightly stunned. He thought Thompson was a businessman going to Dumfries to do business. Going to the middle area and going to England are two different concepts. Now that he knew that the other party was going to London, his expression became more serious and he saluted again. The carriage is crossing the border. Sir, do you have a cross-border documents? Thompson nodded and took out a roll of brown paper from his body and handed it over. Before the emergence of driver's licenses and passports, the management and registration of identities in Europe was actually very loose. For a long time, the church was responsible for coordinating identities, so there were so many family emblems. The Croft paper in Thompson's hand was a commercial pass issued by the Parliament, with authentic seals. The officer quickly returned it to Thompson. The official document is fine. Then he looked at Soo-yoon on the coachman's seat, his eyes stayed on his black hair for a few seconds, and muttered, "Why is it an Oriental again?" The officer's voice was very low, and Thompson couldn't help blinking and asked, "Sorry, officer, what did you just say?" "I didn't hear clearly." The officer shook his head, indicating that it was nothing serious, and then said, "Mr. Thompson, right? Please come with us to the sentry post now. You can get on the official road after the seal is stamped." Thompson nodded in understanding. "No problem. By the way, officer, I don't know your name yet." The officer turned around and walked away without looking back, leaving a name in the air. Francis Mason Sadeoi. Sadeoi? Hearing this surname, Soo-yoon's eyes moved slightly. This surname is rare. If I remember correctly, it seems that I have heard it somewhere before. However, Soo-yoon was not very familiar with European history. After thinking hard for a long time, he still couldn't think of the corresponding characters, so he had to give up. Later, under the leadership of Sadeoi, the group soon came to a sentry post that was somewhat similar to a military camp. This military camp was backed by the foot of the mountain and surrounded by obstacles similar to chevaux de frise. There were 2 towers at the entrance, and the interior was mainly tents and attics. Many soldiers on duty could be vaguely seen. After a while, the carriage came to an open space outside the sentry post. At this time, dozens of people were gathered on this open space. Their clothes and appearance looked very wealthy, and they kept chattering about something. Sadeoye took a wooden number plate from the soldier on duty beside him and handed it to Thompson. Mr. Thompson, you wait here. When your number plate is called, just go up and register and stamp it. After stamping, walk straight along the avenue and you will reach the town of Dumfries. Businessmen can stay in Dumfries for 7 days. If you want to go to London, just go through the town, but remember to register at the checkpoint in England. Thompson thanked him, took the number plate, looked forward for a few times, and frowned slightly. God, there are so many people. Sadeoye shrugged and said, there is no way. The situation on the border is tense, so merchants are rushing here to make a fortune. It is said that the current profit is more than 3 times that of the usual. Thompson was slightly stunned, looked up at the supplies in front of him, and said puzzledly, but Mr. Sadeoye, it's almost winter now. Even if we really have to fight, it's impossible to start a war in the season, right? Sadeoye snorted coldly and nodded his chin in the direction of the merchants. It can be seen that he has no feelings for the people in front. Mr. Thompson, those merchants know this better than you and me, but don't forget that the civilians in the rear can't grasp the movements of the front line. As long as they spread some rumors and create some momentum, even if there are still a few people who doubt it, the supplies will still be snatched away by blind followers. Sadeoye sighed, pointed to another camp not far away, and said, forget it, let's not talk about this. Mr. Thompson, it's only a little over an hour before dark. You probably won't be able to make it after the registration is completed. The camp over there is a rest area built by the outpost specifically for travelers. Although there are no tents or quilts, at least there are fences for protection, and there are other caravans for company. In addition, the outpost's camp is also nearby, which is much safer than camping in the wild. Okay, I wish you a safe journey, Mr. Thompson. After saying that, Sadeoye waved his hand and left the scene. After he left, Thompson flipped a number plate in his hand, and looked at the big-bellied merchants in front of him. He sighed with a heavy face. I don't know if he felt sorry for the civilians in the rear, or was distressed about having to spend another night in the gathering place. In the 19th century, the border inspection in Britain was not as cumbersome as in later generations. In fact, there were only 2 items that the outposts strictly checked: guns and alcohol. The reason for the former is self-evident, and the reason for strictly checking the latter is because of the high alcohol tax in Britain at that time. Since the beginning of the 18th century, the British government has begun to impose high tariffs on alcohol. Among them, in 1874, the highest tax rate even reached 240% of the prevailing price of alcohol. Scotland has long been an ideal place for illegal whiskey distillation because of its pure water, abundant barley and sufficient peat. Therefore, throughout the 19th century, the most smuggled goods in Scotland were not guns or wool, but whiskey. Thompson's carriage was limited in size and had almost no space to hide alcohol or guns, so it was very easy to check. 2 hours later, Mr. Thompson, please keep the documents. Thank you, beautiful lady. Thompson took the cropped paper from the sergeant in charge of stamping and thanked him politely. After leaving the inspection post, Thompson looked at the sky, which had completely darkened, shook his head, and completely gave up the idea of continuing to travel. Then he returned to the carriage, ate some dinner prepared by Suyun and Will, and went back to the tent to rest early. As for outside the tent, those merchants who were about to make huge profits were not in a hurry to rest. They were holding a bonfire dinner with great interest. Dasma was a grain merchant from Inverness and was originally a cook. Inverness is the northernmost city in the UK, and this geographical advantage represents huge profits in trade. Therefore, the income he can get this time is also one of the best among many caravans. In his excitement, Dasma drank a few more cups of barley beer. Beer is a diuretic, so after a while, Dasma felt his lower abdomen swelled a little. Burp. Dasma burped with a strong smell of alcohol, stood up with difficulty, and said, sorry, I'm going to pee outside. After saying that, he loosened his belt with one hand and walked crookedly towards the entrance of the camp. As he walked, thinking of the huge profits he could make this time, Dasma's fat face couldn't help but raise a greedy smile, as if he would ascend to heaven, take off as soon as the voice fell. Whoosh, there was only a barely detectable sound of breaking through the air. Das Ma suddenly leaned back heavily, fell to the ground with a bang, and rolled up a cloud of dust. Seeing this, several other vendors not far away laughed and mocked. "Hey, Das Ma, your alcohol tolerance is too poor. You still brag that you are a gold medal chef. Why don't we kill him while he's hot?" At this moment, a middle-aged businessman who looked more prestigious coughed lightly, stood up, took out a flashlight from his body, and said, "Forget it, I'll go to help him with the account." "What's going on?" As the middle-aged businessman spoke, his face suddenly became terrified. At this moment, Das Ma, who was more than 20 meters away from them, had an arrow stuck in his forehead. Perhaps it was because the light source of the flashlight was very conspicuous in the dark night. The next second, whoosh, another sound of breaking through the air came. The middle-aged businessman threw down the flashlight, covered his arm, and howled in pain. There was a thin object stuck in his arm. With the dim light of the flashlight, it can be seen that this thing is not an arrow, but a crossbow. After a moment, a panicked voice suddenly broke out. "Enemy attack! There is an enemy attack!" End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.